করা, জোর দিয়ে বলা, নিশ্চিতভাবে বলা।
To aver is to state something or declare something is true. This verb has a serious tone, so you might aver something on a witness stand, or you might aver that you won't back down to a challenge. The verb aver comes to English via the Latin root words ad, meaning to, and verus, meaning true. The word can have the sense of formally declaring something is true, but it can also mean to report positively. The grandmother averred that her granddaughter would make a fine veterinarian because of her love and caring for animals.
Synonym:
Affirm, assert, avouch, claim, contend, declare, emphasize, insist, predicate, proclaim, verify.
Antonym:
Deny, disclaim, discredit, disprove, forget, question.
Austere.
কঠোর আত্মসংযমী।
The adjective austere is used to describe something or someone stern or without any decoration. You wouldn't want someone to describe you or your home as austere. To be austere, you learn to live without. It's all about self-denial.
Synonym:
Abstinent, abstemious, ascetic.
Antonym:
Gluttonous, greedy.
Arduous,
দুঃসাধ্য, কষ্টসাধ্য, কঠিন।
use the adjective arduous to describe an activity that takes a lot of effort. Writing all those college essays and filling out the applications is an arduous process. Arduous was first used in English to mean steep or difficult to climb. If you're an outdoorsman, hiking up a mountain is a lot of fun, but if you're a couch potato, it's an arduous trek. Today, the word can be used figuratively for something that is difficult or takes a lot of work. If you spend an arduous week studying for your final exams, you'll do well because you've worked really hard.
Synonym:
Backbreaking, formidable, grueling, laborious, onerous, rigorous, strenuous, tough, uphill.
Antonym:
Effortless, facile, mild, pleasant, trivial, motivating. Audacious,
দুঃসাহসী, অপরিণামদর্শী।
this adjective is very bold. If you are audacious, you are daring and unconventional. The adjective audacious comes from the Latin word audacia and means daring, boldness, courage, and often gets applied in situations where someone does something pretty unusual, like becoming an astronaut and going to the moon. It can also mean challenging conventions and doing things that most people don't do, such as when Elizabeth Blackwell became the first woman in the United States to become a doctor. Blackwell then inspired Elizabeth Garrett Anderson to become the first female doctor in England. And the rest is history.
Synonym:
Adventurous, bold, courageous, resolute, brave, daredevil, dauntless, intrepid, uncurbed, undaunted, ungoverned, valiant.
Antonym:
Careful, cautious, cowardly, meek, timid. Attenuate,
হ্রাসপ্রাপ্ত, কমানো।
attenuate is a verb that means to make or become weaker. The effects of aging may be attenuated by exercise or by drinking from the fountain of youth. The versatile word attenuate denotes a weakening in amount, intensity, or value.
Synonym:
Constrict, debilitate, vitiate, abate, dissipate, enfeeble, extenuate, mitigate, undermine.
Antonym:
Amplify, enlarge, expand, intensify,
assuage.
প্রশমিত করা,
If you assuage an unpleasant feeling, you make it go away. Assuaging your hunger by eating a bag of marshmallows may cause you other unpleasant feelings.
Synonym.
Allay, alleviate, assuage, blunt, calm, lessen, mitigate,
Antonym.
intensify, worsen, agitate, incite, upset, aggravate.
assiduous.
পরিশ্রমী, উদ্যমী,
If you call someone assiduous, it's a compliment. It means they're careful, methodical, and very persistent. Good detectives are classically assiduous types. Assiduous comes from two Latin words, assidus, meaning busy, incessant, continual, or constant, and assidere, meaning to sit down to something.
Synonym.
Diligent, exacting, indefatigable, laborious, scrupulous, attentive, eager beaver, grinding, industrious, persevering.
Antonym.
Indifferent, lazy, lethargic, negligent, neglectful.
Ascetic,
সময়তচিত্ত,
someone who exercises restraint is ascetic. Usage examples: want to live an ascetic lifestyle? Then you better ditch the flat panel TV and fuzzy slippers. To be ascetic, you learn to live without. It's all about self-denial.
Synonym.
Abstinent, abstemious, austere,
Antonym.
gluttonous, greedy,
Artless.
অপটু, সরল,
Yes, artless could mean lacking in art, but more often it means lacking in superficiality or deceit. An artless person could never make a living as a con artist. Originally meaning unskillful or uncultured, artless evolved into meaning not skilled or cultured in the art of deceit. If you are artless, you are natural and uncontrived,
Synonym.
ingenuous, guileless, talking turkey, uncontrived, unpretentious, unsophisticated, upfront,
Antonym.
artful, complicated, contrived, pretentious, sophisticated.
approbation,
অনুমোদন,
Approbation is a formal word for approval or praise. Approbation is like getting the nod in a big way. Politicians rely on the public's approbation to get elected. How is it possible that approbation means approval when probation is a form of being in trouble? Probation is a testing period to see if you can be good. Approbation means it's all good. Or you can remember this rhyme: filled with approbation, the audience gave a standing ovation.
Synonym.
Consent, endorsement, esteem, go ahead, recognition, sanction,
Antonym.
denial, disagreement, disapproval, veto, disapprobation.
apprise,
অবহিত করা, জানানো,
to apprise someone about something is to fill them in, to give them the scoop. If someone in your immediate family wins the megabucks lottery, you want to be the first one to be apprised of that event. Don't confuse the verbs apprise and appraise. Appraise means to determine the value of something, either its quality or its monetary worth. Apprise, on the other hand, means to inform or make aware. This word has a rather formal, weighty tone.
Synonym.
Advise, apprise, brief, inform, notify,
Antonym.
conceal, hide, secret. Appease.
তুষ্ট করা,
Appease means to make or preserve peace with a nation, group, or person by giving in to their demands, or to relieve a problem, as in the cold drink appeased his thirst. Appease often implies abandoning your moral principles to satisfy the demands of someone who is greedy for power. Allay, alleviate, assuage, blunt, calm, lessen, mitigate,
Antonym.
intensify, worsen, agitate, incite, upset, aggravate. Apathy.
উদাসীনতা, অনীহা,
Use the noun apathy when someone isn't interested in the important things that are happening. You might feel apathy for the political process after watching candidates bicker tediously with one another. Although apathy is a lazy-sounding word indicating a lack of interest, action, or emotion, it has traveled through many languages to arrive in English. From the Greek apatheia, freedom from suffering, or impassibility, apathy has existed in English since the 17th century.
Synonym.
Lethargy, aloofness, dispassion, heedlessness, insouciance, lassitude, listlessness, stoicism, hard shell,
Antonym.
interest, passion, sensitivity, sympathy, warmth. Antipathy.
বিদ্বেষ, স্থায়ী অনীহা,
An antipathy is a deep-seated dislike of something or someone. Usually it's a condition that is long-term, innate, and pretty unlikely to change, like your antipathy for the Red Sox. If you look at the Greek roots of this word, anti against and pathos, feeling, you can see that antipathy is a feeling against someone or something. In general, antipathies are feelings that are kept at least somewhat under wraps and are not out in the open.
Synonym.
Animosity, animus, antagonism, aversion, disgust, distaste, hatred, hostility, loathing, rancor, abhorrence, contrariety,
Antonym.
friendliness, sympathy, esteem, rapport, regard.
Anomalous.
অস্বাভাবিক, ব্যতিক্রমী, নিয়ম বহির্ভূত,
Something that deviates from the norm is anomalous. Something anomalous can be good, such as an exciting new direction in music or art. But that anomalously low score on your math test? Not so good. To find the origins of the word anomalous, we can go back to the Greek anmelos, meaning uneven or irregular. Something that is anomalous is not just different, it is also unexpected, and may even be completely inconsistent with the norm.
Synonym.
Atypical, divergent, incongruous, aberrant, bizarre, eccentric, heteroclite, preternatural, prodigious, unorthodox, unrepresentative,
Antonym.
ordinary, standard, conforming, anarchy,
অরাজকতা, নৈরাজ্য, বিশৃঙ্খলা,
Use the noun anarchy to describe a complete lack of government, or the chaotic state of affairs created by such an absence. A substitute teacher might worry that an unruly classroom will descend into anarchy.
Synonym.
Chaos, disorder, disorganization, nihilism, riot, turmoil,
Antonym.
harmony, order, lawfulness. Analogous.
সাদৃশ্যপূর্ণ,
Use the adjective analogous to describe something that is similar to something else and can be compared to another. Analogous things can be compared to each other, so a near synonym is the adjective comparable. Analogous is a term used in biology to refer to body parts that have a similar function but differ in structure, such as the wings of a bird and the wings of an airplane. Analogous is from Latin analogous, from Greek analogos, meaning according to a proper ratio or proportion.
Synonym.
Akin, comparable, consonant, convertible, correspondent, equivalent, homologous, kindred,
Antonym.
dissimilar, unrelated, disagreeing, disparate.
Anachronism.
এক যুগের বস্তু, ব্যক্তি, ঘটনা ইত্যাদিকে ভুল করে অন্য যুগের সঙ্গে জড়িয়ে ফেলা।
An anachronism is something that doesn't fit its time period, like if you say you'll dial your smartphone. Anachronism comes from the Greek roots ana, which means against, and chron, which means time. Together they represent a situation in which something happens that should not because it belongs to another time period. You see anachronisms all the time in the movies. They occur when you see a jet fly over a Civil War battle.
Synonym.
Misplacement, prolepsis, solipsism, chronological error, metachronism, mistake.
Antonym.
Ameliorate.
উন্নত করা,
To ameliorate is to step in and make a bad situation better. You could try introducing a second lollipop to ameliorate a battle between two toddlers over a single lollipop. The verb ameliorate comes from the Latin word meliorare, meaning improve. An air conditioner can ameliorate the discomfort of a stiflingly hot summer day.
Synonym.
Alleviate, mitigate, improve, meliorate, upgrade,
Antonym.
aggravate, injure, worsen. Ambivalence,
দোটানা,
someone who shows ambivalence about a person or thing has conflicting feelings. If you love your mom but find her totally embarrassing, you might feel ambivalent about having her give a presentation at your school. Originally a psychological term, ambivalence was borrowed from the German word ambivalence, coined in 1910 by the Swiss psychologist Eugen Bleuler. The German word was formed from the Latin prefix ambi into ways plus Latin valentia, vigor, strength.
Synonym.
Doubt, hesitancy, hesitation, indecision, uncertainty,
Antonym.
certainty, sureness, decisiveness.
Alleviate.
উপশম করা।
Do all these words make your head ache? If so, take aspirin to alleviate or relieve your pain. Alleviate also has this sense of lightening a burden, such as physical pain or emotional duress.
Synonym.
Allay, assuage, ease, mitigate, lighten, mollify, pacify, soft pedal, pour oil on, take the bite out, take the edge off, take the sting out, means alleviate,
Antonym.
intensify, worsen, agitate, incite, upset, aggravate. Alacrity.
সজীবতা,
Someone with alacrity shows cheerful willingness and eager behavior, like a kid whose mother has told him he can buy anything in a candy store.
Synonym.
Alertness, avidity, enthusiasm, promptitude, zeal.
Antonym.
Discouragement, indifference, lethargy, aversion, disinclination, dullness. Aggregate,
একত্র,
forming a collection from separate parts. To aggregate is to collect many units into one. If you're writing a novel, you might create a character who is an aggregate of 5 or 6 real people. Usage examples: the aggregate score of nominees in that category over 2 years is 8-2 to the men.
Synonym.
Accumulated, combined, cumulative, amassed, assembled.
Antonym.
Uncombined, individual. Aesthetic.
নান্দনিক,
The adjective aesthetic comes in handy when the subject at hand is beauty or the arts. A velvet painting of dogs playing poker might have minimal aesthetic appeal. Artistic, creative, aesthetic. Displeasing, ugly, unattractive. Adulterate.
ভেজাল মেশানো,
If you adulterate something, you mess it up. You may not want to adulterate the beauty of freshly fallen snow by shoveling it. But how else are you going to get to work?
Synonym.
Contaminate, alloy, amalgamate, corrupt.
Antonym.
Cleanse, purify, strengthen, refine. Abstemious,
সংযত চিত্ত,
Someone who exercises restraint is abstemious.
usage examples. A rock musician may sing about enjoying wine and women, but in his private life, he may be abstemious.
Synonym.
Abstinent, ascetic, austere,
Antonym.
gluttonous, greedy. Admonish.
তিরস্কার করা,
To admonish is to scold. If you want to show someone you're not happy with his behavior, admonish him. Usage examples. He admonished the child for his bad behavior.
Synonym.
Rebuke, reprimand, scold, upbraid, warn.
Antonym.
Allow, compliment, flatter, commend, extol.
Abscond.
পালিয়ে যাওয়া,
Abscond is to escape, often taking something along.
Abscond is generally used to describe someone running from law or capture.
Usage examples.
He absconded from the Florida cane fields and made it to Tennessee before a tinker caught him stealing food from his pantry.
Synonym.
Decamp, escape, flee, vanish, sneak away.
Antonym.
Appear.
Abeyance.
স্থগিত অচলাবস্থা,
An abeyance is a temporary halt to something, with an emphasis on temporary.
It is usually used with the word in or into in abeyance, suggests a state of waiting or holding.
All their natural behavior was held in abeyance.
Synonym.
Discontinuation, dormancy, inactivity.
Antonym.
Continuation.
Aberrant.
বিপদকামী, অস্বাভাবিক।
The adjective aberrant is used to describe unusual conduct.
Sitting in a bathtub and singing slow tunes all day long might be considered aberrant behavior.
Commonly confused words.
Abhorrent. Aberrant.
Abhorrent describes something truly horrible like finding a dead rat in your soup.
But something aberrant is just abnormal, like a cat in a pink fedora.
At first, Galileo assumed that Jupiter must be moving aberrantly and the stars must be fixed.
Synonym. Abnormal. Deviant. Atypical. Bizarre. Antonym.
Normal, regular, usual. Abate,
প্রশমিত করা,
Something that abates becomes less intense.
Your enthusiasm for skiing might abate after falling off a ski lift and getting a mouthful of snow.
Abate comes from the old French verb abattre, to beat down, and means to reduce or become less intense or numerous.
As the days grew warmer, the plague abated somewhat.
Synonym.
Decrease, diminish, dull, dwindle, ebb, recede, slacken,
Antonym.
incite, amplify, intensify, magnify, prolong.
Ambiguous.
দুর্বোধ্য,
Look to the adjective ambiguous when you need to describe something that's open to more than one interpretation, like the headline, "Squad helps dog bite victim." Newspaper headlines can be unintentionally funny when they are ambiguous. In "Squad helps dog bite victim," is the squad helping a victim of a dog bite or helping a dog bite a victim? The ambi prefix means both ways, while the guous part is from the Latin verb agere, to lead or drive. Thus, an ambiguous sentence or situation drives us into different directions at once.
Synonym.
Cryptic, dubious, enigmatic, equivocal, opaque, puzzling,
Antonym.
certain, clear, definite, determined, explicit, lucid. Amalgamate.
মিশ্রিত করা,
To amalgamate is to combine different things to create something new. Institutions, such as banks, schools, or hospitals, often join forces and amalgamate with one another. But other things, like musical genres, get amalgamated as well.
Synonym.
Admix, coalesce, consolidate.
Burnish, ঘষে মেজে চকচকে করা, পলিশ করা।
That seductive gleam on that Porsche behind the dealer's window? It's called a burnish, a gloss only achieved by loads of polishing. Burnish in the physical sense is usually reserved for inanimate objects, not people. You usually wouldn't say that someone's appearance is burnished to perfection or that your freshly scrubbed face is burnished. But you could burnish a car, a suit of armor, or a copper kettle. Reputations are among the most common non-physical things to be burnished.
Synonym.
Buff, furbish, glaze, gloss, luster, patina, sheen, smooth, wax,
Antonym:
dull, tarnish, burgeon,
মুকুল বা পাতা ধরা, বিকশিত হওয়া, দ্রুত বেড়ে ওঠা।
Use the verb burgeon to describe something that is growing, expanding, and flourishing. If you have a green thumb, in the spring your flower gardens may burgeon. If you don't have a green thumb, your collection of plastic plants may burgeon. Although burgeon means to grow and flourish, it doesn't necessarily have to apply only to plants. Your town can have burgeoning downtown development. Your tiny retirement account can burgeon into an excellent emergency fund if you invest even a small amount each month.
Synonym:
Prosper, snowball, sprout, blossom,
Antonym:
decline, diminish, fade, shrink, shrivel, wither, boorish,
চাষাড়ে, বর্বর, গেয়া, অভদ্র।
If your cousin tells revolting jokes, belches, and smells like he spent the winter in a cave, he could be described as boorish, an adjective used for people with bad manners and a sloppy appearance. We almost always use the word boorish for men. This may be because it can be traced back to a 13th century word for herdsman. Herdsmen spent a lot of time alone with their sheep, sleeping in tents, and cooking over open fires, so it was no wonder that they didn't have the same refined manners as city folk. If someone offends you by acting boorishly, say, by cutting you off in traffic, you could exclaim, "What a bore!" Just don't confuse bore with bore. Bad manners may be offensive, but they are rarely boring.
Synonym:
Barbaric, churlish, coarse, impolite, rude, uncivilized, vulgar.
Antonym:
Delicate, gentle, mannerly, refined, sophisticated, charming, cultured, bombastic,
শব্দাডম্বরপূর্ণ।
To be bombastic is to be full of hot air, like a politician who makes grand promises and doesn't deliver. Bombastic evolved as an adjective to describe something, or someone, that is overly wordy, pompous, or pretentious, but the adjective is most often used to describe the language, speech or writing.
Synonym:
Grandiose, histrionic, histrionical, rhapsodic, aureate.
Antonym:
Humble, quiet, reserved, restrained, buttress,
প্রাচীরের বিপরীতে নির্মিত পাথর বা ইটের সমর্থন।
You can buttress an argument with solid facts or your financial portfolio with safe investments. You may find that giving compliments to everyone you meet buttresses your popularity. To buttress is to sustain or reinforce. A buttress is a structure that adds stability to a wall or building, and this innovation played a significant role in the evolution of architecture. Think of a medieval cathedral. It's an incredibly tall, open building filled with light from vast windows.
Synonym:
Abutment, column, mainstay, pier, prop, reinforcement, shore, stanchion, stay, strut, underpinning. Bolster,
ঠেস দেওয়া, মদত দেওয়া।
when you cheer up a friend who's feeling down, you bolster them. To bolster is to offer support or strengthen. A bolster is also the name of a long pillow you might use to make your back feel better. And the two uses are not dissimilar. When you bolster your friends, you support them and prop them up, just like the pillow does for your back. When you're trying to bolster your credibility, you find people and/or documents that support you or your view. Bolster efforts to learn this word.
Synonym:
Aid, boost, buoy, reinforce, shore up, sustain.
Antonym:
Block, discourage, hinder, let down, neglect, obstruct, undermine, prevent. Beneficent,
উপকারী, হিতকর, সুফলপ্রদ।
Beneficent is the type of act that helps others. If you're a beneficent person, you probably spend a lot of your time volunteering at soup kitchens or homeless shelters, helping people who are less fortunate than you are. Beneficent shares the same root and sentiment with its fellow adjective, benevolent, which also means something that is good. The two words are so closely related that they also share the same Latin origin. Another related word, benefactor, is someone who gives support to an organization or institution or someone who takes care of another person.
Synonym:
Altruistic, benevolent, benign, charitable, compassionate, generous, humanitarian, philanthropic.
Antonym:
Cold-hearted, maleficent, malicious, misanthropic, uncharitable. Belie,
মিথ্যা ধারণা জন্মানো।
to belie means to contradict. If you are 93 but look like you are 53, then your young looks belie your age. It suggests characteristics or behavior that inadvertently or deliberately hide the truth. To remember it, just think, be lying. Snow White's decision to barge into the Seven Dwarfs' home without invitation belied her gentle nature.
Synonym:
Contradict, negate, repudiate, confute, contravene, controvert.
Antonym:
Approve, affirm, agree, aid, concur, consent, endorse.
Banal.
গতানুগতিক, বস্তা পচা, বহু ব্যবহৃত, আকর্ষণহীন, সাধারণ।
If something is boring and unoriginal, it's banal.
Banal things are dull as dishwater. Ever notice how some TV shows, songs, and even phrases are boring and unoriginal? It's like you've seen or heard the same thing a million times. Anything that's unoriginal and dull is banal, a fancy word for things that bore you to tears. When you're writing, try not to be banal. Clichés and dull topics are banal. New ideas, fresh language, and unusual subject matter can keep your writing from being dreary and banal.
Synonym:
Bland, corny, dumb, hackneyed, mundane, stupid, trite, vapid.
Antonym:
Intelligent, new, original, sharp, smart.
বিনয়ী, শিষ্ট, বাধ্য।
If you are willing to submit to someone's request, then you are compliant. Parents like it when their teenagers are compliant and follow the rules. Teenagers, on the other hand, are probably not as compliant as parents would like to think. The adjective compliant can also describe something that conforms or is agreeable. If you buy computer software that is not compliant with your operating system, it won't work properly.
Synonym:
Docile, flexible, willing, manageable, meek, submissive, tractable.
Antonym:
Inflexible, obstinate, stubborn, unyielding, recalcitrant. Conciliatory.
সমঝোতামূলক, বন্ধুত্বপূর্ণ, মৈত্রীসূচক।
If you're in a fight with a friend and you want to end it, you should make a conciliatory gesture, such as inviting her to a party you're having. Conciliatory describes things that make other people less angry. The context is often a situation in which a dispute is settled by compromise. A synonym is propitiatory, though this adjective usually refers to avoiding the anger of someone who has the power to harm. In the word conciliatory, the ori suffix means relating to or doing, and the root is from Latin conciliatus, from conciliare to bring together, win over, from concilium counsel.
Synonym:
Appeasing, assuaging, ironic, mollifying, pacific, placating, placatory, propitiative.
Antonym:
Antagonistic, fighting, refusing, stubborn. Condone.
ক্ষমা করা,
If you condone something, you allow it, approve of it, or at least can live with it. Things that are condoned are allowed, even if everyone isn't exactly thrilled about it. People often say, "I don't condone what he did, but I understand it." Condoning is like excusing something. People seem to talk more about things they don't condone than things they do condone.
Synonym:
Excuse, forget, forgive, ignore, wink at.
Antonym:
Regard, respect, veto, censure, condemn, forbid, prevent. Confound.
বিভ্রান্ত করা, হতবুদ্ধি করা, বানচাল করা, বিহ্বল করা।
If you have an identical twin, you've probably tried dressing alike so that people confound you with, or mistake you for, one another. The verb confound means both to mistake and to confuse. If you decide to treat yourself to a delicious dessert, you might find yourself confounded by the overwhelming number of choices.
Synonym:
Amaze, astonish, astound, baffle, bewilder, discombobulate, dumbfound.
Antonym:
Comfort, enlighten, explain, explicate, relate. Connoisseur.
গুণগ্রাহী, শিল্পকলা প্রভৃতি সমজদার, রসজ্ঞ ব্যক্তি।
A connoisseur is a person who, through study and interest, has a fine appreciation for something, like the connoisseur who can identify the clarinet player on a jazz recording by the sound of his inhalations alone. A connoisseur is an authority in his field, someone who has expert knowledge and training, especially in the arts. A connoisseur may also be someone with an extremely developed sense of taste, like the connoisseur who can identify rare wine by a flavor others can't even detect.
Synonym:
Aficionado, buff, devotee, dilettante, aesthete, arbiter, cognoscente, critic, epicure.
Antonym:
Ignoramus. Contention.
তর্ক বিবাদ, যুক্তি, বিতর্ক, বৎসা, বাদানুবাদ।
There is nothing content, or satisfying, about being in contention, and that's probably because the word contention means being in a competition that only one side can win. And in this corner, the contender is heard at most boxing matches to describe each of the fighters about to go into contention in the ring. Sometimes, though, a contention can be a battle of words or a struggle between two parties over a single point. The expression bone of contention describes a narrow object of disagreement that reaches the level of strife or contention.
Synonym:
Argument, conflict, controversy, dispute, rivalry, struggle.
Antonym:
Accord, agreement, harmony, concurrence, ratification. Contrite.
অনুশোচনা, অনুতপ্ত।
We are sorry to inform you that the adjective contrite means regretful, remorseful, or even guilty. Someone who feels remorse or guilt is contrite, and in addition to feeling sorry, part of the definition includes wanting to atone for having done something wrong. The word comes from the Latin roots cum meaning together and terere, which means to rub. It's also related to the Latin word conterere and is defined as to bruise. In the field of theology, being contrite is being remorseful for past sin and resolved to avoid future sin.
Synonym:
Apologetic, humble, remorseful, repentant, sorry, attritional.
Antonym:
Hurtful, indifferent, mean, unrepentant. Conundrum.
প্রহেলিকা, ধাঁধা।
The tricky word conundrum is used to describe a riddle or puzzle, sometimes including a play on words or pun. One of the most famous conundrums is the riddle of the Sphinx, famously in the play Oedipus the King by Sophocles. Oedipus encounters the Sphinx, a mythical beast, who asks him, "What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 3 in the evening?" The answer is a person, crawling as a child, walking as an adult, and using a cane in old age. The scary thing is that if the Sphinx asked you the riddle and you didn't know, she'd eat you.
Synonym:
Enigma, mystery, riddle, brain teaser, mystification. Contentious.
বিতর্কিত, কলহপ্রিয়, কলহপরায়ণ, ঝগড়াটে।
A contentious issue is one that people are likely to argue about, and a contentious person is someone who likes to argue or fight. Contentious issues get people angry and in a fighting mood. On the other hand, some people always seem to be in a fighting mood, no matter what the issue is. People like that are contentious too. Some issues are very controversial. They're also contentious, because people tend to argue about them, and the arguments will probably go on forever.
Synonym:
Antagonistic, combative, argumentative, belligerent, disagreeable, factious, perverse, petulant.
Antonym:
Agreeable. Converge.
একত্রিত হওয়া, একই বিন্দুতে মিলিত হওয়া। একই বিন্দুতে মিলিত হবার জন্য কাছাকাছি আসা। একই কেন্দ্রের অভিমুখী হওয়া।
Use the verb converge to describe something that comes together at a common point. Thousands of Elvis fans plan to converge on the small Arkansas town where unconfirmed sightings of the deceased superstar eating at a local barbecue restaurant had been widely reported. 2 roads, a room full of politicians, or a group of rabid fans. When things come together from different points, they converge. Converge traces back to the Latin word vergere, meaning to bend or to turn. The prefix con means with, a good way to remember that things that converge come together. Don't confuse converge with diverge, which means the opposite, move away, because the prefix dis means apart.
Synonym:
Assemble, concentrate, mingle, coincide, combine, concenter, concur.
Antonym:
Disperse, scatter, differ, disjoin. Convoluted.
জটিল।
If something is convoluted, it's intricate and hard to understand. You'll need to read over your brother's convoluted investment scheme a few times before deciding whether or not to go in on it. Convoluted comes from the Latin convolutus, for rolled up together. Its original meaning in English was exactly that, first for eaves coiled up on themselves, then for anything rolled or knotted together.
Over time, convoluted took on its metaphorical sense of complicated and intricate, which is how it's generally used today.
Synonym:
intricate, labyrinthine, perplexing, puzzling, tangled, tortuous.
Antonym:
Direct, simple, straight, straightforward, understandable, clear. Craven.
নীচ, কাপুরুষ, ভীরু।
A craven man is no Superman or Spider-Man, nor is he a firefighter or a soldier. A craven man is the opposite of those guys. He is not an ounce of courage. In The Wizard of Oz, the cowardly lion could have been called the cravenly lion, but that didn't sound quite right. Use craven as you would cowardly. A craven leader is scared to lead, while a craven gymnast stays on the mat and avoids the ball and beam.
Synonym:
Mean-spirited, dastardly, gutless, lily-livered, poltroonish, pusillanimous.
Antonym:
Bold, brave, courageous, heroic, strong.
Complacent.
সুশীল, শিষ্ট, বিনয়ী, ভদ্র, অন্যকে খুশি করতে আগ্রহী, বিনয়ী।
If only the world were populated entirely with complacent people. Complacent means willing to do something to please others, and complacent people or animals are wonderful to be around. Don't confuse complacent with its near homonym complacent. Both derive from the Latin complacere to please, but while complacent means willing to do something to please another, complacent means smug and self-satisfied, something that you want to avoid when you're on the winning team.
Synonym:
Accommodating, amiable, conciliatory, deferential, generous, indulgent, solicitous, submissive.
Antonym:
Antagonistic, disagreeable, discontented, dissatisfied, obstinate. Compendium.
সংকলন, সংক্ষিপ্তসার, সারসংক্ষেপ।
When you search an online encyclopedia, you are searching a compendium of information on just about everything. A compendium is a comprehensive collection of something. You can also use the word compendium to describe a collection of written works. If you gather all of the anecdotes your parents and grandparents have told you into a book, you'll have created a compendium of family stories. The plural of compendium is either compendiums or compendia.
Synonym:
Abstract, brief, conspectus, digest, epitome, essence, guide.
Antonym:
Unabridgment. Commensurate.
সামঞ্জস্যপূর্ণ।
The word commensurate has to do with things that are similar in size and therefore appropriate. Many people think the death penalty is a commensurate punishment for murder. In other words, the penalty fits the crime. When things are commensurate, they're fair, appropriate, and the right size. If you got a ticket for jaywalking, you shouldn't get 10 years in prison. That penalty is not commensurate with the crime. The word commensurate is usually followed by with or to. One thing is commensurate with or to another.
Synonym:
Comparable, compatible, consistent, proportionate, sufficient, appropriate.
Antonym:
Incompatible, unsuitable, inadequate, inappropriate, incommensurate, unacceptable. Cogent.
প্রবল, অকাট্য, অনিবার্য, জোরালো।
When you make a cogent argument, it means your argument is clear and persuasive. In these days of 24-hour entertainment news and sound bite-sized explanations of complex government policy, it's hard to find a cogent argument amidst all the emotional outbursts. Cogent comes from a Latin word meaning to drive together, so cogent thinking is well organized, it hangs together.
Synonym:
Compelling, convincing, forceful, persuasive, telling, weighty, apposite.
Antonym:
Ineffective, unimportant, impotent, invalid, weak. Coda.
একটি বাদ্যযন্ত্র রচনার সমাপ্তি বিভাগ।
A coda is a concluding segment of a piece of music, a dance, or a statement.
It's usually short and adds a final embellishment beyond a natural ending point. Coda comes from the Latin word cauda, meaning tail, and it's good to think of it as a tail tacked onto something that in and of itself is already a whole.
Usage examples.
The advertising agency and the tobacco company were delighted by the unpaid publicity and were only too happy to confess to the error in the coda. What do you want, good grammar or good taste?
Synonym.
Afterword, postscript, summation, epilogue, swan song.
Antonym.
Beginning, commencement, introduction, opening, start, forward, preface. Coagulate.
জমাট বাঁধা, ঘনীভূত হওয়া।
When liquid starts to thicken and become solid, it coagulates. When you get a cut, the blood flowing from the wound will coagulate, it will start to clot and form a solid scab so you will stop bleeding. Many liquids have the potential to coagulate. If the cream you just poured into your coffee is spoiled, you'll see the cream coagulate as it curdles into little floating chunks. If someone has a heart condition that may result in a heart attack, he or she might take medication that keeps the blood in the arteries from coagulating, or dangerously thickening.
Synonym.
Glabber, coalesce, compact, condense, congeal, consolidate, curdle.
Antonym.
Disperse, liquefy, melt, soften, dilute, dissolve, unclow.
Chicanery.
ছলচাতুরি, প্রতারণা, প্রবঞ্চনা, কপট।
Have you ever gotten the sense that politicians or corporate leaders will say anything to turn public opinion their way? This tricky kind of deceit and manipulation is called chicanery.
Besides chicanery, another funny-sounding word for trickery is shenanigans. Whereas the former is always used in the singular and involves deceptive language, the latter is usually used in the plural and refers to the actions of a person. Your crazy neighbor is up to his old shenanigans if he has begun doing weird stuff again, but if a politician's chicanery is exposed, he will lose public trust and not be returned to office in the next election cycle.
Synonym.
Dishonesty, duplicity, machination, stratagem, artifice.
Antonym.
Honesty, openness, truthfulness, forthrightness. Caustic.
দগ্ধকারক, দাহক, ক্ষয়কারক।
Use the adjective caustic to describe any chemical that is able to burn living tissue or other substances, or, figuratively, a statement that has a similarly burning effect. Caustic in this sense means harshly critical. In the chemical sense, a near synonym is corrosive. In the figurative sense, near synonyms are biting, scathing, and sarcastic.
The source of the word caustic is Latin causticus, from Greek kaustikos, from kain to burn.
Synonym.
Abrasive, acerbic, acid, biting, mordant, pungent.
Antonym.
Bland, kind, mild, nice, sweet, calm, soothing, unsarcastic.
Catalyst.
প্রভাবক, অনুঘটক।
A catalyst is an event or person causing a change. Getting kicked out of your parents' house might be a catalyst for becoming more independent. The noun catalyst is something or someone that causes a change and is derived from the Greek word katalyne, meaning to dissolve. It can be somewhat ordinary, like when moving to a warmer climate was the catalyst for getting a short, sporty haircut. Or it can be major, like how the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of the Austro-Hungarian Empire is said to be a catalyst of World War I.
Synonym.
Impetus, incentive, motivation, stimulant, adjuvant, agitator.
Antonym.
Block, hindrance, blockage, preventer, prevention. Castigation.
নিন্দা, কঠোর সমালোচনা।
If your coach yells at your team for sloppy play, her post-game speech might be called a castigation. A castigation is a harsh verbal reprimand. No one likes to be on the receiving end of castigation. The word comes from the Latin castigus, which means to make pure.
Synonym:
Chastisement, discipline, penalty, reproof, retribution, scolding.
Antonym:
Award, forgiveness, pardon, reward.
capricious,
খামখেয়ালি, চঞ্চল, অনির্ভরযোগ্য, অনিয়মিত।
Capricious is an adjective to describe a person or thing that's impulsive and unpredictable, like a bride who suddenly leaves her groom standing at the wedding altar.
You can criticize a fickle-minded person as capricious, but it could just as well describe quickly changing weather, as in capricious spring storms. It's the adjective form of the noun caprice, which means a sudden change of mood.
Arbitrary, fickle, flighty, helter-skelter, impulsive, quirky, temperamental, volatile, wayward, whimsical.
Antonym:
Constant, predictable, reasonable, sensible, stable, steady, staid, steadfast.
cacophonous,
Desuro. Corcus.
The adjective cacophonous describes loud, harsh sounds, like the cacophonous racket your brother and his bandmates make while trying to learn how to play their instruments. To correctly pronounce cacophonous, accent the second syllable, qh-cophonos. It is related to the Greek words kakos, meaning bad, evil, and phone, or voice. You may feel like you're facing something evil if you're bombarded by the cacophonous sounds of, say, political pundits yelling at one another, or the chaotic sounds of traffic and voices.
Disseminate. প্রচারিত করা, ছড়িয়ে দেওয়া. Disseminate means to spread information, knowledge, and opinions widely. Semen derives from the Latin word for seed. The idea of dissemination is that information travels like seed sown by a farmer. A teacher distributing a handout at the beginning of a class. The dis of disseminate and distribute come from the same Latin prefix, which means apart, in a different direction. But unlike papers distributed in class, information, once spread around in all directions, cannot be pulled back in. Think about false rumors or political smear campaigns, and you'll understand that dissemination is usually a one-way process.
Synonym:
Advertise. Circulate. Disperse. Propagate. Publicize. Publish.
Daunt,
ভীত করা, দমন করা, ভয় দেখানো।
daunt means to frighten or scare off. The Cowardly Lion's efforts to daunt Dorothy, the Scarecrow, and the Tin Man were less than successful. Daunt rhymes with haunt, another word which means to frighten, though in a creepier sense. Walking through your neighbor's haunted house on Halloween might daunt your little brother, even though he's unlikely to encounter anything scarier than plastic skeletons and ghosts made of sheets. Daunt often shows up as part of the adjective undaunted, which describes someone who remains unafraid or perseveres in the face of scary circumstances.
Synonym:
Appall, baffle, deter, dismay, despirit, horrify, intimidate, subdue, terrify.
Antonym:
Calm, comfort, delight, encourage, hearten, help, inspirit. Decorum,
শালীনতা, ভদ্রতা, শোভনতা, শ্রেষ্ঠ।
Decorum is proper and polite behavior. If you let out a big belch at a fancy dinner party, you're not showing much decorum. This noun is from Latin decus proper, becoming, handsome, from decor beauty, grace, which is also the source of English decor. The corresponding adjective is decorous, meaning well-behaved in a particular situation. Both decorum and decorous are often used to describe behavior in a classroom or courtroom.
Synonym.
civility, correctness, decency, demeanor, dignity, gentility, orderliness.
Antonym.
Immorality, impropriety, rudeness, unsuitableness, wrong, bad manners, disorganization, indecency. Default,
অক্ষমতা, অনুপস্থিতি, ত্রুটি, অপরাধ।
as a setting, a default is automatic. You weren't sure why your new TV kept returning to the factory defaults until you realized you were sitting on the remote. Default can also refer to a lack of other options. You shop at Greens by default, it's the only grocery store in town. Default is also a failure to pay a financial obligation. The number of loan defaults was down this month. As a verb, it means to fail to pay. Your credit score will go down if you default on a loan.
Synonym.
Delinquency, non-payment, absence, blemish, blunder, dirt.
Antonym.
Abundance, accuracy, achievement, adequacy, advantage, deference.
সম্মান, বশ্যতা স্বীকার, বাধ্যতা, মানিয়ে নেওয়া।
You wear ripped jeans to school every day, but you don't wear them to your grandmother's house out of deference to her. When you show deference to someone, you make a gesture of respect. The noun deference goes with the verb defer, which means to yield to someone's opinions or wishes out of respect for that person. If you and your dad disagree about the best route to the grocery store, you might defer to him and take his route. You're taking his route out of deference to his opinion and greater experience.
Synonym.
Yielding, acquiescence, capitulation, complaisance, condescension, docility, obeisance, submission.
Antonym.
Dishonor, disobedience, disregard, ignorance, impoliteness, non-compliance. Delineate,
বর্ণনা করা, চিত্রিত করা।
Though you pronounce it delineate, there is a line in the middle of delineate. This might help you remember that to delineate is to outline and define something in detail or with an actual marking of lines and boundaries. When you create an outline for a paper, it usually summarizes what you will detail later. You delineate the sections or mark the heading lines, and when you write the details, you delineate the subject of each heading. So, to delineate is both to mark lines and to fill in the lines. Using a fence to divide properties or a carpet to claim your side of the bedroom also is a way to delineate or mark physical boundaries.
Synonym.
Define, depict, lay out, limn, characterize, chart.
Antonym.
Confuse, distort, denigrate,
অপমান করা, কলঙ্কিত করা, হে করা।
To denigrate is to say bad things, true or false, about a person or thing. Your reputation as a math whiz might be hurt if your jealous classmate manages to denigrate you, even though the accusations are unfounded. The verb denigrate comes from the Latin word denigrate, which means to blacken. To sully or defame someone's reputation, or to spread negative or hurtful information about a company or a situation, is to denigrate it. Your neighbors may denigrate your proposal for mandatory recycling in an attempt to stop your plan. Denigrate can also mean that you're making something seem less important, like when your brother tries to denigrate your athletic achievements.
Synonym.
Besmirch, defame, disparage, impugn, slander, vilify, asperse.
Antonym.
approve, commend, compliment, flatter, praise, laud, boost, cherish, deride,
উপহাস করা, ঠাট্টা করা, বিদ্রূপ করা।
The verb deride means to speak to someone with contempt or show a low opinion of someone or something. A bully might constantly deride other kids in his class, which might lead to many afternoons spent in the principal's office. To ride people is to get on their case or give them a hard time, and to deride is to do the same with insulting language or poor treatment. Deride comes from the Latin root deridere, meaning to ridicule, to scorn, and it's often used to express dislike or even hatred. Criticizing something with words is a common way to deride, and politicians often deride each other in their speeches during election campaigns.
Synonym:
Disdain, disparage, mock, ridicule, scoff, scorn, taunt.
Antonym:
Admire, approve, compliment, flatter, praise, respect, commend, revere. Derivative:
অমৌলিক, ব্যুৎপন্ন, উৎপন্ন।
As a noun, a derivative is a kind of financial agreement or deal. As an adjective, though, derivative describes something that borrows heavily from something else that came before it. The economic meltdown of the last decade is due largely to the mismanagement of derivatives, which are deals based on the outcome of other deals.
Synonym:
Cognate, secondary, subordinate, acquired, ancestral, caused, connate, copied, evolved.
Antonym:
Important, superior, inventive, original, unborrowed, unique. Desiccate,
শুষ্ক করা, শুষ্ক হওয়া, শুকনো।
The verb desiccate means to dry out, dry up, and dehydrate. It's helpful to desiccate weeds but certainly not crops. As anyone who's been stuck in the desert will tell you, being desiccated by the burning sun isn't much fun. Stemming from the Latin word desiccare, which means to dry up, desiccate also means to preserve something by drying it out. Without desiccation, raisins or beef jerky would not be possible.
Synonym:
Dehydrate, deplete, devitalize, divest, drain, dry, evaporate, exsiccate, parch.
Antonym:
Dampen, expand, fill, grow, moisten, soak, wet, moisturize. Desultory,
অপ্রয়োজনীয়, অসংলগ্ন, অবাস্তব, এলোমেলো।
If you lack a definite plan or purpose and flit from one thing to another, your actions are desultory. Some people call such desultory wandering spontaneous. Others call it being lost. The adjective desultory comes from the word desultor, which was a circus rider who would leap from the back of one galloping horse onto another. From this literal sense of jumping from one thing to another, we get the modern meaning of desultory as jumping between things without a logical purpose.
Synonym:
Aimless, chaotic, erratic, haphazard, chance, deviating, orderless, rambling.
Antonym:
Organized, systematic.
Disabuse.
ভুল ধারণা বা মোহ থেকে মুক্ত করা।
Disabuse means to free someone of a belief that is not true. Many teachers of health find that when they teach, they spend as much energy disabusing kids of false beliefs as they do giving them the facts. Disabuse is often connected to the word notion or idea. In singing lessons, you must disabuse young singers of the idea that they can sing better by singing louder. In the first year of college, many people are disabused of the notion that their experiences are universal by meeting so many people who have had different experiences or come from different backgrounds.
Synonym:
Debunk, disillusion, enlighten, correct, disenchant. Discerning.
বিচক্ষণ.
Discerning people pick up on subtle traits and are good judges of quality. They are the ones who can tell if your cupcakes are homemade from the finest ingredients or totally from a box mix. Discerning is an adjective that comes from the Old French discerner, meaning to distinguish between, separate by sifting, which makes sense, because someone with discerning tastes or a discerning eye is good at distinguishing the good from the bad and sifting out the gems from the junk. If you're an ace at picking out fabulous fabrics, accessories, and shoes when you get dressed each morning, you probably have a discerning fashion sense.
Synonym:
Astute, insightful, knowledgeable, critical, gnostic, ingenious, intelligent, judicious, wise.
Antonym:
Idiotic, ignorant, stupid, unaware, unintelligent, disregardful.
Discordant. অসঙ্গতিপূর্ণ, ঐক্যহীন, বেতালা, বিরোধী. If you believe that movies should entertain, but your friend insists that movies should inspire, then the two of you hold discordant views on the purpose of movies. That means your opinions are in conflict. You can see the word discord in discordant. Discord is tension felt between people who strongly disagree about something. So discordant describes experiencing discord, a lack of harmony. A discordant conversation at your dinner table may make some people upset. They want everyone to get along. Discordant can also describe harsh and unpleasant sounds, like the blaring horns in city traffic.
Synonym:
Cacophonous, clashing, dissonant, divergent, jarring, strident.
Antonym:
Similar, agreeable, agreeing, concordant, cooperating, harmonious. Discredit. অসম্মান, হেলাফেলা, অনাদর, উপেক্ষা. Discredit means to cause mistrust or cast the accuracy of something into doubt. If you say that schooling is important to you, but you never study, your actions discredit you and your words. You discredit what someone says when you choose not to believe it. You can discredit the rumors going around about your boyfriend if you are sure of his love. On a more personal level, you discredit people when you cast their authority or reputation into doubt. If you're running a tough race for class president, your opponent may try to discredit you by talking about your failures or even making up lies about you.
Synonym:
Defame, degrade, disgrace, disparage, disprove, slander, smear, vilify.
Antonym:
Approve, build, commend, compliment, construct, create, exalt, flatter, honor.
Dissemble. ছদ্মবেশ ধারণ করা, গোপন রাখা.
To dissemble is to try to deceive someone. Your little brother tried to dissemble when you asked if he ate the last donut, but the chocolate icing on his face gave him away. Dissemble is a little more complicated than a straight lie or denial. When you dissemble, you disguise your true intentions or feelings behind a false appearance. To dissemble is to pretend that you don't know something, to pretend that you think one way when you act another way.
Usage examples.
He worked for 6 months at that company before they discovered he was dissembling. He had lied on his application about his credentials and education.
Synonym:
Camouflage, counterfeit, cover, dissimulate, fake, falsify, feign, hide, mask.
Antonym:
Disclose, divulge, expose, lay bare, let out, open, reveal. Dissolution, বিচ্ছেদ, দ্রবণ, দ্রবীভবন. The dissolution of a relationship means that it's broken up or ended. The dissolution of your band means you better get started on your solo album. The dissolution comes from the Latin word dissolutio, meaning a dissolving of something. Dissolution looks very similar to dissolve, so to help you remember the meaning, think about what happens if you put paper in water. It breaks apart. A dissolution of a marriage is the same thing as divorce. Although it sounds like dissolution, if you try to use them interchangeably, your logic will fall apart.
Synonym:
Disintegration, divorce, partition, detachment, disunion.
Antonym:
Combination, construction, solution, unification. Dissonance, অসঙ্গতি, অনৈক্য.
Disagreeable sounds can be called dissonance. You know it's dissonance if you have a strong desire to cover your ears with your hands. Racket, noise, dissonance, all can describe sounds that are not pleasant. While some musicians purposely add a little dissonance into their melodies to create an unexpected sound, others, like someone who just started drum lessons, creates dissonance by accident. Dissonance can also be a conflict between people or opinions, like the dissonance you feel when you want to do something but your parents say no.
Synonym:
Discord, discrepancy, disparity, dissension, incongruity, antagonism.
Antonym:
Agreement, concurrence, harmony, concord, consonance, resonance. Distend, বিস্তৃত করা, প্রসারিত করা. A soda and pizza binge might make your stomach distend, meaning your stomach will swell as a result of pressure from the inside. The verb distend traces back to the Latin words dis, meaning apart, and tender, meaning to stretch. Your stomach will certainly feel stretched out if you do something, like overeat, that causes it to distend.
Synonym:
Amplify, augment, balloon, bloat, dilate, distort, enlarge.
Antonym:
Abbreviate, abridge, compress, condense, contract, curtail.
Deterrent,
প্রতিরোধক, প্রতিবন্ধক.
A deterrent makes you not want to do something. Let's say there's a giant pile of cookies being guarded by an angry dog. The dog is a deterrent.
People talk about deterrence most often when discussing crime. The death penalty is supposed to be a deterrent. The idea is that people will be so scared of the death penalty that they won't commit certain crimes.
Teachers also use deterrence. The possibility of getting detention is a deterrent that should encourage students to behave. A deterrent is the opposite of a reward. A reward encourages you to do the right thing, while a deterrent discourages you from doing the wrong thing.
Synonym:
Disincentive, hindrance, obstacle, bridle, check, curb.
Antonym:
Assistance, help, encouragement, catalyst, incentive.
diatribe,
গালিগালাজ, তীব্র সমালোচনা, আক্রমণ.
It's pretty overwhelming when you ask your friend a seemingly innocuous question, like do you like hot dogs, and she unleashes a diatribe about the evils of eating meat. A diatribe is an angry, critical speech. This noun has its roots in the Greek diatribe, pastime or lecture, from diatribein, to waste time or wear away, combining dia, thoroughly, and tribine, to rub. So the origin of the word diatribe is connected to both serious study and the spending or wasting of time. With most diatribes, the speaker thinks he is well informed and knows something the listener doesn't, while to most listeners the diatribe is so angry and unhinged that it's just a waste of time.
Synonym:
Denunciation, invective, Jeremiad, screed, tirade, abuse, castigation.
Antonym:
Compliment, praise, recommendation. Dichotomy,
দ্বিধা বিভক্তি।
A dichotomy is an idea or classification split in two. When you point out a dichotomy, you draw a clear distinction between two things. A dichotomy is a contrast between two things. When there are two ideas, especially two opposed ideas, like war and peace, or love and hate, you have a dichotomy. You often hear about a false dichotomy, which occurs when a situation is unfairly represented as an either-or scenario. Diffidence.
দ্বিধা, অবিশ্বাস, সন্দেহ।
The noun diffidence refers to a lack of self-confidence. Your diffidence might be the reason why you never say hi to the cute guy or gal in the elevator, or why you never ask for a raise. Diffidence comes from the Latin word diffidere, meaning to mistrust or to lack confidence. Diffidence is often mistaken for snootiness because people don't understand that the diffident person is shy and lacking in confidence.
Synonym:
Backwardness, bashfulness, constraint, doubt, fear, hesitation, humility, insecurity.
Antonym:
Boldness, certainty, confidence, courage, pride. Diffuse.
ছড়িয়ে পড়া।
Diffuse means to spread out. Candlelight can diffuse a soft glow throughout a room. A diffuse idea is one that spreads from person to person, and a diffuse speech is scattered and unclear. As a verb, diffuse means to spread something out, but also applies to spreading things such as ideas or culture so that they become widely known. When something is diffused, it's mixed in, and when you drop propaganda pamphlets out of airplanes, you're diffusing the propaganda. The adjective comes from Latin diffusus, from diffundere, to pour in different directions, from the prefix dis apart plus fundere, to pour.
Synonym:
Broadcast, circulated, diluted, dispersed, disseminated, distributed, expanded, extended.
Antonym:
Concentrated, condensed, abbreviated, abridged, brief, compact, compressed, confined. Digression.
অবান্তরতা।
When your essay about French cooking starts describing a childhood trip to Disneyland, it's taken a digression. It's strayed from the main topic. But I digress is a phrase often used by people when they realize they are no longer on topic. A digression is like a tangent, only digression often describes speech patterns, whereas tangent comes to us from mathematics. Another trick to remembering the meaning of digression is its relationship to the word progression. A progression is a series of ideas which proceeds in the same direction. A digression, logically enough, is an idea that goes off in another direction.
Synonym:
Detour, footnote, apostrophe, aside, deflection, departure, divagation, divergence.
Antonym:
Accord, agreement, sameness, similarity, directness, straightness. Dirge.
অন্ত্যেষ্টি গাথা।
A dirge is a song of mourning, performed as a memorial to someone who's died. As you might imagine, a dirge is usually quite sad. Another word with a similar meaning that you might know is requiem. The noun dirige comes from the Latin dirige, which means direct, and is the beginning of a prayer that translates as direct my way in your sight, O Lord my God. Dirge can still have a religious meaning, but it can also be any sad and mournful song, poem, or hymn composed or performed in memory of someone who has died.
Synonym:
Elegy, hymn, chant, coronach.
Discrepancy. অসঙ্গতি, অমিল, অনৈক্য. A discrepancy is a lack of agreement or balance. If there is a discrepancy between the money you earned and the number on your paycheck, you should complain to your boss. There is a discrepancy when there is a difference between two things that should be alike. For example, there can be a wide discrepancy or a slight discrepancy between two objects, stories, or facts. The noun discrepancy is from Latin discrepare, to sound differently, from the prefix dis, from plus crepare, to rattle, creak.
Synonym:
Difference, disparity, distinction, divergence, error, inconsistency, miscalculation, variation.
Antonym:
Accord, agreement, alikeness, likeness, sameness, similarity.
Discrete. পৃথক, বিযুক্ত, বিমূর্ত.
Discrete means separate or divided. A discrete unit is a separate part of something larger. A room is a discrete space within a house, just as the crankshaft is a discrete part of a car engine. If something is discrete, it has its own space. An ice cube comes from an ice tray, but it has its own discrete compartment. Don't confuse discrete with its close cousin discrete, which means appropriately private. Billionaire Bruce Wayne, for example, is very discreet about his secret life as Batman. You could say Batman is a discrete, or separate, part of Bruce Wayne's identity. Anything distinct and separated is discrete.
Synonym:
Disconnected, distinct, various, detached, different, discontinuous, diverse.
Antonym:
Connected, similar, attached, combined, joined.
Disingenuous, অযৌক্তিক, অনর্থক, অন্যায্য, অসঙ্গত. The adjective disingenuous is used to describe behavior that's not totally honest or sincere. It's disingenuous when people pretend to know less about something than they really do.
Disingenuous combines dis, meaning not, with ingenuous, from the Latin gen, meaning born, which was originally used to distinguish freeborn Romans from slaves, and later came to mean honest or straightforward. So, disingenuous means dishonest. Ingenuous is less common now than disingenuous, but we still use it for someone who is sincere to the point of naivete. A good synonym is insincere.
Synonym:
Deceitful, dishonest, false, unfair, artful, crooked, cunning.
Antonym:
Fair, frank, just, trustworthy, truthful, ingenuous, naive, sincere, disinterested.
নির্লিপ্ত, বিমুখ, বিরক্ত, বিরাগ. If you can't decide whether to purchase the shirt with orange polka dots or the purple paisley patterned one, you might seek input from a disinterested party who will probably tell you not to buy either one.
Disinterest means having no personal involvement or receiving no personal advantage, and therefore free to act fairly. Disinterested is sometimes used to mean not interested, but many people consider this use to be incorrect.
Synonym:
Aloof, casual, dispassionate, impartial, indifferent, neutral, unbiased.
Antonym:
Biased, concerned, feeling, involved, partial, prejudiced, subjective, interested, passionate, disjointed, বিচ্ছিন্ন, অসংলগ্ন, অসম্পৃক্ত.
Disjointed isn't when you can bend your thumb all the way backward, that's double jointed. Disjointed means unorganized or disconnected. Disjointed is an adjective that describes something as disconnected, illogical, or just messed up. A disjointed argument is an argument that doesn't make a lot of sense. The same can be said for a disjointed sentence or a disjointed speech. In a medical sense, disjointed means dislocated or separated at the joint. When someone gets injured, they may end up with a disjointed shoulder or a disjointed hip.
Synonym:
confused, incoherent, jumbled, rambling, disordered, displaced, disunited, divided.
Antonym:
coherent, connected, contiguous, jointed, ordered, united.
Disparage, অপমান করা, অবজ্ঞা করা. If you haven't got anything nice to say, then it's time to disparage someone. It means to belittle or degrade a person or idea. Disparage is a specific way to describe a certain kind of insult, the kind that secures the insulter's place as superior. It often refers to an opinion or criticism logged in print or via word of mouth, not necessarily an act done to someone's face.
Synonym:
belittle, decree, degrade, denigrate, deride, ridicule, scorn, slander, vilify.
Antonym:
admire, approve, comment, compliment, flatter, encourage. Disparate, ভিন্ন, অসম, বিসদৃশ. The trunk of some people's cars may contain items as disparate as old clothes, rotting food, and possibly a missing relative. Disparate things are very different from each other. The adjective disparate is from Latin dispartus, from dispare, to separate, divide, from the prefix dis, apart, plus pair, to prepare. Disparate in the sense of very different, probably developed by association with the Latin adjective dispar, unequal, different.
Synonym:
contrasting, discordant, dissimilar, distinct, divergent, diverse, various.
Antonym:
agreeing, alike, same, similar, uniform, equal.
Distill, বাষ্পীভূত করে বিশুদ্ধ করা.
When you distill something, you are boiling it down to its essence. Its most important part, whether it's alcohol or ideas, the distilled part is the most powerful. The original meaning of distill comes from the process of making alcohol, known as distilling, in which all the impurities of a substance are vaporized and its pure, high alcohol condensation collected. Distill eventually came to mean any process in which the essence of something is revealed. If you take notes at a lecture and then turn them into an essay for your professor, you're distilling your notes into something more pure and exact.
Synonym:
condense, extract, infuse, refine, concentrate.
Antonym:
dirty, poor, pollute. Diverge, অপসারিত করা, বিচ্যুত করা.
When two roads diverge, they split and go in different directions. If your opinion diverged from mine, we do not agree. To diverge means to move apart or be separate. The poet, Robert Frost, wrote, "Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by. And that has made all the difference." The word diverge in the poem carries both the meaning of separating and of being apart from the main. As a poet, it was Frost's job to use words properly. Here he does not diverge from this role.
Synonym:
deviate, radiate, stray, Veer.
Antonym.
Collect. Combine. Connect. Gather. Join. Straighten. Unite. Divest. অপসারিত করা. অধিকারচ্যুত করা. Divest is sort of a fancy way to say dispose of. It can also be used in the sense of taking something away from someone. Divest today mostly appears in legal and business contexts about a formal removal or loss of something of value. Assets that are divested or sold or given away. Someone divested of a right officially loses that right. In Shakespeare's Henry V, the French King Charles is told by a messenger that England's King Henry wills you, in the name of God Almighty, that you divest yourself, and lay apart the crown and all British honours that pertain.
Synonym.
Bankrupt. Deprive. Dismantle. Rob. Unload. Bear. Berave.
Antonym.
Give. Offer. Clothe. Cover. Keep. Maintain. Possess. Dogmatic. উদ্ধত যুক্তি প্রমাণ ব্যতিরেকে উপস্থাপিত.
To be dogmatic is to follow a set of rules no matter what. The rules might be religious, philosophical, or made up, but dogmatic people would never waver in their beliefs, so don't even think of trying to change their minds. Dogmatic goes back to the Greek words dogma, which means basically what one thinks is true, and dogmaticos, pertaining to doctrine. To be dogmatic is to follow a doctrine relating to morals and faith, a set of beliefs that is passed down and never questioned. It also refers to arrogant opinions based on unproven theories or even despite facts. Someone dogmatic might insist that dinosaurs never existed or that women shouldn't drive.
Synonym.
Arbitrary, arrogant, assertive, emphatic, fanatical, intolerant, obstinate, stubborn, unequivocal, bigoted.
Antonym.
Ambiguous, equivocal, impartial, indefinite, vague, dormant, supto অন্তর্নিহিত অপ্রচলিত. That old dog was dormant for so long he was confused for a furry doormat. But a doormat is likely to stay dormant, or inactive, because it is lifeless. That old dog has some life in him yet. Volcanoes are described as dormant when they stay cool for a long time, without spewing hot lava and ash. They may have the ability to come to life, but they remain dormant, or inactive. Dormant comes from French dormir, to sleep, and it refers to living things that are on a break rather than things that have died. Being dormant is being temporarily at rest.
Synonym.
Asleep, comatose, inert, inoperative, latent, passive, sidelined, sluggish.
Antonym.
Active, alert, awake, conscious, lively. Dope, protarna.
Dupe actually means trick or deceive. We're sorry we tried to dupe you into believing the wrong definition. Dupe can also refer to the victim of a trick or hoax, and, used in this sense, it sometimes conveys the idea that the victim is easily fooled. Dupe comes from the French word for a type of bird called the hoopoe, which has an extravagant crest and a reputation for being dim-witted.
Synonym.
Patsy. Sitting duck. Butt. Chimp. Fool.
Antonym.
Cognizant.
Usage examples.
We were duped into thinking the dummy was a real alien. Ebullient. Uchchashito uttejito.
Someone who is ebullient is bubbling over with enthusiasm, so it shouldn't be much of a surprise that ebullient derives from the Latin verb ebullire, which means to bubble out.
When ebullient was first used in the 1500s, its meaning hewed closely to its Latin source. Ebullient meant boiling, or bubbling, and described things like boiling water and boiling oil. Later did the word's meaning broaden to encompass emotional agitation, or the roiling of boiling liquid. Adverb of ebullient. ebulliently,
Synonym:
agitated, brash, buoyant, chipper, effervescent, effusive, elated, exuberant.
Antonym:
Depressed, down, serious, unenthusiastic, unhappy, apathetic, disinterested.
Eclectic. বিভিন্ন শৈলী বা ধারণার মধ্যে যা সেরা মনে হয় তা নির্বাচন করা।
The English word eclectic first appeared in the 17th century to describe philosophers who did not belong to a particular school of thought, but instead assembled their doctrines by picking and choosing from a variety of philosophical systems.
Eclectic comes from the Greek eklektikos, meaning selective, from the verb eklegion, to select.
Noun of eclectic. Eclectic. An eclectic is one who uses an eclectic method or approach.
Synonym:
Broad, diverse, varied, wide-ranging.
Antonym:
Narrow, narrow-minded, incomprehensive, particular, specific, unvaried. Efficacy, যথাযথ ফলাফল তৈরির ক্ষমতা বা শক্তি. The degree to which a method or medicine brings about a specific result is its efficacy. You might not like to eat it, but you can't question the efficacy of broccoli as a health benefit. Efficacy is a more formal way to say effectiveness, both of which stem from the Latin verb efficer, to work out, accomplish. The effectiveness or efficacy of something is how well it works or brings the results you hope for.
Synonym:
Adequacy, competence, effectiveness, potency, virtue.
Antonym:
Ineffectiveness, enervation, idleness, impotence, inability, inactivity, effrontery, সাহসী আচরণ যা করার অধিকার নেই. If you rudely behave as if you have a right to something that you have no right to, you're committing effrontery. Tracing to the French word effront, meaning shameless, the word effrontery is also connected to brazen, which means of brass, and describes someone so accustomed to effrontery that he's hardened to it and has no concern for the harm done to others.
Synonym:
Temerity, audacity, hardihood, effrontery, nerve, cheek, gall, chutzpah.
Antonym:
Humility, meekness, modesty, shyness, timidity, elegy, শোক কবিতা, মৃতদের জন্য বিলাপ. An elegy is a sad poem, usually written to praise and express sorrow for someone who is dead. Although a speech at a funeral is a eulogy, you might later compose an elegy to someone you have loved and lost to the grave.
Synonym:
Dirge, lament, requiem, threnody. Elicit. সুপ্ত বা সম্ভাব্য কিছু বের করে আনা বা প্রকাশ করা. Elicit has to do with creating or provoking a response. A great speech will elicit cheers. A bad speech will elicit boos. Teachers try to elicit responses from students.
If a friend smiles at you, it will probably elicit a smile of your own. In court, a lawyer might try to elicit mistakes and inconsistencies in the testimony of a witness. In all cases, whatever is elicited is some kind of response. So, elicit is call forth emotions, feelings, and responses.
Synonym:
Bring out, evoke, extort, extract.
Antonym:
Disregard, hide, repress, suppress. Noun of illicit. Elicitation. An act of bringing out emotion. Elicitor. The fact that brings out emotion.
Embellish. অলংকার বা রং ব্যবহার করে আরো আকর্ষণীয় করে তোলা.
The word bell shows up in the middle of embellish, and bells are something that decorates or embellish something, making it more attractive. If you embellish speech, though, it can get ugly if you add a lot of details that aren't true. Embellish is related to the French word for beautiful, bow, and, traditionally, it has been used to imply being an object with the addition of things inessential. That's still true, however, it is equally appealing as an adjective for making statements or stories sound more entertaining. So, embellishes. Making beautiful with ornamentation.
Synonym.
Adorn. Exaggerate. Spiff up. Noun of embellish. Embellisher. Who embellishes? Embellish is the act. Embellisher is the actor.
Empirical. তত্ত্বের চেয়ে পরীক্ষা এবং পর্যবেক্ষণ থেকে উদ্ভূত ফলাফল.
When empirical first appeared as an adjective in English, it means simply in the manner of an empiric. An empiric was a member of an ancient sect of doctors who practiced medicine based exclusively on observation or experience as contrasted with those who relied on theory or philosophy. The name empiric derives from the Latin empiricus, itself from Greek empirics, meaning experienced, based on observation of medical treatment. The root of the Greek word, pyros, is a derivative of pyrrha, meaning attempt, trial or.
Synonym.
Existential. Experiential. Experimental. Objective. Observational.
Antonym.
Conjectural. Hypothetical. Impractical. Theoretic. Theoretical. Unobserved. Emulate. সমান বা অনুরূপ হওয়ার চেষ্টা করা, বিশেষ করে অনুকরণ করে.
When someone is impressed because of their great skills, brains, strength, or accomplishments, others will emulate them. To emulate is to imitate and model yourself after someone. The verb emulate joined the ranks of Latin derived English terms in the 18th century. It comes from emulus, a Latin term for reveling or envious. Two related adjectives, emulate and emulus, appeared within a half-century of the verb emulate. Both mean striving to emulate, marked by a desire to imitate or rival, or sometimes jealous, but emulus is rare these days, and the adjective emulate is obsolete.
The latter did have a brief moment of glory, however, when William Shakespeare used it in Hamlet. Our last king, whose image even but now appeared to us, was, as you know, by Fortinbras of Norway. There depressed on by a most emulate pride. Dare to the combat. So, emulate is. Imitate and model yourself after someone.
Synonym.
Follow suit. Imitate. Mimic. Mirror. Adjective of emulate is emulous. Means inspired by or deriving from a desire to emulate. Emulate is the act. And who emulate is emulous. Endemic. একটি নির্দিষ্ট মানুষ বা দেশের অন্তর্গত বা স্থানীয়. Endemic made its way into English via French, and New Latin and likely has its ultimate origin in the Greek adjective mnemos, a word with multiple uses, among which is one describing a disease confined to one area.
In current use, endemic characterize diseases that are generally found in a particular area. Malaria, for example, is said to be endemic to tropical and subtropical regions, while epidemic indicates a sudden, severe outbreak within that region or group.
Endemic is also used by biologists to characterize plant and animal species that are found only in a given area, such as the Royal Bengal tiger.
Synonym.
Local. Regional. The noun of endemic is endemic. Means an organism that is restricted or peculiar to a locality or region, an endemic organism. শারীরিক, মানসিক বা নৈতিক শক্তির অভাব.
To innovate is to weaken, wear down, or even bum out. It comes from the Latin innovare, which means basically to cut the sinew, or to cause to be cut from the muscle. That would certainly weaken someone. Usage examples. Although a 3-hour lecture on the history of socks might thrill someone, it would innovate most people. So would a too long soak in a hot tub. With your parents. When something innovates you, it does more than get on your nerves, it brings you down.
Innovate. Weaken. Remember as never ate. If you never ate, you will feel enervated.
Noun of enervate is enervation. Means a feeling of being drained of energy or vitality. Verb of enervate is enervate. Means cause someone to feel drained of energy or vitality.
Enervate is adjective. Verb of enervate is enervate. Noun of enervate is enervation.
Synonym:
Debilitate, devitalize, disable, enfeeble, exhaust, fatigue.
Antonym:
Assist, energize, help, invigorate, mobilize.
Engender কোনো কিছুর কারণ বা জন্ম দেওয়া অনুভূতি পরিস্থিতি বা অবস্থা Engender is a fancy way of saying to make happen, like when you engender the spirit of teamwork and cooperation by encouraging others and doing your share of the group's work. When engender was first used in the 18th century, it meant propagate or procreate, but extended meanings soon developed. Engender comes from the Latin verb generare, which means to generate or to beget.
Usage examples.
The idea that anyone could love books as much as the thief even appeared to engender a certain empathy.
Synonym:
Beget, arouse, generate, incite, induce, instigate, stimulate. Ephemeral, ক্ষণস্থায়ী, যেমন একটি পোকা যা মাত্র একদিনের জন্য বেঁচে থাকে।
Ephemeral was originally a medical term with the specific meaning lasting only one day, as a fever or sickness. Hemera means day in Greek. The word became more general, coming to mean lasting a short time, covering the lifespans of plants or insects, and then eventually anything that is fleeting or transitory. A related word is the plural noun ephemera, meaning things that are meant to last for only a short time.
Usage examples.
Today's ephemeral wealth of some of the region's nations, based on the single non-renewable resource of oil, conceals the region's long-standing fundamental poverty and difficulty in feeding itself. Noun of ephemeral is ephemeral. Means something ephemeral.
Synonym:
Fleeting, short-lived, transitory, brief, fugitive, temporary, transient, volatile.
Antonym:
Permanent, perpetual, eternal, everlasting, interminable. Equanimity, মানসিক চাপের মধ্যে স্থিরতা.
If you take the news of your parakeet's death with equanimity, it means you take it calmly without breaking down. Equanimity refers to emotional calmness and balance in times of stress. If equanimity reminds you of equal, that's because the words have a lot in common. The noun equanimity was borrowed from Latin equanimus, from equanimus, even temperate, fair, formed from equus, even, level, equal, plus animus, mend. The archaic phrase to bear with equal mend means to bear with a calm mend, and is a translation from the Latin. The phrase a level mend also refers to calmness. A near synonym is composure.
Synonym:
Aplomb, calmness, composure, serenity, tranquility, calm.
Antonym:
Agitation, excitement, distrust, doubt, fear, frustration. Equivocate, ইচ্ছাকৃতভাবে অস্পষ্ট বা এলোমেলো কথা বা কাজ. When you are unwilling to make a decision, and almost intentionally go back and forth between two choices, you are equivocating. When politicians equivocate, they are often afraid of upsetting, and thus alienating, voters with their decisions. A key part of equivocate is the root vocate, which comes from the Latin vocare or voice. When you give your voice to two opposing views in order to mislead or keep your options open, you're equivocating. Think of the expression, to talk out of both sides of your mouth. If you want to go to a party and your parents keep saying maybe, it depends, tell them to stop equivocating and give you a straight answer.
Equivocate.
Synonym.
Cadel. Dodge. Elude. Escape. Issue. Evade. Falsify.
Antonym.
Confront. Encounter. Meet. Release. Take on. Erudite. গভীর জ্ঞান থাকা বা দেখানো.
If you call someone erudite, that means they show great learning. After you've earned your second feat, you will be truly erudite. Erudite is from Latin verb erudire, to teach, which comes from rudis for raw, unskilled, ignorant, the source of our word rude. If you bring someone out of a raw state, you educate them, so someone who is erudite is very educated indeed, and perhaps a bit of a show-off. Taking these meanings into account, erudite stays true to its etymology. Someone who is erudite has been transformed from a rahant or uniformed state to a polished and knowledgeable one through devotion to learning.
Synonym.
Knowledgeable, literate, scholarly, brainy, cultivated, educated.
Antonym.
Uneducated, common, ignorant, uncultured. Esoteric, শুধুমাত্র নির্দিষ্ট কিছু মানুষের কাছে বোধগম্য, গুপ্ত.
Do you know the secret handshake? If you haven't been brought into the inner circle of those with special knowledge, esoteric things will remain a mystery to you.
In the olden days, achieving esoteric knowledge meant getting initiated into the mystical arts and learning secrets unknown to regular folks. Now when a subject is called esoteric, it's usually something not so mystical but still hard to penetrate. The opposite of esoteric is exoteric. According to one account, those who were deemed worthy to attend the Greek philosopher Aristotle's learned discussions were known as his esoterics, his confidants, while those who merely attended his popular evening lectures were called his exoterics. Since material that is geared toward a target audience is often not as easily comprehensible to outside observers, esoteric acquired an extended meaning of difficult to understand.
Synonym.
Abstruse, arcane, mystical, Delphic, achromatic, Kabbalistic.
Antonym.
Familiar, noun, obvious, public, unmysterious. Eulogy, মৃত ব্যক্তির প্রশংসার একটি আনুষ্ঠানিক অভিব্যক্তি.
At every funeral, there comes a moment when someone speaks about the life of the person who died. The speaker is delivering what is known as a eulogy. A eulogy is a formal speech that praises a person who has died.
Less common synonyms for this kind of praise the dead speech are panegyric and encomium. Sometimes the dead person was so unimpressive that there's nothing nice to say. And sometimes they were so awful that the only appropriate speech is a deslogy that describes their faults and failings.
Synonym.
Citation. Pain. Tribute.
Antonym.
Blame. Censure. Criticism. Denunciation. Disapproval. Calumny. Condemnation. Euphemism. আক্রমণাত্মক কোনো কিছুকে ভদ্রচিত উপায়ে বলা.
Euphemism is from Greek euphemismos, meaning good speech, and it's a way that we paper over uncomfortable things with more pleasant-sounding words. These days we tend to use euphemisms when talking about anything having to do with elimination of bodily waste, toilet, bathroom, and water closet were all originally euphemisms.
Synonym.
Circumlocution, delicacy, floridness, grandiloquence, inflation, pomposity, pretense, prurism.
Exacerbate. আরো খারাপ করা.
The Latin adjective acer, meaning sharp, forms the basis of a number of English words. Acerbic, having a bitter temper or sour mood, acrid, having a sharp taste or odor, and acrimony, a harsh manner or disposition, are just the tip of the jagged iceberg. For a formal-sounding verb that means to make worse, try exacerbate. If you're in trouble, complaining about it will only exacerbate the problem.
Synonym:
aggravate, annoy, heighten, inflame, intensify, irritate, provoke, worsen.
Antonym:
improve, place, soothe, comfort, compose, pacify, placate, exculpate, ফৌজদারি অভিযোগে নির্দোষ বলে ঘোষণা করা. Exculpate is the joining of the prefix ex, meaning not, and the Latin non culpa, meaning blame. Readers may be familiar with the Latin phrase mea culpa, which translates directly as through my fault, and is used in English to mean a formal acknowledgement of personal fault or error.
To exculpate means to find someone not guilty of criminal charges. If you've been wrongly accused of robbery, you'd better hope a judge will exculpate you, unless you want to go to jail because you've heard prison food is amazing.
Synonym:
absolve, acquit, amnesty, clear, canon, discharge, dismiss, excuse, exonerate.
Antonym:
censure, charge, condemn, convict, incarcerate, incriminate, punish, sentence. Noun of exculpate, exculpation.
Exculpate is verb. Exculpation is noun.
Exigency, জরুরি অবস্থা.
The meaning of exigency is obvious from its source, the Latin noun exigentia, which means urgency, and comes from the verb exigere, meaning to demand or require. An emergency situation, or exigency, is urgent and demands immediate action. Think of a mix of excitement and emergency, and you have exigency, a sudden, urgent crisis. The very word conjures up danger and intrigue that demand a cool head and an immediate effort at a solution. Our lives are filled with exigencies, both large and small, from a child stuck in a tree to lightning striking your house to catastrophic river flooding. Each is an exigency, it's all a matter of perspective.
Synonym:
Contingency, vicissitude, acuteness, constraint, crisis.
Extrapolation, পরিচিত তথ্যের উপর ভিত্তি করে ভবিষ্যৎ সম্পর্কে অনুমান.
Extrapolation comes from the word extra, meaning outside, and a shortened form of the word interpolation. Interpolation might sound like a made-up word, but it's not. An interpolation is an insertion between 2 points. So an extrapolation is an insertion outside any existing points. An extrapolation is kind of like an educated guess or a hypothesis. When you make an extrapolation, you take facts and observations about a present or known situation and use them to make a prediction about what might eventually happen.
Synonym:
calculation, estimate, estimation, forecast, computation, guess, prognostication.
Verb of extrapolation. Extrapolate. Adjective of extrapolation. Extrapolative. Another noun of extrapolation. Extrapolator.
So, extrapolate is a verb. Extrapolator and extrapolation is noun. And extrapolative is an adjective.
Facetious, ইচ্ছাকৃতভাবে গুরুতর সমস্যার সমাধান অনুপযুক্ত হাস্যরসের মাধ্যমে করার চেষ্টা করা. Don't take a facetious comment seriously because it's supposed to be funny. Anything facetious is a joke. If you've just won a hot dish eating contest and someone asks if you'd like to go off for burgers, they're probably being facetious.
The word facetious comes from the French faceti, joke, and it has come to describe a joke with a little drop of sarcasm. It used to simply mean funny and witty, but now it often implies that someone is being inappropriately funny about a serious topic.
Synonym:
amusing, blithe, capering, clever, comic, comical, droll.
Antonym:
Formal, grave, serious. Adverb of facetious. Facetiously means in a way that is not serious, in an attempt to be funny or to appear clever about a serious subject. Noun of facetious. Facetiousness means quality of joking around.
Facetious is an adjective. It's about being funny in a serious moment. The noun of facetious is facetiousness. It's the quality of joking around. The adverb of facetious is facetiously, which modifies an act. Remember, facetious and fat. When someone is fat, we used to laugh at him. Though body shaming is a serious matter and harmful to civil society. So, we should stop being facetious about this kind of situation.
Facilitate. সহজতর করা. To make something easier. Facilitate comes from the Latin facilis, for easy. It means to make something easier or more likely to happen. You facilitate growth or a process. Often in business meetings, someone will be assigned to facilitate a discussion so people don't just sit in awkward silence.
Facilitate. Remember. Facilitate. When you provide facilities, it makes things less difficult or easier.
Synonym:
Ease, expedite, further, help, promote, simplify.
Antonym:
Block, halt, hinder, impede.
Adjective of facilitate is facilitative. It means freeing from difficulty or impediment. Facilitate is verb. Adjective of facilitate is facilitative.
Futile, নিরর্থ, বৃথা, অকার্যকর, producing no result or effect.
When something fails to deliver a useful result, you can call it futile. Hopefully, all the time you're spending studying vocabulary won't turn out to be futile. Futile comes from the Latin futilis, which originally meant leaky. Although we use futile to talk about more than buckets, the image of a leaky vessel is a good illustration of the adjective. Pouring water into a leaky bucket is futile. Your exercise program will be futile if you don't stop chowing down on chocolate. In 1827, English author Robert Southey found a use for the word by blending it into utilitarian to form futilitarian, a word that is used for anyone who believes that human striving is futile, that is, ineffective and or frivolous. Memory aid to help you memorize this. Futile is not fertile, hence not fruitful.
Futile, নিরর্থ, বৃথা, অকার্যকর, producing no result or effect.
Synonym:
Fruitless, hollow, impractical, ineffective, trivial, unproductive, unprofitable, unsuccessful, useless, vain, worthless.
Antonym:
Effective, fruitful, productive, profitable, valuable, worthwhile. Futile is an adjective. The adverb of futile is futilely. The noun of futile is futileness. The Washington Post and 17 other newspapers obtained their own set of the papers from Ellsberg and continued to publish as federal prosecutors dashed from city to city in a futile effort to obtain injunctions that would stop the presses.
Futile, নিরর্থক, বৃথা, অকার্যকর, producing no result or effect.
Fallacious, ভুল যা খুব কম তথ্য বা অনির্ভরযোগ্য উৎসের কারণে হয়ে থাকে. A mistake that comes from too little information or unsound sources. Fallacious comes ultimately from the Latin fallax, deceptive. The word fallacious might describe an intentional deception or a false conclusion coming from bad science or incomplete understanding.
Fallacious. Split it like. Phallac plus IOUs. Just concentrate on phallac, it looks like false. So, think, something based on a false or incorrect notion is fallacious.
Synonym:
Beguiling, deceiving, deceptive, deluding, delusive, delusory, erroneous.
Antonym:
Real, true, truthful.
Adverb of fallacious. Fallaciously. It means tending to deceive or mislead. Noun of fallacious. Fallaciousness. It means the quality or state of being false. Fallacious is an adjective. The adverb of fallacious is fallaciously. The noun of fallacious is fallaciousness.
Fatuous, বুদ্ধির অভাব, lacking intelligence.
I am two fools, I know, for loving, and for saying so in whining poetry, wrote John Donne, simultaneously confessing to both infatuation and fatuousness. As any love-struck fool can attest, infatuation can make buffoons of the best of us.
So, no surprise that the words fatuous and infatuation derive from the same Latin root, fatuus, which means a foolish. Infatuation followed the earlier verb infatuate, a fatuous descendant that once meant to make foolish, but that now usually means to inspire with a foolish love or admiration. Fatuous. Split it like. Fat plus ass. An ass is always considered foolish.
Synonym:
Absurd, asinine, bird-brained.
Antonym:
Intelligent, keen, sensible, smart. Adverb of fatuous. Fatuously. In a way that is stupid. Noun of fatuous. Fatuousness. The quality of being stupid, not correct, or not carefully thought about. Fatuous is an adjective. Adverb of fatuous is fatuously. Noun of fatuous is fatuousness.
Fawning, চাটুকারের মাধ্যমে অনুমোদন বা অনুগ্রহ চাওয়া বা ব্যবহার করা. Seeking or used to seek approval or favor by means of flattery.
From the Old English fagnian, meaning rejoice, exult, be glad, fawning can be both an adjective and a noun form of the verb fawn. Fawning people are often trying to win favor with the person being flattered, and it sometimes comes off as sucking up. Use fawning to describe someone who's over the top in the flattery department. Like a fawning admirer who just won't stop complimenting your looks, showering you with gifts, and otherwise kissing the ground you walk on.
Fawning. Split it like. FA plus ning. FA is a perfume brand made for women. You can win a woman's heart by giving FA. So, FA plus ning or FA plus winning equals fawning. By giving FA as a token of flattery, you can win a woman's heart. Remember this way. Synonym:
flattering, bootlicking, kowtowing.
Antonym:
Disinterested, proud, unfriendly.
The adverb of fawning is fawningly. It expresses a behavior in a way that praises someone too much and gives them a lot of attention that is not sincere in order to get a positive reaction. The verb of fawning is fawn. It expresses behavior to court favor in a cringing or flattering manner.
So, fawning is an adjective. The adverb of fawning is fawningly. The verb of fawning is fawn.
Felicitous. খুব ভালোভাবে মানানসই বা উপযুক্ত. Something that's pleasantly apt or fitting.
Felicitous can mean appropriate, but it also describes something that's lucky. When you plan a trip to the amusement park and it turns out that the sun is shining, that's felicitous.
If you need to mail a package by a certain date and you make it to the post office just in time, that's also felicitous. The Latin root of felicitous is felix, happy or lucky. Felicitous. Remember it like feel fit. Felicitous words you write on your friend's birthday card are the ones that perfectly suit the occasion and make her happy when she reads them.
Synonym:
apt, opportune, propitious, telling.
Antonym:
Inauspicious, inappropriate, infelicitous, inopportune. The adverb of felicitously is felicitously, in a way that is suitable, right, or lucky, or expresses well the intended thought or feeling. The noun of felicitously is felicitousness, pleasing and appropriate manner or style. So, felicitous is an adjective. The adverb of felicitous is felicitously. The noun of felicitous is felicitousness.
Fervor. উষ্ণ এবং তীব্র অনুভূতি. Feelings of great warmth and intensity. Use fervor to describe an intensity of emotion or expression. This noun comes to us from Latin fervor, meaning to boil, glow. In the English word fervor, the suffix or means a condition or property of something. There is another or suffix that means a person or thing that does the thing expressed by the verb. A corresponding adjective is fervent. Synonyms of the noun and adjective are ardor and ardent.
Fervor. Split it like fervor. Think fer is feather and vor is body. When you have a feather, your body gets warm and you receive warm attention from others.
Synonym:
Ardor. Earnestness. Intensity. Passion. Warmth. Zeal.
Antonym:
Apathy. Indifference. Insincerity. Lethargy. Disinterest. Dullness. Fervor is a noun.
Fledgling.
Onaviko look. One that is new.
A fledgling is a fuzzy baby bird just learning to fly, or someone, like a baby bird, who's brand new at doing something. If you're not talking about a baby bird, fledgling is often used as an adjective describing a new participant in something, like a fledgling senator still learning the ropes of how to legislate, or a fledgling drama program trying to build audiences for its plays. Rhymes with duckling. A young duck, thus referring to an experience.
Fledgling.
Synonym:
Apprentice. Neophyte. Newcomer. Novice. rookie, tenderfoot, trainee, tyro.
Antonym.
Expert, professional. Fledgling is both a noun and adjective. A young bird that has just fledged or become capable of flying. Synonyms: fledgling. A young bird, having acquired its flight feathers. A fledgling robin.
Flout. অবজ্ঞাপূর্ণ আচরণ. Treat with contemptuous disregard.
To flout is to scorn or show contempt for. I flout the law and the concept of civilian safety by making a concerted effort to jaywalk every time I cross a street. Oddly enough, when flout came into existence in the 1550s, it had a much different sense to it than it does now. It's believed that it evolved from the Middle English floten, to play the flute. These days, the verb flout means to scorn, as in to scorn a law, person, or social norm by defying it. As a noun, it is a contemptuous remark or insult.
Flout. Foul plus out. When a player is sent out by foul, the player shows his contempt to the referee.
Flout. অবজ্ঞাপূর্ণ আচরণ. Treat with contemptuous disregard.
Synonym.
Defy. Disregard. Mock. Repudiate. Scorn. Spurn.
Antonym.
Approve. Commend. Compliment. Flutter. Flout. Is. Verb. Flouter is noun. Flouter is someone who jeers or mocks or treats something with contempt or calls out in derision. He warned Mother not to flout God's will by expecting too much for us.
Flaunt versus flout. If you flout a rule or societal norm, you ignore it without hiding what you're doing, or showing fear or shame. The similar sounding word flaunt is sometimes used in the same way, though that word's older and more common meaning is to display ostentatiously.
Foment. প্ররোচিত করা. Try to stir up, instigate.
Stand outside the school cafeteria passing out flyers with nutritional details on school food, and you may foment a revolution. Foment means stirring up something undesirable, such as trouble. You would never say, "Hooray, we fomented a revolution." Instead you'd say, "Those good-for-nothing scalawags fomented the rebellion." Don't confuse foment and ferment. Ferment can mean to stir up in a good way. A football game can foment excitement in a town, or foment trouble through traffic tie-ups and litter. The easiest way to remember the meaning of foment is to relate it to foam. Now foam starts to appear in soapy water when you start to stir up things.
Foment. প্ররোচিত করা. Try to stir up, instigate.
Synonym.
Abet, arouse, brew, incite, whip up.
Antonym.
Deter, discourage, calm, conclude, condemn. Foment is a verb. It means to promote the growth or development of. Fomenter is a noun. Who foment a rebellion?
Forestall. ঘটা থেকে বিরত রাখা. Keep from happening or arising.
It takes a bit of planning to forestall something, meaning stop it from happening. To forestall the effects of aging, exercise and take care of your health all your life. You can break the word forestall into parts to figure out its meaning. For means before. Stall means to stop. Hence forestall equals before stop. So to forestall is to stall in advance, or put it another way, to try to prevent or put off something you don't want to happen. So, for means before. Stall means to stop. Hence, forestall equals before stop.
Forestall. ঘটা থেকে বিরত রাখা. Keep from happening or arising.
Synonym.
Anticipate, avert, deter, hinder, preclude, prevent, thwart.
Antonym.
Aid, allow, assist, encourage. Forestall is a verb. The noun of forestall is forestaller and forestallment. The field of flags on the mall simulated a gathering of all the president's supporters who couldn't be there, and forestalled the optics of him being sworn in before an empty field.
Frugality. বিচক্ষণতার সাথে অপচয় রোধ. Prudence in avoiding waste.
If you try to avoid waste by reusing and repurposing items that most people would throw away, your frugality will save you money. Some people use this word interchangeably with cheapness, but cheapness is an unwillingness to spend, while frugality is an unwillingness to waste. People who show frugality often find ways of making things useful that others do not. Even after the Depression ended, those who lived through it maintained their frugality, using old t-shirts for rags and washed-out cottage cheese containers instead of Tupperware. Memory aid to help you memorize this. Read it as free plus galiti, gali, free from waste, gali.
Frugality. বিচক্ষণতার সাথে অপচয় রোধ. Prudence in avoiding waste.
Synonym.
Moderation, prudence, thrift, avarice, avariciousness, carefulness, conservation, economy.
Antonym.
Spending, squandering, generosity, lavishness, wastefulness. Frugality is a noun. The Chinese entrepreneurial spirit and appreciation for the finer points of frugality result in one of the bravest tribes of eaters in the world.
Gainsay. ব্যতিক্রম. Take exception to.
Gainsay, a verb, means contradict or speak out against. When you challenge authority, you gainsay, as in teachers don't like it when unruly students gainsay them. Gainsay comes from an Old English word that means contradict or say against, as in, no one dared gainsay the principal, who is well known for giving detention to students who so much as frown at him. If you know someone who constantly corrects others, tells them that they are wrong, and says, "That's not true," more than anyone else, you have first-hand experience with the art of the gainsay. The gain part comes from the Old English word gandash, meaning against or in opposition to. In Middle English, gan was joined to sayan, to say to form gainsayan, which led to the modern word gainsay. So when you see gainsay, think to say against, that is, to deny or to contradict. Gainsay, deny or contradict, a fact or statement. Hashtag mnemonic, gainsay tilde gain plus say. Everyone is saying that she has gained weight, but she's trying to gainsay the fact.
Gainsay. ব্যতিক্রম. Take exception to.
Synonym.
Contravene, controvert, cross, deny, disagree, disclaim, disprove, dispute.
Antonym.
Accept, acknowledge, admit, agree, aid, allow, approve. Gainsay is a verb. Noun of gainsay is gainsayer. It was hard to make clear what the mate meant, but all to a 22 certain extent understood, and no one ventured to gainsay it.
Gainsay. ব্যতিক্রম. Take exception to. Garrulous. তুচ্ছ কথোপকথনে পূর্ণ. Full of trivial conversation.
A garrulous person just won't stop talking, and talking, and talking, and talking. Garrulous comes from the Latin word geria for chattering or prattling. If someone is garrulous, he doesn't just like to talk, he indulges in talking for talking's sake, whether or not there's a real conversation going on. If you discover that you have a garrulous neighbor sitting next to you on the plane, you might just want to feign sleep, unless you really want to hear everything going through his mind for the entire trip. That Latin root is probably imitative in origin, that is, it was coined to imitate what it refers to. English has a number of words that are imitative in origin, among them several others that describe ways of talking, such as babble and chatter. A talkative someone who speaks all garbage, trivial stuff out loud is being garrulous. The gar dash in garrulous should thus remind you of garbage, and the loose should remind you of loud.
Garrulous. তুচ্ছ কথোপকথনে পূর্ণ. Full of trivial conversation.
Synonym.
Chatty, glib, loquacious, voluble, babbling, blabbermouth, chattering, quiet, silent, mum, reserved, still, untalkative. Garrulous is an adjective. The adverb of garrulous is garrulously. The noun of garrulous is garrulousness. I was lively and loquacious and garrulous and all those sorts of things, and I performed and did stand up.
Garrulous. তুচ্ছ কথোপকথনে পূর্ণ. Full of trivial conversation. Rod. একটি সূক্ষ্ম রড একটি প্রাণীর উপর তাগিদ দিতে ব্যবহৃত. A pointed rod used to urge on an animal.
A goad is a pointy stick or other instrument used to prod something along. To goad is to poke something with that pointy stick. Either way, the pointiness is really essential for making things leap into action. Originally spelled gad, meaning spearhead, goad first came into use as a verb in the 1570s. But say you left your pointy goading stick at home. Have no fear. You can goad people with words, too. Literally or figuratively, a goad prods and pokes and provokes people into doing something. A sheep header might hustle his flock along with a goad, just as your mom's constant nagging and goading might finally get you sit up straight at the dinner table. When you goad someone, they go do something for you. To goad is how you get a goat to go.
Rod. একটি সূক্ষ্ম রড একটি প্রাণীর উপর তাগিদ দিতে ব্যবহৃত. A pointed rod used to urge on an animal.
Synonym.
Catalyst, compulsion, desire, drive, impetus, impulse, incentive, insight. Goad is a noun. The verb of goad is also goad. The threat of legal action should goad them into complying. As a verb, the threat of legal action is a powerful goad to companies that have ignored the regulations. As noun,
রড একটি সূক্ষ্ম রড একটি প্রাণীর উপর তাগিদ দিতে ব্যবহৃত। A pointed rod used to urge on an animal. Gouge একটি ধারালো হাতিয়ার বা ফলক দিয়ে খাঁজ বা গর্ত তৈরি করা। Making grooves or holes with a sharp tool or blade.
to gouge can mean to make a hole or dent in something, or to swindle or steal by overcharging. If your local gas station raises prices because a storm is coming, you may say that the station owner is gouging you, and that's illegal.
The verb gouge means to cut or carve. You can use special chisels to gouge linoleum for interesting designs in printing. As a noun, a gouge is a tool you would use, instead of a flouted chisel, a gouge has a drill, to make the gouge marks of the design. Another meaning of the verb gouge is an indentation in the surface of something. If you're not careful with the screwdriver, you'll accidentally gouge a hole in the wall.
In slang language we call goggles as gouge, so when you buy a pair of branded gouge, which are expensive, you think the shopkeeper is overcharging you.
Gouge একটি ধারালো হাতিয়ার বা ফলক দিয়ে খাঁজ বা গর্ত তৈরি করা। Making grooves or holes with a sharp tool or blade.
Synonym:
Channel, excavation, furrow, gash, notch, scoop, score, trench. Gouge is a noun. The verb of gouge is also gouge. The accident left a big gouge in the side of the car. As noun, they feel that they are being gouged by the oil companies. As verb,
Gouge একটি ধারালো হাতিয়ার বা ফলক দিয়ে খাঁজ বা গর্ত তৈরি করা। Making grooves or holes with a sharp tool or blade. Grandiloquent ভাষা, শৈলী বা পদ্ধতিতে আড়ম্বরপূর্ণ কিছু যা প্রভাবিত করার উদ্দেশ্যে ব্যবহার করা হয়। Pompous or extravagant in language, style, or manner, especially in a way that is intended to impress.
grandiloquent is a fancy term for, well, being fancy or pretentious. In fact, you might say grandiloquent is itself a pretty grandiloquent word. The word grandiloquent generally refers to the way a person behaves or speaks. Politicians and school teachers are the usual suspects of this manner of behavior, known as grandiloquence, but it can refer to anything that's overbearing or pompous in style or manner. You may have noticed that grandiloquent is similar to the more common word eloquent. Both words share the same Latin root, loq, which means to speak. Someone who is eloquent uses articulate and graceful speech, whereas someone who is grandiloquent communicates through fancy or grand speech. The goal of an eloquent speech is, often, to move others emotionally. By contrast, the goal of a grandiloquent speech is to impress through lofty language. Grandiloquent, grand plus eloquent. Only an eloquent speaker can deliver a pompous, bombastic speech in front of a huge, grand crowd. Split grandiloquent as grand and eloquent, expressing yourself readily, which is the grand or mega way of expressing something pompous.
Grandiloquent ভাষা, শৈলী বা পদ্ধতিতে আড়ম্বরপূর্ণ কিছু যা প্রভাবিত করার উদ্দেশ্যে ব্যবহার করা হয়। Pompous or extravagant in language, style, or manner, especially in a way that is intended to impress.
Synonym:
Aureate, big talking, bombastic, declamatory, histrionic, histrionical, inflated, magniloquent, oratorical.
Antonym:
Plain, simple, unadorned, unpretentious. Grandiloquence is noun. Adjective of grandiloquence is grandiloquent. Adverb of grandiloquence is grandiloquently. A member of his own party mocked his grandiloquent swell and turkey gobbler strut.
Grandiloquent ভাষা শৈলী বা পদ্ধতিতে আড়ম্বরপূর্ণ কিছু যা প্রভাবিত করার উদ্দেশ্যে ব্যবহার করা হয়। Pompous or extravagant in language, style, or manner, especially in a way that is intended to impress. Gregarious স্বভাবগতভাবে অন্যদের সঙ্গ খোঁজা এবং উপভোগ করা। Temperamentally seeking and enjoying the company of others.
If you know someone who's outgoing, sociable, and fond of the company of others, you might want to call her gregarious. The word was originally used to describe animals that live in flocks. It's from the Latin word grex, meaning herd. Not surprisingly, people began using it to describe humans who liked being in groups. Today biologists still speak of gregarious species, but you're more likely to hear it in reference to people. Despite what you might suspect, it has no historical connection to the name Gregory. But if you know an outgoing fellow with that name, you could call him gregarious. Being gregarious is like being hilarious with a group of friends. Gregarious, gregarious, Greg. The sound Greg seems like a bird's tone. On the other hand, a bird lives in flock, herd equals sociable.
Gregarious স্বভাবগতভাবে অন্যদের সঙ্গ খোঁজা এবং উপভোগ করা। Temperamentally seeking and enjoying the company of others.
Synonym:
Affable, sociable, clubby, companionable.
Antonym:
Unfriendly, cold, unhospitable, unsociable. Gregarious is an adjective. The adverb of gregarious is gregariously. The noun of gregarious is gregariousness.
Morgan was attracted to bright, self-possessed women who met him on his own ground, felt at home in society, and shared his gregarious instincts and sybaritic tastes.
Gregarious স্বভাবগতভাবে অন্যদের সঙ্গ খোঁজা এবং উপভোগ করা। Temperamentally seeking and enjoying the company of others. Guileless নিষ্পাপ এবং প্রতারণা মুক্ত। Innocent and free of deceit.
If you are guileless, you are not a liar, you are innocent, and you might be a touch on the gullible side.
To be guileless is to be without guile. Guile is deceit, duplicity and trickery. The young and uninitiated are the ones we call guileless, and they are the ones who often get stung by the more heartless among us. You might recall being a guileless freshman trying out for the school play, and being told by a veteran performer that it would be best to come to the audition for Our Town in a chicken costume. So you did. Guile means to deceive. Guile plus less means no deception, only honesty. Guilty less person is guileless.
Guileless নিষ্পাপ এবং প্রতারণা মুক্ত। Innocent and free of deceit.
Synonym:
Unsophisticated, aboveboard, artless, candid, ingenuous, innocent, naive.
Antonym:
Artful, clever, crafty, cunning, deceitful, dishonest, guileful, tricky. Guileless is an adjective. The adverb of guileless is guilelessly. The noun of guileless is guilelessness. She was an easygoing, guileless young woman who was comfortable just being herself.
Guileless নিষ্পাপ এবং প্রতারণা মুক্ত। Innocent and free of deceit. Gullible নিষ্পাপ এবং সহজে প্রতারিত হয় এমন ব্যক্তি. May even easily deceive or tricked.
If you are gullible, the joke is on you because you are easily fooled.
It is thought that gullible might be derived from the verb gull, meaning to swallow. This would be a funny coincidence, as gullible describes an overly trusting person who tends to swallow the stories he hears whole. The related word, gull, can be used as a noun, don't be such a gull, or as a verb, you can't gull me into believing that. Memory aid to help you memorize this. Gullible equals gull plus able equals girl to goller plus able a girl, who is able to be tricked or deceived easily.
Gullible. নিষ্পাপ এবং সহজে প্রতারিত হয় এমন ব্যক্তি. May even easily deceived or tricked.
Synonym.
Foolish, unsophisticated, unsuspecting, wide-eyed.
Antonym.
Astute, discerning, knowledgeable, perceptive, suspicious, unbelieving, untrusting, wise. Gullible is an adjective. The adverb of gullible is gullibly. The noun of gullible is gullibility. He was not called a harmless tourist or a gullible victim of misinformation who just went a little bit too far.
Gullible. নিষ্পাপ এবং সহজে প্রতারিত হয় এমন ব্যক্তি. May even easily deceived or tricked. Harangue. দৃঢ় আবেগের সাথে প্রকাশ করা ঘোষণা. A loud bombastic declamation expressed with strong emotion. Other forms, harangue, haranguer. Harangue is both a noun and a verb. Haranguer is noun. A harangue is more than a speech, louder than a discussion, and nasty than a lecture. It is a verbal attack that doesn't let up, delivered as a verb or received as a noun. Either way, it's pretty unpleasant. The word harangue developed its modern spelling around at +1500 when the word was recorded as haranguing in French. The word, meaning is strong, nasty rat, appears to have evolved from the old Italian word harangue, probably from the word for a public sport or a place for public speaking. This in turn appears to have evolved from a Germanic word related to ring, as in circular gathering, which is clearly similar to the Italian meaning.
Memory aid to remember this word. Harangue equals ha plus angu, angry. When she is in angry mode scrolls everyone harshly.
Harangue. দৃঢ় আবেগের সাথে প্রকাশ করা ঘোষণা. A loud bombastic declamation expressed with strong emotion.
Synonym.
Diatribe, discourse, jeremiad, oration, screed, spiel, tirade. Just a few seconds on the receiving end of a harangue from such a fellow, whether at a surf break or the crag or the skin track, is enough to ruin an otherwise lovely day.
Harangue. দৃঢ় আবেগের সাথে প্রকাশ করা ঘোষণা. A loud bombastic declamation expressed with strong emotion. Homogeneous. একই ধরনের বা প্রকৃতির বা সমজাতীয়. All of the same or similar kind or nature.
Homogeneous is an adjective. Homogeneous describes things that are all of the similar kind. If you have a homogeneous group of friends, you probably wear the same outfits, talk the same way, live in the same kind of neighborhood, and like the same music. Boring. Homogeneous comes from the Greek for same kind. It used to only mean people who had the same ancestors, but in English, we use it for anything that is characterized by sameness. You might live in a homogeneous neighborhood where everyone makes the same amount of money and drives the same kind of car. The opposite of homogeneous is heterogeneous, which means many kinds. Homogeneous, Just think of homosexual, sex between same gender, so sex between the similar kind. Or, homogeneous equals homogen, gens equals two males.
Homogeneous. একই ধরনের বা প্রকৃতির বা সমজাতীয়. All of the same or similar kind or nature.
Synonym.
Akin, alike, analogous, cognate, consistent, identical, kindred, uniform.
Antonym.
Different, discrete, dissimilar, heterogeneous, miscellaneous, varied. Our communities are becoming ever more socioeconomically and politically homogeneous.
Homogeneous. একই ধরনের বা প্রকৃতির বা সমজাতীয়. All of the same or similar kind or nature. Hyperbole. অতিরঞ্জিত অতিরঞ্জন. Extravagant exaggeration.
Hyperbola is a noun. Praising your favorite sports team is one thing, but if you call the team the most incredible group of humans ever to walk the earth, then you're going overboard and indulging in hyperbole. The hyper in hyperbole means beyond, so it's a good sign that the word has to do with going above and beyond what's necessary. Someone who gets hyperactive about something and ends up hyperventilating, breathing too hard, might be prone to the exaggerated style of speaking known as hyperbole. If you find yourself talking about the absolutely best, or worst, thing of all time, it's time to take it down a notch and cut down on the hyperbole. Mnemonic tip for hyperbole. Hyper means excessive. So hyperbole means excessive speech. That is extravagant exaggeration in speech, which is basically used for creating emphasis.
Hyperbole. অতিরঞ্জিত অতিরঞ্জন. Extravagant exaggeration.
Synonym.
Hype, metaphor, overstatement.
Antonym.
Compression, decrease, lessening, understatement. Despite some variance in quality and a slight tendency for hyperbole, it's been undeniably a good decade to be a Star Wars fan.
Hyperbole. অতিরঞ্জিত অতিরঞ্জন. Extravagant exaggeration. Iconoclast. অর্থ. লালিত ধারণা বা প্রতিষ্ঠানকে আক্রমণ করে এমন কেউ. প্রচলিত ধ্যান ধারণা চূর্ণকারী. Someone who attacks cherished ideas or institutions.
Iconoclast is a noun.
Are you always challenging the establishment? Or provoking popular thought by attacking traditions and institutions? Then you're definitely an iconoclast. To be called an iconoclast today is usually kind of cool. They are rugged individualists, bold thinkers, who don't give a hoot what tradition calls for. But back in medieval Greece, the iconoclasts had a more thuggish reputation. Stemming from the Greek words icon, meaning image, and clasts, meaning breaker, an iconoclast was someone who destroyed religious sculptures and paintings. Memory aid to help you memorize this. Icon equals idol. Clash equals fragments. So, one who destroys idols into pieces is iconoclast.
Iconoclast. অর্থ. লালিত ধারণা বা প্রতিষ্ঠানকে আক্রমণ করে এমন কেউ. প্রচলিত ধ্যান ধারণা চূর্ণকারী. Someone who attacks cherished ideas or institutions.
Synonym. Critic, cynic, dissenter, dissident, heretic, radical, rebel, denouncer. Antonym. Believer. Dave Soldier is an iconoclast, trying to expand our idea of what music can be.
Iconoclast অর্থ লালিত ধারণা বা প্রতিষ্ঠানকে আক্রমণ করে এমন কেউ প্রচলিত ধ্যান ধারণা চূর্ণকারী someone who attacks cherished ideas or institutions. Idolatry অর্থ দেবতা হিসাবে বস্তু বা মূর্তির পূজা the worship of objects or images as gods.
Idolatry is a noun. Idolatry means the worship of images, as if they were gods. Many religions prohibit idolatry, some even to the extent of forbidding any representational objects in houses of worship. Idol sits at the head of the word idolatry. If you worship, or even just look up to, a person or a thing, you are said to idolize them. For some modern idolaters, money is their idol, while for others it is celebrities, and for still others their jobs. Memory aid to help you memorize this. Idol equals ideal. We worship ideal people.
Idolatry অর্থ দেবতা হিসাবে বস্তু বা মূর্তির পূজা the worship of objects or images as gods.
Synonym: adoration, worship, idolism. She must have looked into our eyes and seen the shining idolatry there and understood that she was trapped.
Idolatry অর্থ দেবতা হিসাবে বস্তু বা মূর্তির পূজা the worship of objects or images as gods. Immutable অর্থ বিষয় বা পরিবর্তনের জন্য সংবেদনশীল নয় not subject or susceptible to change or variation.
Immutable is an adjective. If you can't change it, it's immutable. There are many things in life that are immutable. These unchangeable things include death, taxes, and the laws of physics. If you can't change it, it's immutable. There are many things in life that are immutable. These unchangeable things include death, taxes, and the laws of physics. The adjective immutable has Latin roots that mean not changeable. The Latin prefix for not is in, but the spelling changes when the prefix is put before the consonant M. Memory aid. IMMU, movable, table, so it's permanently in one place unchanged. Transmute equals change. But immutable equals changeless. Unchangeable equals immovable equals immutable.
Immutable অর্থ বিষয় বা পরিবর্তনের জন্য সংবেদনশীল নয় not subject or susceptible to change or variation.
Synonym: abiding, enduring, immovable, inflexible, sacrosanct. Antonym: alterable, changeable, flexible, mutable, variable. Two things are immutable about us as living, breathing organisms.
Immutable অর্থ বিষয় বা পরিবর্তনের জন্য সংবেদনশীল নয় not subject or susceptible to change or variation. Impair গুণমান হ্রাস করা কম কার্যকর করা to weaken or make worse.
Impair is a verb. Impairer is a noun. Impairer is the person who impairs the situation or condition. If you make bad decisions in the morning after drinking coffee, you might conclude that caffeine tends to impair your judgment. When you impair something, you damage it or make it work poorly. The root of the verb impair traces back to the Latin word pejorar, meaning to make worse, and that's still what happens if you impair something. Whether it's communication, visibility, or your marriage prospects, if you impair it, you make it worse. The word can be used for situations that describe something that has deteriorated, such as snow continued to impair driving conditions.
Memory aid to remember this. Impair equals in plus pair. If you wear incorrect pair of shoes, you may hurt yourself while walking. In other words, you may impair the condition.
Impair গুণমান হ্রাস করা, কম কার্যকর করা. To weaken or make worse.
Synonym:
Blunt, damage, debilitate, decrease, destroy, diminish, prejudice, tarnish.
Antonym:
Aid, assist, cure, develop, enlarge, expand, extend. Instead, it's more consistent with the idea that repeated cold exposure might actually impair your toes' ability to handle the cold.
Impair গুণমান হ্রাস করা, কম কার্যকর করা. To weaken or make worse. Impassive অনুভূতি শূন্য, নিরাসক্ত, অনাসক্ত. Having or revealing little emotion or sensibility.
Impassive is an adjective. Impassively is the adverb of impassive. Impassiveness and impassivity is the noun of impassive. Someone who doesn't seem to react, who is always taking a pass in the conversation of life, can be described as impassive. Impassive is tricky, as it sounds it should be the opposite of passive. It's not, though. The fact is you can be passive and impassive at the same time. When a passive person gets passed over for a promotion at work, their face might remain impassive upon hearing the news. Memory aid to help you memorize this. Impassive equals I plus M plus passive. Someone saying, I am passive, a deadpan, expressionless, poker-faced, unexpressive.
Impassive অনুভূতি শূন্য, নিরাসক্ত, অনাসক্ত. Having or revealing little emotion or sensibility.
Synonym:
Emotionless, placid, reticent, serene, stoic, stolid, taciturn, unemotional, unflappable, unruffled.
Antonym:
Agitated, communicative, emotional, excited, feeling, nervous. Probably what most recommended her to the critical mind of Miss Warrender was her impassive taciturnity.
Impassive অনুভূতি শূন্য, নিরাসক্ত, অনাসক্ত. Having or revealing little emotion or sensibility. Impede ব্যাহত করা, বাধা দেওয়া, বিঘ্ন ঘটানো. Be a hindrance or obstacle to.
Impede is a verb. Impeder is the noun of impede. To impede something is to delay or block its progress or movement. Carrying 6 heavy bags will impede your progress if you're trying to walk across town in a hurry. Impede comes from the Latin impedire, which literally means to hold the feet, formed from the prefix in dash, in, plus pes, foot. Think about walking with a cast on your foot, how slow and awkward that would be. If you struggle with reading, that might impede your progress in your social studies class. An impediment is something that impedes, such as a physical defect that affects speech, a speech impediment. Memory aid to remember this. Impede equals in, not, plus pede. Not going forward.
Impede ব্যাহত করা, বাধা দেওয়া, বিঘ্ন ঘটানো. Be a hindrance or obstacle to.
Synonym:
Deter, disrupt, retard, stymie, thwart.
Antonym:
Advance, aid, allow, assist, encourage, expedite.
As outcomes, elimination and endemic transmission may be opposites, but thinking that we need to choose one or the other is a mistake that can impede public understanding of how to manage the pandemic.
Impede ব্যাহত করা, বাধা দেওয়া, বিঘ্ন ঘটানো, be a hindrance or obstacle to. Impermeable, অপ্রবেশ্য, অভেদ্য, preventing especially liquids to pass or diffuse through.
Impermeable is an adjective. Impermeability is the noun of impermeable. If you have a waterproof raincoat, you could say that your coat is impermeable to the rain. Something that is impermeable does not allow water or liquid to pass through it. Made up of the prefix im, meaning not, and the adjective permeable, meaning allowing to pass through, impermeable is used in much the same way as impervious or impenetrable. However, more so than these words, impermeable is especially associated with liquids and is often used in a scientific or technical context. Some gadgets, like waterproof watches and underwater cameras, are designed to be impermeable.
Memory aid to remember this.
Impermeable, I'm meaning not. And the adjective permeable, meaning allowing to pass through. So impermeable is not allowing to pass through. Impermeable, অপ্রবেশ্য, অভেদ্য, preventing especially liquids to pass or diffuse through.
Synonym:
Airtight, dense, hermetic, unpassable, impervious, leak-proof, not porous, sealed, waterproof, watertight. Special, impermeable tape that seals a metal or carbon fiber bed against their loss, especially around the spoke holes. Impermeable, অপ্রবেশ্য, অভেদ্য, preventing especially liquids to pass or diffuse through. Imperturbable, শান্ত, সহজে উত্তেজিত হয় না এমন. Calm, not easily excited.
imperturbable is an adjective. Noun form is imperturbability. Adverb form is imperturbably.
If you're imperturbable, you are not easily upset. If your goal is to be imperturbable, then you can't let things bother you or get you stressed, confused, or angry. The adjective imperturbable is the flip side of perturbable, which comes from perturb, which in turn traces back to the Latin word perturbere, meaning to confuse or to disturb. If something really annoying is going on, like one neighbor is jackhammering his driveway and another has a dog that's barking while you're trying to sleep because you were up all night studying and you really need a nap, but you stay calm and don't get upset, you are imperturbable.
Imperturbable, and plus perturb, like turtur, plus babble, just talking foolishly. So, the person who never do any turtur and never babbles is a very cool, calm and peaceful guy.
Imperturbable, শান্ত, সহজে উত্তেজিত হয় না এমন. Calm, not easily excited. Impervious, অনুপ্রবেশ বা প্রভাবিত হতে অক্ষম. Incapable of being penetrated or affected.
Impervious is an adjective. Noun form is imperviousness. Adverb form is imperviously.
An impervious surface is one that can't be penetrated. The word is often followed by to, as in his steely personality made him impervious to jokes about his awful haircut. Things are often described as being impervious to physical assaults like heat, water, bullets, weather, and attack, but just as frequently to less tangible things, like reason, criticism, pain, and pressure. The word comes from Latin, in plus pervious, meaning not letting things through. A common synonym is impermeable.
Memory aid to remembering this. Impervious equals I'm not plus per completely plus bias. Bias equals vicious. 6 SIAS 6 SHS. Synonyms of vicious: dangerously aggressive, savage. A vicious dog. Marked by violence or ferocity, fierce. I am so vicious that nothing can penetrate me.
Impervious. অনুপ্রবেশ বা প্রভাবিত হতে অক্ষম. Incapable of being penetrated or affected. Implacable. Nirus, ক্ষমাহীন. Relentless, unforgiving.
Implacable is an adjective. Noun form is implacability. Adverb form is implacably.
An implacable person just can't be appeased. If you really offended your best friend and tried every kind of apology but she refused to speak to you again, you could describe her as implacable. Implacable is derived from the verb to placate, which means to soothe, or to appease. If you're babysitting and the kid starts screaming the moment that his parents leave the house, and nothing you give him, be it a toy or ice cream, can calm him down, he might seem implacable.
Memory aid to remembering this. Implacable equals I'm not, plus play plus cable. Cable is not playing, gutty, not friendly environment. In general, body implants are incapable of satisfying/pacifying.
Implacable. Nirus, ক্ষমাহীন. Relentless, unforgiving. Implicit. বোঝা গেল কিন্তু বলা হয়নি. Understood but not stated.
Implicit is an adjective. Noun form is implicitness. The adverb form is implicitly.
Use the adjective implicit when you mean that something is understood but not clearly stated. You might think you and your boyfriend might have an implicit understanding that you are going to get married, but it's probably better to talk it through. A very near synonym of implicit in this particular meaning is the word implied. But the adjective implicit also means without any doubt, so we can say that we have implicit trust or confidence in someone. The Latin root implica means to involve or entangle. Another English word with a more obvious connection to this Latin root is the verb implicate.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Implicit equals I'm not, plus lit plus it. There is no leak in the tank, but water drops from it.so. There must be hidden leak, some implicit leak.
Implicit. বোঝা গেল কিন্তু বলা হয়নি. Understood but not stated. Implode. কেন্দ্রীভূত করা. অন্তর্বিস্ফোরণ ঘটানো. Burst inward.
Implode is a verb.
When something implodes, it explodes inward, instead of outward. With extremely large buildings, it helps to implode them rather than explode them, because by falling inward they take up less space. Why bother to have a word like implode when you already have explode? Well, imagine there is something deep beneath the sea, being subjected to the intense pressure there. If the pressure is high enough that the object bursts, it would collapse in rather than out. It would, in fact, implode. People also sometimes use implode to describe a person subjected to intense pressures who, emotionally at least, bursts inward. All that stress just made Jess implode.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Implode, similar to explode.
Implode. কেন্দ্রীভূত করা. অন্তর্বিস্ফোরণ ঘটানো. Burst inward. Inadvertently. অনিচ্ছাকৃতভাবে, তত্ত্বাবধান দ্বারা, অসতর্কভাবে. Unintentionally, by oversight, carelessly.
Inadvertently is an adverb.
Inadvertently is an adverb that means without knowledge or intent, like when you inadvertently take someone else's coat from the coat room because it looks just like yours. When you do something inadvertently, you don't mean to do it. You might inadvertently step in a puddle, leave something important at home, or hurt your friend's feelings. Some things that happen inadvertently aren't mistakes, though, they happen by chance. For example, if you just happen to park your car at the exact place that blocks a bus from hitting a pedestrian, you've inadvertently saved a life.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Inadvertent equals in, not, plus advertise. It was not advertised by previously, it happens accidentally. Sounds like an adventure. Accident happens during the adventure. So, which happens accidentally is inadvertent.
Inadvertently. অনিচ্ছাকৃতভাবে, তত্ত্বাবধান দ্বারা, অসতর্কভাবে. Unintentionally, by oversight, carelessly. Enjoy. সম্প্রতি শুরু হয়েছে, প্রাথমিক. Recently begun, rudimentary, elementary.
Inchoate is an adjective. Noun form is inchoateness.
Inchoate means just beginning to form. You can have an inchoate idea, like the earliest flickers of images for your masterpiece, or an inchoate feeling, like your inchoate sense of annoyance toward your sister's new talking parrot. Inchoate comes from a Latin word for beginning. When something is inchoate, although you don't yet understand what it is fully, you have a strong sense that it is indeed coming. It's stronger than the wisp of an idea that never turns into anything. But it's hard to really find the language to describe an inchoate idea. That's the whole point, you don't have the words for it yet.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Inchoate equals inch plus O plus 8. It is only inch in length, but it will spoil your shape if you ate it. It will make you grow to a large size.
Enjoy. সম্প্রতি শুরু হয়েছে, প্রাথমিক. Recently begun, rudimentary, elementary. Incongruity. অসামঞ্জস্য. Lack of harmony, absurdity.
Incongruity is a noun.
Incongruity means out of place, something that doesn't fit in its location or situation. The art show patrons couldn't help but chuckle at the incongruity of a toilet sitting in the middle of an exhibition of Renaissance paintings. An incongruity is very different from everything around it, to the point of being inappropriate to the situation. A cat at a dog's birthday party would be an incongruity, as would a pacifist at a meeting of the War Lovers Society.
Incongruity is the idea that something is incongruous or inappropriate. A purple towel is an incongruity in an all black and white bathroom.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. In plus congruence, when two things are in congruence, they are in harmony, so in plus congruence means lack of harmony.
Incongruity. অসামঞ্জস্য. Lack of harmony, absurdity. Inconsequential. নগণ্য, গুরুত্বহীন. Insignificant, unimportant.
Inconsequential is an adjective. Noun form is inconsequentiality. Adverb form is inconsequentially.
If something is considered of little worth or importance, it is inconsequential. If astronomers forecast a tremendous meteor shower, it might turn out to be no more than space junk, too inconsequential to record. You can use inconsequential to describe things that just don't matter, as in, the rainy forecast is totally inconsequential, the bowling tournament is inside. It also describes things that don't make sense in a certain order, trying to win their votes is inconsequential, the election's over. Something small or minor can be inconsequential too, though the red bump on your nose on picture day may not seem as inconsequential to you as it does to the photographer.
Inconsequential. নগণ্য, গুরুত্বহীন. Insignificant, unimportant. Incorporate. বড় কিছুর মধ্যে নতুন করে কিছু সংযোজন বা পরিবর্তন. Introduce something into a larger whole, combine, unite.
Incorporate is verb. Noun form is incorporator. Adjective form is incorporable, incorporative.
To incorporate is to include or integrate a part into the whole. Incorporate is a more active version of the word include. If you incorporate, you are adding something to the mix. In the business world, to incorporate is a legal process. In other usages, the word incorporate really just means to include something or work something into whatever was already existing. You could incorporate your new roommate's furniture into the decor of your apartment, but you may not find a way to incorporate her cat's litter box.
Incorporate. বড় কিছুর মধ্যে নতুন করে কিছু সংযোজন বা পরিবর্তন. Introduce something into a larger whole, combine, unite. Indeterminate, অনিশ্চিত, স্পষ্টভাবে স্থির নয়, অনির্দিষ্ট. Uncertain, not clearly fixed, indefinite.
Indeterminate is adjective. Noun form is indeterminateness, indetermination. Adverb form is indeterminately.
Indeterminate means not known or decided. When someone contracts a rare stomach parasite but has not been traveling internationally, you might say it had indeterminate origins. It's important to distinguish indeterminate from undetermined, which means not yet decided. When you buy an antique vase and don't know when it dates from, you might describe it as of an indeterminate era. If you are traveling and don't know when you plan to return home, you could say that your return is as yet undetermined.
Indeterminate, অনিশ্চিত, স্পষ্টভাবে স্থির নয়, অনির্দিষ্ট. Uncertain, not clearly fixed, indefinite. Indigence. দারিদ্র্য. Poverty.
Indigence is noun.
Indigence is a synonym for extreme poverty. If you experience indigence, you have a critical need for food, money, and other resources. To correctly pronounce indigence, accent the first syllable, indigence. It means great lack of material resources, like money. Indigence a noun, and indigent, an adjective, are related words that have to do with need. If you are indigent, suffering from extreme poverty, you are living in indigence, the state of extreme poverty.
Indigence. দারিদ্র্য. Poverty. Indolent. Allus. Lazy.
Indolent is adjective. Adverb form is indolently.
Indolent is an adjective meaning slow or lazy. It can take an indolent teenager hours to get out of bed on a weekend morning. Often it's noon before he finally comes shuffling down to breakfast in his pajamas. An indolent person is slow and lazy, not the type of person you'd want running your corporation or competing with you in a relay race. Doctors use the word indolent to describe medical conditions that are slow to progress. If you're diagnosed with an illness, you prefer an indolent one over one that spreads quickly.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. In case you are lazy, indolent sounds like indoor, and the person who always plays indoor games is lazy.
Indolent. Allus. Lazy. Inert. Nishkriyo. Inactive, lacking power to move.
Inert is adjective. Noun form is inert, inertness. Adverb form is inertly.
Something that's unable to move or moving without much energy can be described as inert. Wind up in a body cast and you'll find yourself not only itchy, but totally inert. When motion is restricted or sluggish, or when something or someone appears lifeless, the adjective to use is inert. A dog who's playing dead is inert, as is a really boring movie. Or for those of you paying attention in chemistry class, you may have heard of inert gases, those elements that won't react with other elements or form chemical compounds.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. An inert gas is a gas that does not form chemical reactions with other chemical substances and therefore does not form chemical compounds. So, inert is lifeless or inactive.
Inert. Nishkriyo. Inactive, lacking power to move. Ingenuous. সরল, সহজে প্রতারিত হয় এমন. Naive and trusting, young, unsophisticated.
Ingenuous is adjective. Noun form is ingenuousness. Adverb form is ingenuously.
Someone who are ingenuous shows childlike innocence, trust, and openness. One of the things kindergarten teachers value is the chance to work with kids while they're still relatively ingenuous. Their open, trusting natures are a joy. Ingenuous is roughly synonymous with naive, and its antonym is disingenuous, which means giving a false impression of being honest and sincere. Don't confuse the word ingenuous with the similarly spelled ingenious, which means very smart or clever. Ingenuous is from Latin ingenuus, having the qualities of people born free, noble, honest, open.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Innocence plus genius equals ingenuous. Ingenuous equals innocence makes you intuitive genius, while being too smart leads you nowhere.
Ingenuous. সরল, সহজে প্রতারিত হয় এমন. Naive and trusting, young, unsophisticated. Inherent. অপরিহার্য, দৃঢ়ভাবে প্রকৃতি বা অভ্যাস দ্বারা প্রতিষ্ঠিত. Firmly established by nature or habit.
Inherent is adjective. Adverb form is inherently.
We use the adjective inherent to describe attributes that are part of the essential nature of something. It's different from you being tall. Rather than being a description, it has to be a quality, and this quality is unchangeable. We use the adjective inherent to describe attributes that are part of the essential nature of something. It's different from you being tall. Rather than being a description, it has to be a quality, and this quality is unchangeable. So, for example, if you have never been able to eat spinach, you have an inherent dislike of it.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Inherent equals intrinsical.
Inherent. অপরিহার্য, দৃঢ়ভাবে প্রকৃতি বা অভ্যাস দ্বারা প্রতিষ্ঠিত. Firmly established by nature or habit. Innocuous. নিরীহ, নির্দোষ. Harmless.
Innocuous is adjective. Noun form is innocuousness. Adverb form is innocuously. Something that's innocuous isn't harmful or likely to cause injury. Public figures like mayors and governors have to expect they'll get critical or even hurtful emails and phone calls, as well as more innocuous feedback. The adjective innocuous is useful when you're talking about something that doesn't offend or injure anyone. Innocuous remarks or comments are meant kindly, and innocuous germs won't make you sick. An innocuous question is innocently curious, rather than aimed to hurt someone's feelings. The word comes from the Latin roots in dash, not, and nocere, to injure or harm.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. NNOC sounds like knock, knock the door to come inside. If someone knocks to come inside, then he is harmless.
Innocuous. নিরীহ, নির্দোষ. Harmless. Insensible, অজ্ঞান, প্রতিক্রিয়াহীন, unconscious, unresponsive.
Insensible is adjective. Noun form is insensibleness, insensibility. Adverb form is insensibly. The adjective insensible is used to describe someone who is unconscious. If you keep your bowling ball on the top shelf of the closet and it rolls out and conks you on the head, you will probably be rendered insensible. The adjective insensible describes a lack of emotional response or being indifferent. If your friend says that the roller coaster was so scary it nearly made him vomit, and you shrug and say, it was okay, he may think you are insensible to fear. A lack of physical sensation can also be described as insensible. If your nerve endings are not acute and you don't feel much pain, you are insensible to pain. This can be dangerous, though, because you might not notice if you get hurt skateboarding.
Insensible, অজ্ঞান, প্রতিক্রিয়াহীন, unconscious, unresponsive. Insinuate নির্দেশ করা, আকারে ইঙ্গিতে বোঝানো হয়, employ created.
Insinuate is verb. Noun form is insinuator. Adjective form is insinuative. Insinuate means you imply or suggest something that may or may not be true. If you say things seem to go wrong about the time your brother took over, you insinuate that he had something to do with the decline. There's another way to insinuate. Suppose you're in line to get into a popular dance club when a celebrity appears, surrounded by a big entourage. If you strike up a conversation with one of the entourage, you may be able to insinuate that you're part of the group and go in with them. Don't feel bad. People have been doing it at least since the 1520s, when insinuate evolved from the Latin word insinuare, meaning wind one's way into.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Insinuate equals un plus seen so. When two people are engaged in gambling, we give hint such that it is unseen to other.
Insinuate নির্দেশ করা, আকারে ইঙ্গিতে বোঝানো হয়, employ created. Insipid, স্বাদের অভাব, mistakes. Lacking flavor, dull.
Insipid is adjective. Noun form is insipidity. Adverb form is insipidly. Something insipid is lacking in flavor or interest. You'll probably find the generic poems inside of greeting cards insipid. Insipid comes from the Latin insipidus, the opposite of sapidus, which means flavorful. Because spices and salts are left out, hospital food is usually considered insipid. The most common use of the word is in a metaphorical sense for dull or flat. You might think that your goody two-shoes cousin is the most insipid girl you've ever met.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Suppose you go to a party. Now in that party, you are not allowed to sip any drink. No drinks allowed. No soda, no beer. Sorry. Just imagine how dull and lifeless that party would be. The sip in insipid should remind you of such a party.
Insipid, স্বাদের অভাব, mistakes. Lacking flavor, dull. Insularity, সংকীর্ণতা, আলাদা করা. Narrow-mindedness, isolation.
Insularity is noun. Adjective form is insular. Adverb form is insularly. The noun insularity refers to the quality of being isolated or detached. In fact, the word is based on the Latin word insula, for island. The phrase "no man is an island" means that no one can be completely separate from others. The word insularity has a sense of detachment and insulation, but sometimes the meaning is extended to mean being narrow-minded. Parents always try to protect their kids from harm, but sometimes their insularity goes too far. If you grew up in the 1950s, for example, your parents may have wanted to protect you from the evils of Elvis and rock and roll.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Insularity sounds like insulation. So narrow-minded people are insulated isolated from new thinking.
Insularity. সংকীর্ণতা, আলাদা করা. Narrow-mindedness, isolation. Intractable. অবাধ্য, জেদি. Unruly, stubborn, unyielding.
Intractable is adjective. Noun form is intractability. Adverb form is intractably. Can't manage your stubborn little brother, who won't do what anyone says. You could call him intractable, or you could call your mother. Problems are intractable when they can't be solved. Intractable means not tractable. Helpful, right? No? Let's break it down. In both words you see the word tract. A contract is a written document that explains how a legal situation is to be managed together. When someone is tractable, they are able to be managed or handled. When they are intractable, they are as unmanageable as a hungry 2-year-old.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Intractable is in, not, plus tract, stretch, plus able, do, means if something / someone is not stretchable / flexible, implies stubborn or unyielding.
Intractable. অবাধ্য, জেদি. Unruly, stubborn, unyielding. Intransigence. কোনো আপস প্রত্যাখ্যান, জেদ, অমান্য. Refusal of any compromise, stubbornness.
Intransigence is noun. If you refuse to compromise with your sister about whose turn it is to do the dishes, your mother might accuse you both of intransigence. Intransigence is a stubborn refusal to change your views. Inside of intransigence, you see the Latin transigere, which means to come to an understanding. People who show intransigence refuse to do this. Nations are often accused of intransigence when they refuse to comply with international standards or will.
Intransigence. কোনো আপস প্রত্যাখ্যান, জেদ, অমান্য. Refusal of any compromise, stubbornness. Inundate. অভিভূত করা, বন্যা, নিমজ্জিত. Overwhelm, flood, submerge.
Inundate is verb. Noun form is inundation, inundator. Adjective form is inundatory. To inundate means to quickly fill up or overwhelm, just like a flood. Your bathroom could be inundated with water if the pipes burst, and hopefully your inbox is inundated with nice emails on your birthday. Commonly used to refer to a deluge of water, inundate can also refer to an overflow of something less tangible, like information. Right before the holidays, toy stores are often inundated with eager parents scrambling to get the latest action figures and video games. Attempt to read the entire dictionary in one sitting and you'll inundate your mind with vocabulary. But you probably won't remember any of it tomorrow.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Inundate equals innen. Innen means chimney or stove, plus date. If coal are going to burn for a date, there will be more flame from the chimney.
Inundate. অভিভূত করা, বন্যা, নিমজ্জিত. Overwhelm, flood, submerge. Inundate. অভিভূত করা, বন্যা, নিমজ্জিত. Overwhelm, flood, submerge.
Inured is adjective. Noun form is inurement. If you have gotten so many mosquito bites in your life that they no longer bother you, you have become inured to them. This means you have become accustomed to tolerating them. This adjective is derived from the 16th century phrase inu, meaning in use or in practice. When you are inured to something, you have probably had a lot of persistent exposure to it, and it's usually something negative. People can become inured to pain, inured to violence, and even inured to the sound of a little yappy dog that won't stop barking.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. To become inured, you must have endured. Someone getting injured frequently will get hardened and accustomed to pain.
Inundate. অভিভূত করা, বন্যা, নিমজ্জিত. Overwhelm, fluid, submerge. Invective. গালি, অপব্যবহার. Abuse.
Invective is noun and adjective. Noun form is invectiveness. Adverb form is invectively. Invective is harsh, abusive language, like "you dirty rotten scoundrel." I'm sure you can think of harsher and more obscene examples, but we won't get into them here. Invective comes from the Latin for abusive. It kind of sounds like a harsh word, actually, with those sharp, dagger-like V's. People usually put a colourful verb or phrase before it. Some examples: she spewed invective, she hurled invective, she burst forth into invective. You can follow it with a phrase like picking up her plate and throwing it across the room.
Invective. গালি, অপব্যবহার. Abuse. Irascible. খিটখিটে, সহজে রাগান্বিত. Irritable, easily injured.
Irascible is adjective. Noun form is irascibility, irascibleness. Adverb form is irascibly. If you're irascible, you get angry easily, perhaps blowing up in rage when someone brushes into you. Irascible comes from the Latin root ii, which means anger or rage, the same root that gives us the word ire, anger. The SC in the middle of irascible means becoming, so irascible doesn't just mean you're angry, it's got action built into it. If you're looking for a fight most of the time, then you're irascible, ready for the spark that's going to set you on fire.
Irascible. খিটখিটে, সহজে রাগান্বিত. Irritable, easily injured. Irresolute. কিভাবে কাজ করতে হবে তা সম্পর্কে নিশ্চিত নয়. Uncertain how to act, weak.
Irascible is adjective. Noun form is irascibility, irascibleness. Adverb form is irascibly. Irresolute describes someone who feels stuck. A decision must be made, a plan acted on, but the irresolute person just doesn't know what to do. Resolute describes certainty. When someone is resolute, things get done, plans are made and carried out. But add the prefix ir to resolute and you get its opposite. An irresolute person isn't necessarily a slacker. He or she just doesn't know what to do. Maybe it's confusion. Maybe it's a matter of waiting for better information to come along. Either way, if someone is irresolute, you'll need to be patient, or willing to nudge him or her into action.
Irresolute. কিভাবে কাজ করতে হবে তা সম্পর্কে নিশ্চিত নয়. Uncertain how to act, weak. Itinerary. ভ্রমণের পরিকল্পনা. Plan of trip.
Itinerary is noun. An itinerary is your travel plan, where you will go and when you will be there.
If you make plans to fly to Paris from Beijing or take a train to Chicago from Mexico City, you will need an itinerary. That means you will have a plan that displays how you will get from point to point in your travels, and when you will be at each point. This word comes from the Middle English itineraries, and is defined as being about a journey. Itineraries can be really useful because if you give your mother yours, she will always know where you are. Itinerary. ভ্রমণের পরিকল্পনা. Plan of trip. Luminous. আলোকিত. Emitting or reflecting light.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. A sky luminous with stars.
Luminous. Alokito. Emitting or reflecting light. Synonym.
Radiant, glowing, brilliant.
Antonym.
Dim, dark. The stars were so luminous that they illuminated the entire night sky.
Luminous. Alokito. Emitting or reflecting light. Laconic. অল্প কথায় অর্থপূর্ণ. Brief and to the point.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Lack of conversation, but understandable.
Laconic. অল্প কথায় অর্থপূর্ণ. Brief and to the point. Synonym.
Concise. Pithy. Terse.
Antonym.
Verbose. His laconic response left us with more questions than answers.
Laconic. অল্প কথায় অর্থপূর্ণ. Brief and to the point. Lassitude, অলসতা, lack of interest or energy.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Lassitude equals less plus attitude, weak in operation.
Lassitude, অলসতা, lack of interest or energy. Synonym.
Weariness, fatigue, lethargy.
Antonym.
Vigor. The hot weather drained her energy, leaving her in a state of lassitude.
Lassitude, অলসতা, lack of interest or energy. Latent. Supto. Potentially existing but not evident.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Latent equals late plus NT, at late night it will rise, now it is in sleeping mode.
Latent. Supto. Potentially existing but not evident. Synonym.
Hidden, dormant, concealed.
Antonym.
Manifest. The artist had latent talent that was yet to be discovered.
Latent. Supto. Potentially existing but not evident. Laud. Proshomsha. Gunkirton. Gungan. Praise, glorify, or honor.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Loud act to praise someone.
Laud. Proshomsha. Gunkirton. Gungan. Praise, glorify, or honor. Synonym.
Acclaim, extol, command.
Antonym.
Criticize. Condemn. The audience lauded the singer's outstanding performance.
Laud. Proshomsha. Gunkirton. Gungan. Praise, glorify, or honor. Lethargic. Alus. Deficient in alertness or activity.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Lethargic sounds like lust plus argic, energy. So you have lost all your energy, that's why you are feeling dull and drowsy.
Lethargic. Alus. Deficient in alertness or activity. Synonym.
Sluggish, drowsy, listless.
Antonym.
Energetic. After a long day at work, she felt lethargic and unmotivated.
Lethargic. Alus. Deficient in alertness or activity. Levee. নদীর উঁচু পার, বাঁধ. Embankment to prevent river overflow.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Sounds like level. We level the land with levee so that there is no seep of water, flooding.
Levee. নদীর উঁচু পার, বাঁধ. Embankment to prevent river overflow. Synonym.
Dam, barrier, dike.
Antonym.
Flooding, deluge. The levee successfully protected the town from the flooding river.
Levee. নদীর উঁচু পার, বাঁধ. Embankment to prevent river overflow. Levity. মর্যাদা জ্ঞানহীন আচরণ. Inappropriate lack of seriousness.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Lev plus ity together sounds like leave plus take, so you take a leave whenever you want. That shows that you are not serious about your fura.
Levity. মর্যাদা জ্ঞানহীন আচরণ. Inappropriate lack of seriousness. Synonym.
Frivolity, lightheartedness, humor.
Antonym.
Seriousness. His inappropriate joke at the funeral showed a lack of levity.
Levity. মর্যাদা জ্ঞানহীন আচরণ. Inappropriate lack of seriousness. Log. একটি গাছের কাণ্ড বা কার্যকলাপের রেকর্ড. Trunk of a tree or a record of activities.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Logging tree or activities.
Log. একটি গাছের কাণ্ড বা কার্যকলাপের রেকর্ড. Trunk of a tree or a record of activities. Synonym.
Record, journal, diary.
Antonym.
Branches, foliage. He kept a log of his daily activities to stay organized.
Log. একটি গাছের কাণ্ড বা কার্যকলাপের রেকর্ড. Trunk of a tree or a record of activities. Loquacious. তুচ্ছ কথোপকথনে ভরা. Full of trivial conversation.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. LOQ log plus anxious log, that is people are anxiously waiting for talking about someone.
Loquacious. তুচ্ছ কথোপকথনে ভরা. Full of trivial conversation. Synonym.
Talkative, chatty, verbose.
Antonym.
Taciturn. The loquacious salesperson wouldn't stop talking about the product.
Loquacious. তুচ্ছ কথোপকথনে ভরা. Full of trivial conversation. Lucid. স্বচ্ছ, সহজে বোধগম্য. Transparently clear, easily understandable.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Lucid dream, a dream that can be induced or controlled and is characterized by the dreamer being aware that he or she is dreaming.
Lucid. স্বচ্ছ, সহজে বোধগম্য. Transparently clear, easily understandable. Synonym.
Clear, intelligible, coherent.
Antonym.
Confusing, unclear. The professor's lucid explanation made the complex topic easy to understand.
Lucid. স্বচ্ছ, সহজে বোধগম্য. Transparently clear, easily understandable.
Magnanimity. Mohanubhavata. The quality of being generous and noble in spirit.
Magnanimous behavior is noble, generous, or unselfish, and to exhibit magnanimity is to be this way. He showed great magnanimity in not pressing charges when I drove his car into the pond. Accidents happen, my friend, he said, and patted me on the back.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Magnani Dash should remind you of a magnificent ruler, a forgiving and generous ruler, who forgives his or her enemies and rivals.
Magnanimity. Mohanubhavata. The quality of being generous and noble in spirit. Malingura. যে ব্যক্তি অসুস্থ বা আহত হওয়ার ভান করে. A person who pretends to be ill or injured.
Knowing that the prefix mal is from the Latin for bad, we can tell right off that being a malingerer is not a good thing. This noun form of the verb malinger comes from the French malinger, which means sickly. Have you ever pretended to be sick or hurt to get out of taking a test or doing a chore? Then you, my dear, are a malingerer, and should be ashamed of yourself. Shape up.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Linger is to hang around, malinger is to skulk and hang around, and malingerer is one who skulks and hangs around.
Malingura. যে ব্যক্তি অসুস্থ বা আহত হওয়ার ভান করে. A person who pretends to be ill or injured. Malleable. সহজে আকৃতি বা ছাঁচে ফেলার ক্ষমতা. Capable of being shaped or molded easily.
A malleable metal is able to be pounded or pressed into various shapes, and a malleable personality is capable of being changed or trained. It's easier to learn when you're young and malleable. Just as there are substances that are malleable, including clay and some metals, there are also ductile metals that can be hammered out into wire or thread. Gold, silver, and platinum are examples.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Malleable, male equals boys, plus able, capable. So males are only able or capable to build their body as shape, to 6-pack or 8-pack by doing exercise. So malleable equals capable of being shaped.
Malleable. সহজে আকৃতি বা ছাঁচে ফেলার ক্ষমতা. Capable of being shaped or molded easily. Maverick. একজন স্বাধীনচেতা ব্যক্তি. An independent-minded person, a nonconformist.
A maverick is a rebel, someone who shows a lot of independence. A maverick on a motorcycle might blaze her own trail, traveling around the country and earning money by performing in rodeos. Samuel a Maverick owned a lot of cattle, and he let them roam around Texas without a brand, or identification mark, seared into their skins. Samuel was a maverick for going against the common practice of tracking his animals, and his last name became part of the English language.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Maverick equals ma plus a verb plus ik, which means the mother is coming from wandering relatives' houses going against the usual way of taking care of her home.
Maverick. একজন স্বাধীনচেতা ব্যক্তি. An independent-minded person, a nonconformist. Mendacious. সত্য না বলা. Not telling the truth, lying.
A mendacious person is one who tells lies habitually and intentionally. Don't get stuck at the water cooler or bus stop next to someone you consider mendacious.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Mendacious equals men plus audacious. Men who are audacious can lie easily.
Mendacious. সত্য না বলা. Not telling the truth, lying. Metamorphosis. প্রকৃতির গভীর পরিবর্তন. A profound change in form or nature.
In Kafka's novel entitled Metamorphosis, a man wakes up to find he has turned into a cockroach. That kind of complete and startling change pretty much sums up the word. When a caterpillar becomes a butterfly, it goes through a metamorphosis. An idea can undergo metamorphosis, or metamorphosize, too, as can feelings.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Metamorphosis can be learned easily by associating the word with any movie with a storyline where the actress was earlier an ugly duckling, but one day she is shown to be really beautiful. This transformation from an ugly duckling to a beautiful girl can also be called metamorphosis.
Metamorphosis. প্রকৃতির গভীর পরিবর্তন. A profound change in form or nature. Meticulous. বিস্তারিত বিষয়ের প্রতি গভীরভাবে মনোযোগী. Showing great attention to detail. Extremely careful.
The Latin root of meticulous is metus, which means fear. Someone who's meticulous is afraid of what will happen if they're not careful enough to get every detail right. Someone who is meticulous pays extreme attention to detail. If that person is, say, your surgeon or your accountant, you'll definitely want them to be meticulous.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Meticulous equals meted ICUS means you are in serious condition, so take care of yourself seriously before going to ICU.
Meticulous. বিস্তারিত বিষয়ের প্রতি গভীরভাবে মনোযোগী. Showing great attention to detail. Extremely careful. Misanthrope. যে ব্যক্তি মানবজাতিকে অপছন্দ করে বা অবিশ্বাস করে. A person who dislikes or distrusts humankind.
This is a formal word, derived from Greek misanthropos, hating mankind, from misene, to hate, and anthropos means a man. A misanthrope is a person who hates or mistrusts other people. Your great-aunt Edna lashes out at anyone who approaches, convinced they'll steal the jewelry she keeps in her handbag on her lap. A misanthrope indeed.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Misanthrope, misanthropology, the study of humankind. Mis is negative, so dislike towards humankind.
Misanthrope. যে ব্যক্তি মানবজাতিকে অপছন্দ করে বা অবিশ্বাস করে. A person who dislikes or distrusts humankind. Mitigate. কম তীব্র বা বেদনাদায়ক করা. To make things less severe, serious, or painful.
The somewhat formal verb mitigate comes from the Latin roots mitis, soft, and agere, to do or act, which add up to soften. It is often used with words that indicate an outcome or something harmful. Choose the verb to mitigate when something lessens the unpleasantness of a situation. You can mitigate your parents' anger by telling them you were late to dinner because you were helping your elderly neighbor.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Mitigate MIT plus I plus gate. When you reach the gates of MIT, your tensions about PG admissions will be appeased or mitigated.
Mitigate. কম তীব্র বা বেদনাদায়ক করা. To make things less severe, serious, or painful. Mollify. কারো রাগ বা উদ্বেগ শান্ত করা বা প্রশমিত করা. To calm or soothe someone's anger or anxiety.
Mollify comes from the Latin mollificare, to make soft, and that's still at the heart of the word. When you mollify someone, you smooth things over, even if you're maybe still a little mad. To mollify is to calm someone down, talk them off the ledge, make amends, maybe even apologize.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Mollify, mouli plus fry. By frying mouli radish, it becomes soft. By frying anything hard, vegetables tend to get soft.
Mollify. কারো রাগ বা উদ্বেগ শান্ত করা বা প্রশমিত করা. To calm or soothe someone's anger or anxiety. Worse. বিষণ্ণ বা অসুস্থ মেজাজ, sullen, gloomy, or ill-tempered.
This word is stronger than just sad. Morose implies being extremely gloomy and depressed. We all can be morose at times, like after the death of a friend or family member. When someone is morose, they seem to have a cloud of sadness hanging over them.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Morose, similar to no rose. So, no rose for your girlfriend, and she will be sad. You can also say, my neighbor left her house to buy some more roses because she is so sad.
Morose, বিষণ্ণ বা অসুস্থ মেজাজ, sullen, gloomy, or ill-tempered. Mundane, আগ্রহ বা উত্তেজনার অভাব কিংবা সাধারণ অথবা নিস্তেজ. Lacking interest or excitement, ordinary or dull.
Mundane, from the Latin word mundus, world, originally referred to things on earth. Such things were supposed to be uninteresting when compared to the delights of heaven, hence the word's present meaning. An ordinary, unexciting thing can be called mundane. Superman hid his heroic feats by posing as his mundane alter ego, Clark Kent.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Mundane, mun plus dane, dane equals drain. Throwing all excitement down the drain is mundane.
Mundane, আগ্রহ বা উত্তেজনার অভাব কিংবা সাধারণ অথবা নিস্তেজ. Lacking interest or excitement, ordinary or dull.
Negate, অর্থ অকার্যকর করা, অস্বীকার করা, বাতিল করা. Cancel out, nullify, deny.
If something is proven false or untrue, it has been negated. The discovery of one dinosaur jaw negated the conventional wisdom that all dinosaurs were vegetarians, since the tooth structure proved that guy definitely ate meat.
If something neutralizes the effect of something else, then you can say the effect is negated. Hanging a disco ball from your living room ceiling negates the sleek modern effect created by the contemporary furniture.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Any equals no plus gate equals door, so there is no entrance through that door. So, you cannot enter. Your wish to enter is nullified.
Negate, অর্থ অকার্যকর করা, অস্বীকার করা, বাতিল করা. Cancel out, nullify, deny. Neophyte, অর্থ novice, সদ্য দীক্ষিত ব্যক্তি. Recent convert, beginner.
Neo means new, and phyte is from the Greek phyton, plant, like a baby plant. A neophyte is someone who is new to an activity. In Greek, neophytos, literally newly planted, was used to refer to a new church convert. A neophyte is someone who's brand new at something. You're a neophyte the first time you pick up a guitar and start learning to play.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Neo plus fight or new plus fight. A new member or beginner always has to fight to establish his own identity.
Neophyte, অর্থ novice, সদ্য দীক্ষিত ব্যক্তি. Recent convert, beginner. Obdurate, অর্থ অবাধ্য, একগুঁয়ে. Stubborn.
This adjective descends from the Latin obdurare, to harden. A near synonym is adamant, from Latin adamus, hard metal, diamond. So both of these synonyms derive from the quality of hardness being associated with a stubborn personality. Obdurate is a formal word meaning stubborn. If you want to major in English, but your parents are obdurate that you should go pre-med, they might go so far as to threaten not to pay your tuition.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Obdurate, try reading as odd along duration, means stubborn. Or, OB equals negative. Durati equals throughout the duration of life.
Obdurate,
অর্থ অবাধ্য, একগুঁয়ে। Step 1. Obsequious. অর্থ চাটুকার, বিতদাসতুল্য, খোশামুদে, lavishly attentive, servile, sycophantic.
Obsequious people are usually not being genuine. They resort to flattery and other funny ways to stay in the good graces of authority figures. An obsequious person can be called a bootlicker, a brown-noser, or a toady. If you disapprove of the overly submissive way someone is acting, like the teacher's pet or a celebrity's assistant, call them by the formal adjective obsequious.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Obsequious, obey sequence of work in an office, obedience, dutiful. Sounds like obedience. So, obsequious obedient servants.
Obsequious. অর্থ চাটুকার, বিতদাসতুল্য, খোশামুদে, lavishly attentive, servile, sycophantic. Obviate. অর্থ এড়িয়ে যাওয়া, নিবারণ করা, কেশলে পরিহার করা। Make unnecessary. Get rid of.
The prefix ob means to go against. That makes sense when you look at the words obstruct and obstacle. How about obstetrics? Why does the name of the branch of medicine dealing with birth have the same root as words that mean stop? Because a midwife stands against the woman giving birth. To obviate means to eliminate the need for something or to prevent something from happening. If you want to obviate the possibility of a roach infestation, clean your kitchen right through.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Obviate equals obvious plus eat a necessary thing is obvious, and to eat it makes it unnecessary. Memory aid to help you memorize this. Obviate equals obvious plus eat a necessary thing is obvious, and to eat it makes it unnecessary.
Occlude. অর্থ বন্ধ করে দেওয়া, অন্তর্ধারণ করা। Shut, close.
Occlude does not exist only in a medical context. If you close the bathroom door so your little brother won't come in while you're trying out makeup with your friends, you're occluding the bathroom. Meanwhile, your makeup occludes your pores. You hear this a lot in a medical context. Heart surgeons are looking for occlusions in blood vessels, things that occlude the flow of blood.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. When you include someone, they are welcome and the gates are always open, but when you occlude, rhymes with exclude, they are unwelcome, and hence the gates are shut or closed on them. Occlude sounds like conclude.
Occlude. অর্থ বন্ধ করে দেওয়া, অন্তর্ধারণ করা। Shut, close. Officious. অর্থ উপযাচক, অত্যনুগ্রহশীল, অনধিকার চর্চি। Meddlesome. Excessively pushy in offering one's services.
Officious seems like it might mean something like office or official. Instead, it is a word to describe someone that acts more official than they actually are. People who are officious are busybodies. They want to make their opinions known and followed, despite not having any kind of real power. Though officious sounds like official, it means being annoyingly eager to do more than is required. The officious lunch lady made everyone's food choices her business, and made nasty comments when students chose cookies over carrots.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Officious, the first part of the word sounds similar to office. Imagine a government office where people poke their noses into others' affairs. They are interfering.
Officious. অর্থ উপযাচক, অত্যনুগ্রহশীল, অনধিকার চর্চি। Meddlesome. Excessively pushy in offering one's services. Onerous. অর্থ দুর্বহ, পীড়াকর, দুঃসহ। Burdensome.
A near synonym is burdensome. In legal usage, onerous describes a contract or lease that has more obligations than advantages. Onerous derives from Middle English, from Old French onerous, from Latin onerosus, from onus, burden. In English, an onus is a task that is onerous or very difficult. If one teacher gives you 3 hours of homework a night, that's rough. But if all of your teachers do it, that makes the task of completing your homework an onerous one, to say the least. If something is onerous, it is very difficult to deal with or do.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Onerous equals sound like the almond. When they come to collect the rent, you feel always burdensome. One wrestle. A lot of things hanging from one string. So becomes burdensome.
Onerous. অর্থ দুর্বহ, পীড়াকর, দুঃসহ. Burdensome. Opprobrium. অর্থ নিন্দা, অপমান, গ্লানি. Infamy, something that brings disgrace.
Opprobrium derives from the Latin verb opprobere, which means to reproach. That verb, in turn, came from the noun probrum, meaning disgraceful act or reproach. The adjective form of opprobrium is opprobrious, which in English means scurrilous or infamous. One might commit an opprobrious crime or be berated with opprobrious language.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Sounds similar to approbation, which is an expression of praise. Opprobrium is the opposite: disgrace, contempt, scorn. Split word like this: opprobrium. If you rob opium, then you will be criticized.
Opprobrium. অর্থ নিন্দা, অপমান, গ্লানি. Infamy, something that brings disgrace. Oscillate. অর্থ দোদুল্যমান, স্পন্দিত করা বা স্পন্দিত হতে. Vibrate, waver.
The verb oscillate can be traced back to the Latin word oscillum, meaning swing, so it makes sense that oscillate is used to describe an object like a fan or a pendulum that swings from side to side. On a hot day, you'll be happy to have a fan that can oscillate, meaning it moves back and forth in a steady motion.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. The needle on the dial oscillated between full and empty. Formal. If you oscillate between feelings or opinions, you change repeatedly from one to the other. My emotions oscillate between desperation and hope.
Oscillate. অর্থ দোদুল্যমান, স্পন্দিত করা বা স্পন্দিত হতে. Vibrate, waver. Ostentatious. অর্থ দাম্ভিক, জাঁকালো. Showy, pretentious, trying to attract attention.
No one wants to be described as ostentatious, a word whose cousins include pretentious, flamboyant, and gaudy. It originates from the Latin word ostentare, to display, but in English it's often used for displays of the crass or vulgar sort. Reach for the adjective ostentatious when you want a flashy way to say, well, flashy or showy.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Sounds like Austin, Stone Cold Steve Austin, WWE wrestler. They always pretend and speak crap to grab attention.
Ostentatious. অর্থ দাম্ভিক, জাঁকালো. Showy, pretentious, trying to attract attention.
Paragon. অর্থ উৎকর্ষের আদর্শ, সম্পূর্ণতার আদর্শ, model of perfection.
A paragon means someone or something that is the very best. The English noun paragon comes from the Italian word paragon, which is a touchstone, a black stone that is used to tell the quality of gold. Paragon applies to someone who is a model of perfection in some quality or trait. We link paragon with other words that follow it, such as paragon of virtue or paragon of patience.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Paragon, which is a slipper brand, makes products that are models for perfection. Or Paragon equals Aragorn. Aragorn in the movie Lord of the Rings was a perfect soldier.
Paragon. অর্থ উৎকর্ষের আদর্শ, সম্পূর্ণতার আদর্শ, model of perfection. Partisan. অর্থ পক্ষপাতমূলক, one-sided, prejudiced, committed to a party.
Partisan can be used to describe rabid supporters of any person or activity. In American English, however, it is most often used to refer to politics and the American two-party system of Democrats and Republicans. If something is prejudicial towards a particular point of view, you can call it partisan. You'll often hear about partisan politics in the US, since politicians seem to be completely devoted to the agendas of their own parties.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Party, think of a political party, plus son, so a father who is favoring his son's political party, instead of a good party, which is a partisan or one-sided act.
Partisan, অর্থ পক্ষপাতমূলক, one-sided, prejudiced, committed to a party. Pathological, অর্থ রোগ সংক্রান্ত, pertaining to disease.
Pathological comes from a Greek word, pathologikos, which means treating of diseases. Pathos means suffering. Anyone who studies or works with diseases, from their causes to their symptoms, identifies how the disease affects its victims, in other words, its pathological effects. If something is caused by a physical or mental disease, it is pathological. Someone with a pathological compulsion for cleanliness might scrub the floors for hours every night.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Remember the word pathology lab, where different tests are run to diagnose disease.
Pathological, অর্থ রোগ সংক্রান্ত, pertaining to disease. Paucity, অর্থ স্বল্পতা, অভাব, scarcity.
One good way to remember the meaning of paucity is that it's a bit like pauper, as in The Prince and the Pauper. The prince had too much money, and the pauper had a paucity. The word paucity means not enough of something. If you've got a paucity of good cheer, for example, you'd better cheer up.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Paucity is an insufficient quantity or number. Paucity equals pow plus city, replace pow equals poor. So, remember poor city has scarcity.
Paucity, অর্থ স্বল্পতা, অভাব, scarcity. Pedantic, অর্থ বিচার বুদ্ধিহীন পণ্ডিত সুলভ, আচার সর্বস্ব, লোক দেখানো. Showing off learning, bookish.
Pedantic means, like a pedant, someone who's too concerned with literal accuracy or formality. It's a negative term that implies someone is showing off book learning or trivia, especially in a tiresome way. There's nothing wrong with focusing on the details, but someone who is pedantic makes a big display of knowing obscure facts and details.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Ped, to do with a child. Pedantic equals ped plus anti plus c, therefore not childlike, corrupted mind, not innocent like child, show off bookish learning to meet their greed.
Pedantic, অর্থ বিচার বুদ্ধিহীন পণ্ডিত সুলভ, আচার সর্বস্ব, লোক দেখানো. Showing off learning, bookish. Penchant, অর্থ অনুরাগ, আসক্তি, প্রবৃত্তি. Strong inclination, liking.
Penchant is borrowed from French, which literally means inclined. In both French and English, speakers have long used the idea of inclination metaphorically. A hillside can be inclined in one direction or another, and so can a person's thoughts. But in English, penchant is only for desires. A penchant is a strong preference or tendency. If you have a penchant for pizza, you either eat it daily or wish you did.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. P plus enchant, something that enchants you. You have a strong liking for that.
Penchant, অর্থ অনুরাগ, আসক্তি, প্রবৃত্তি. Strong inclination, liking. Penury, অর্থ দীনতা, অল্পতা, অভাব. Severe poverty, stinginess.
Penury comes from the Latin word penuria, which sounds like something contagious, and actually means scarcity. It's not a word that turns up often in casual conversation or even on nightly newscasts. You're more apt to spot it in a college textbook or maybe an editorial in the New York Times. Penury means extreme poverty to the point of homelessness and begging in the streets. Economic downturns, job loss, shopping sprees, and weekends at the high rollers table in Vegas can lead to penury.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Penury, lack of pennies, no money.
Penury, অর্থহীনতা, অল্পতা, অভাব. Severe poverty, stinginess. Perennial, অর্থ বহুবর্ষজীবী, চিরজীবী. Something long-lasting.
Arguing with your roommate about who cleaned the bathroom last time might be a perennial argument. There is also a perennial plant, which lasts more than 2 years and usually reappears each spring because it produces flowers and seeds from the same root structure. Perennial comes from the Latin perennis, from the prefix per dash, through, plus annus, or year. Annus is also the source of our English word annual. An annual plant lives only 1 year or season. Perennial typically describes things that are permanent, constant, or repeated. If you fight with your parents every year over whether they really must invite your annoying cousins for Thanksgiving, you could call that a perennial conflict.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Perennial seems like the renal system which lasts for a lifelong period, so perennial rivers mean long-lasting rivers for years.
Perennial, অর্থ বহুবর্ষজীবী, চিরজীবী. Something long-lasting.
Perfidious, অর্থ বিশ্বাসঘাতক. Treacherous, disloyal.
If you betray people often, you're perfidious. Traitors are extremely perfidious. Besides betrayal, this word implies lying and maybe other kinds of awful behavior, like stealing and taking bribes.
If someone accuses you of being perfidious, you should probably be offended. It means underhanded, treacherous, deceitful, even evil.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Perfidious equals per plus fid. Remember per as destruction and fid as faith. So, it becomes destroy the faith or betray.
Perfidious, অর্থ বিশ্বাসঘাতক. Treacherous, disloyal. Perfunctory, অর্থ পুঙ্খানুপুঙ্খ নয়, আগ্রহের অভাব. Superficial, not thought of, lacking interest, care, or enthusiasm.
Perfunctory is from Latin perfunctus, from perfungi, to get through with, perform, formed from the Latin prefix per dash, completely, plus fungi, to perform.
A person who does something in a perfunctory way shows little enthusiasm or interest in what they are doing. Many of our everyday greetings are perfunctory. For example, when we say hello and how are you, we usually do so out of habit.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Perfunctory means done routinely and with little interest. So one may associate this with perfactory. Imagine a jaded factory worker stuck in their routine with very little interest in their work.
Perfunctory, অর্থ পুঙ্খানুপুঙ্খ নয়, আগ্রহের অভাব. Superficial, not thought of, lacking interest, care, or enthusiasm. Permeable, অর্থ ভেদযোগ্য, প্রবেশ্য. Penetrable, porous, allowing liquids or gas to pass through.
A permeable surface allows materials like liquids to pass through, either in or out. Inside the body, the walls of cells are permeable membranes that allow fluids and nutrients to get in and nourish the cells.
Something that is permeable can be passed through, especially by liquids or gases. I wish I hadn't worn my permeable sweater to the picnic when the weatherman called for thunderstorms. The rain seeped right through the fabric, soaking me to the skin.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Permeable equals permittable. Permits to flow or enter is permeable.
Permeable, অর্থ ভেদযোগ্য, প্রবেশ্য. Penetrable, porous, allowing liquids or gas to pass through. Pervasive, অর্থ ব্যাপক, spread throughout.
Ever notice how certain trends seem to spread all over the place? When something, like a hairstyle, is super common, it's pervasive. Pervasive things can't be escaped. Playing video games is pervasive among kids.
When something is pervasive, it's everywhere. Common things are pervasive, like greed and cheap perfume.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Pervasive, divide the word as per plus vasive. Replace vasive as massive. Massive means large, heavy. Spread massively is pervasive.
Pervasive, অর্থ ব্যাপক, spread throughout. Phlegmatic, অর্থ সহজে উত্তেজিত হয় না এমন. Calm, not easily disturbed.
Phlegmatic has roots in that colorless, mucusy stuff called phlegm, but people who are phlegmatic aren't called that because they have lots of mucus. They are just a little dull in expressing feelings or showing emotion.
It may be they're training more than their natural behavior, but those palace guards, who wear the red coats and big hats and show absolutely no expression on their faces are phlegmatic. Phlegmatic people show less emotion on the outside, but they may be jumping up and down on the inside.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Phlegmatic, plague, flag. When we hoist a flag, we have the automatic reaction be calm and unexcited.
Phlegmatic, অর্থ সহজে উত্তেজিত হয় না এমন. Calm, not easily disturbed. Piety, অর্থ ভক্তি, ধর্মানুরাগ, devoutness, reverence for God.
Piety is devotion to God or to religious practices. Nuns who pray all day long are famous for their piety. If you have filial piety, it means you're devoted to your parents.
Piety is sometimes used in a disapproving way to mean that the person is only pretending to be devoted or good. It was borrowed from the French word piété, meaning piety or pity, ultimately from the Latin pious, devoted, kind. This Latin adjective is also the source of English adjective pious.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Divide the word like pi plus eddy. Pi is for and eddy is for deity. We take blessing of God, deity, by bowing towards the legs of the idol. So we are religious. Remember as if it has something to do with deity. Piety and deity.
Piety, অর্থ ভক্তি, ধর্মানুরাগ, devoutness, reverence for God. Placate, অর্থ প্রশান্ত করা, pacify, conciliate.
If you placate someone, you stop them from being angry by giving them something or doing something that pleases them. If your dad is annoyed that you forgot to take out the trash, you might be able to placate him by doing the dishes.
If your little sister is mad that the dog ate her favorite teddy bear, you could placate her by buying her an ice cream cone. A near synonym for placate is appease. The origin of placate is Latin placare, to calm or soothe. The related Latin verb placere is the source of English please.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Placate. Plate plus cake equals a plate of cake which calms and appeases.
Placate, অর্থ প্রশান্ত করা, pacify, conciliate. Plasticity, অর্থ নমনীয়তা, ability to be molded.
Plasticity means changeability or moldability. Clay has a lot of plasticity, but a rock has almost none. It helps to think of plastic when learning what plasticity means. See how plastic can be molded into all sorts of things, and even when it's in a totally solid form, it's not hard like stone.
Plasticity refers to things that can still change their shape or function. The brain is something with high plasticity. If you have a brain injury, other parts of the brain can change to pick up the slack. Anything that is capable of evolving or being reshaped has plasticity.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Plasticity equals plastic. By heating plastic, we can mold it to any shape pretty easily without any breakage.
Plasticity. অর্থ নমনীয়তা. Ability to be molded. Platitude. অর্থ নির্স মামুলি উক্তি বা বক্তব্য. Trite remark, commonplace statement.
The English language contains many old, worn-out cliches, or platitudes. Phrases like ants in your pants and as American as apple pie are so overused that they've almost lost their meaning. People rely on these tired old remarks when they can't think of anything original to say.
If an executive gives a speech that begins, "This business is all about survival of the fittest," you need to burn the midnight oil and take one for the team. His employees might get sick of listening to these meaningless cliches and tell him to cut the platitudes.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Platitude equals please plus attitude. Please attitude is always shows poor behavior.
Platitude. অর্থ নির্স মামুলি উক্তি বা বক্তব্য. Trite remark, commonplace statement. Plethora. অর্থ আধিক্য. Excess, overabundance.
Plethora means an abundance or excess of something. If you have 15 different people who want to take you on a date, you have a plethora of romantic possibilities.
Plethora comes from the Greek for fullness. Although it was originally used only in old-fashioned medicine to describe the condition of having too much blood, we use it to talk about any excessive supply. If you run a theatre and all the seats are taken, that's a full house.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. You will be full. Plethora equals playthoda for few moment, but child resist that he will play more and more and more, thus excessive.
Plethora. অর্থ আধিক্য. Excess, overabundance. Plummet. অর্থ তীব্রভাবে পড়া. Fall sharply.
The verb plummet means to drop sharply, like eagles that plummet toward earth, seeking prey, or school attendance that plummets when there is a flu outbreak. To correctly pronounce plummet, say plummet. This verb describes something that drops sharply or quickly, like a roller coaster that plummets down a hill, temperatures that plummet overnight, or sales of roses and candy that plummet after Valentine's Day. Memory aid to remember this word. Plummet rhymes with comet, which falls so sharply. Plummet sounds like planet, something very, very heavy. A heavy thing will fall or drop sharply.
Plummet. অর্থ তীব্রভাবে পড়া. Fall sharply.
Precipitate. অর্থ বর্ষণ করা, প্রচণ্ড বেগে প্রস্থান করানো. Rash, premature, hasty, sudden.
Precipitate usually means bringing something on, or making it happen, and not always in a good way. An unpopular verdict might precipitate violence, or one false step at the Grand Canyon could precipitate you down into the gorge.
Precipitate, as a verb, can also mean specifically to fall from clouds such as rain, snow, or other forms of precipitation. When used as an adjective, precipitate means hasty or acting suddenly.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Precipitate equals pre plus anticipate. That means you don't think or anticipate before you do something. You do it in rash or haste.
Precipitate. অর্থ বর্ষণ করা, প্রচণ্ড বেগে প্রস্থান করানো. Rash, premature, hasty, sudden. Precursor. অর্থ অগ্রদূত, পূর্বগামী বা পূর্ববর্তী ব্যক্তি। Forerunner.
You've heard the old saying, pride comes before the fall. Well, you could just as easily say pride is a precursor to the fall. A precursor is something that happens before something else.
You don't have to be a dead languages scholar to guess that this word springs from a Latin source, precursor, to run before. A precursor is usually related to what it precedes. It's a catalyst or a harbinger, leading to what follows or providing a clue that it's going to happen.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Precursor equals pre, before, plus cursor, that points out. So, precursor is something that points out in advance. Forerunner, she prepared him for the cursory scene he was about to witness, serving as a precursor.
Precursor. অর্থ অগ্রদূত, পূর্বগামী বা পূর্ববর্তী ব্যক্তি। Forerunner. Presumptuous. অর্থ অহংকারী, স্বাধীনতা গ্রহণকারী। Arrogant. Taking liberties.
When someone takes liberties, doing things too boldly, you can describe them with the adjective presumptuous.
Presumptuous comes from the Latin verb presumere, which means to take for granted. It means taking for granted your access to someone or power to do something. It's a very satisfying and effective word because it belittles and criticizes at the same time.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Presumptuous equals pre, prior, plus sumptuous, tempestuous, thus the one who is tempestuous prior to coming. Pre-assuming throw, us, he is pre-assuming that he can throw us, shows his ignorance and overconfidence.
Presumptuous. অর্থ অহংকারী, স্বাধীনতা গ্রহণকারী। Arrogant. Taking liberties. Preamble. অর্থ প্রস্তাবনা, মুখ বন্ধ। ভূমিকা. Introductory statement.
A preamble is a brief introduction to a speech, like the preamble to the Constitution that starts out, with the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, do ordain and establish this Constitution.
Preamble comes from the Latin preambulus, which means walking before. And that's what a preamble does, it walks before a speech, often explaining what's coming. It's like the White Rabbit introducing the Queen of Hearts in Alice in Wonderland.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Pre plus amble equals preamble. Pre represents before, amble is moving. A speaker, before heading to main topic, starts with an introductory statement and then elaborate the topic.
Preamble. অর্থ প্রস্তাবনা, মুখ বন্ধ। ভূমিকা. Introductory statement. Precarious. অর্থ অনিশ্চিত, নিরাপত্তাহীন, বিপজ্জনক। Uncertain, risky.
Grab for the adjective precarious when something is unstable, dangerous, or difficult and likely to get worse. Are you totally broke and the people you owe money to keep calling? You're in a precarious financial situation.
The Latin root of precarious means obtained by asking or praying. This fits well as precarious always signals that help is needed desperately. If your life is precarious or you are in a precarious situation, things could become difficult, maybe even dangerous, for you.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Precarious equals PRE plus care plus IOUS. We have to take care while doing something risky so that it does not go wrong.
Precarious. অর্থ অনিশ্চিত, নিরাপত্তাহীন, বিপজ্জনক। Uncertain, risky. Pragmatic. অর্থ ব্যবহারিক, আদর্শবাদীর বিপরীতে, কোনো কিছুর ব্যবহারিক মূল্য বা প্রভাবের সাথে সংশ্লিষ্ট। Practical, as opposed to idealistic, concerned with the practical worth or impact of something.
To describe a person or a solution that takes a realistic approach, consider the adjective pragmatic. The 4-year-old who wants a unicorn for her birthday isn't being very pragmatic.
The opposite of idealistic is pragmatic, a word that describes a philosophy of doing what works best. From Greek pragma, deed, the word has historically described philosophers and politicians who were concerned more with real-world application of ideas than with abstract notions.
Pragmatic equals to something that sounds like problematic. A pragmatic way of dealing with something is based on practical considerations, rather than theoretical ones.
Pragmatic অর্থ ব্যবহারিক আদর্শবাদীর বিপরীতে কোনো কিছুর ব্যবহারিক মূল্য বা প্রভাবের সাথে সংশ্লিষ্ট. Practical, as opposed to idealistic, concerned with the practical worth or impact of something. Press অর্থ ছিদ্রযুক্ত, ঝাঁঝরা. সচ্ছিদ্র full of pores, like a sieve.
If something is full of tiny holes or openings, you can describe it as porous. A sponge is porous, and if the border between countries is open for anyone to cross easily, it too can be called porous.
You can see the word pore, meaning a tiny opening, in porous. When potters make a mug, they use special glazes to seal the porous clay, which otherwise would absorb the liquid you put in the mug.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. When we see pores, holes, in our skin we get anxious. So, porous equals pore plus us. Full of holes or pores.
Press অর্থ ছিদ্রযুক্ত, ঝাঁঝরা. সচ্ছিদ্র full of pores, like a sieve. Prevaricate অর্থ কৌশলে সত্যকে এড়িয়ে চলা, সত্যকে অস্বীকার করা. The trick is to avoid the truth, to deny the truth.
When you prevaricate, you lie or mislead. Now, go ahead and tell me whether you already knew that meaning, and don't prevaricate about it. Give me the story straight.
While prevaricate basically means to lie, it also has the sense of making it hard to know exactly what the lie was. You talk in a confusing way, go back and forth, and as deliberately as possible mislead someone.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Prevaricate equals pre, before, plus var, truth, plus icate, gate. Before truth you have kept the gate. Hence you are lying or hiding the truth.
Prevaricate অর্থ কৌশলে সত্যকে এড়িয়ে চলা, সত্যকে অস্বীকার করা. The trick is to avoid the truth, to deny the truth. Pristine অর্থ আগের সময়ের বৈশিষ্ট্য, আদিম, নির্ভেজাল. Characteristic of earlier times, primitive, unspoiled.
If something is pristine, it's immaculately clean or has never been used. So please check your shoes before walking on a pristine white carpet.
A long time ago pristine was used to describe primitive or ancient things. It wasn't until 1899 that the word grew to mean unspoiled or pure. Ecologists strive to preserve pristine rainforests, just as vacationers are always looking for a pristine strip of beach to lounge on.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Pristine equals print plus first. First printed books are fresh and clean. Sounds as Listerine, that keeps our mouth clean.
Pristine অর্থ আগের সময়ের বৈশিষ্ট্য, আদিম, নির্ভেজাল. Characteristic of earlier times, primitive, unspoiled. Property অর্থ ন্যায়পরায়ণতা, পবিত্রতা, ধর্মনিষ্ঠা. Uprightness, incorruptibility.
Though property sounds like what you might do with a sharp stick, it actually means being morally and ethically above reproach, or having integrity.
If you show fiscal probity, it means you are responsible and ethical with your money. The story of George Washington chopping down the cherry tree and refusing to lie about it is a story of probity.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Remember it as probe with integrity means keep moral principles intact, be honest. When police bids prisoner, probity, with probe. Then he becomes honest. Probe plus it probe your conscience to grow in uprightness, honesty.
Probity অর্থ ন্যায়পরায়ণতা, পবিত্রতা, ধর্মনিষ্ঠা. Uprightness, incorruptibility. Problematic অর্থ সন্দেহজনক, বিভ্রান্তিকর. Doubtful, unsettled, questionable, perplexing.
Something problematic poses a problem or causes difficulties. Your ambitions to become the next great leader of Spain are great, but your inability to speak Spanish might prove problematic.
Around 1600, the word problematical was shortened and problematic was born. Perhaps they wanted to make it less problematic for spellers. It's an adjective that means tough, hard to solve, or even questionable.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Problematic related to problem. Remember doubtful things bring problems.
Problematic অর্থ সন্দেহজনক, বিভ্রান্তিকর. Doubtful, unsettled, questionable, perplexing. Prodigal অর্থ অপচয়কারী, বেপরোয়াভাবে অর্থের ব্যবহার. Wasteful, reckless with money.
Use the adjective prodigal to describe someone who spends too much money, or something very wasteful. Your prodigal spending on fancy coffee drinks might leave you with no money to buy lunch.
Prodigal usually applies to the spending of money. In the Bible, the prodigal son leaves home and wastes all his money. The noun forms of the word, meaning a wasteful person or one who returns home after a period of bad behavior, relate to this biblical story.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Prodigal equals prody, proud, plus gal, girl, equals the girls who is having excessive proud is always wasteful, or divide prodigal as pro plus di plus gal equals producers and directors are using gals for sex. It means they are profligate.
Prodigal অর্থ অপচয়কারী, বেপরোয়াভাবে অর্থের ব্যবহার. Wasteful, reckless with money. Profound অর্থ গভীর, ভাষা ভাষা নয়, সম্পূর্ণ. Deep, not superficial, complete.
When you need a word that's deeper than deep, consider profound. A philosopher is likely to make many profound pronouncements.
Profundus literally means deep in Latin, and profound had the same meaning when it entered English in the 14th century. But even then, it also meant figuratively deep, that is, very great or intense. The new laws have had a profound impact.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. An easy way to learn the word profound would be to break it up into professional and found. One can remember that anything that a professional found has to be good, deep.
Profound অর্থ গভীর, ভাষা ভাষা নয়, সম্পূর্ণ. Deep, not superficial, complete. Prohibitive অর্থ কিছু ক্রয় বা ব্যবহার প্রতিরোধ করার প্রবণতা, প্রতিরোধ বা নিষেধ করতে আগ্রহী. Tending to prevent the purchase or use of something, inclined to prevent or forbid.
That expensive Ferrari in the showroom? You may want it, but its price is prohibitive, which means the price is discouragingly high and likely to deter you from buying.
Prohibitive originally referred to something, often a law, that prohibits or forbids something, but it came to mean conditions, often prices or taxes, so high or great they restrict or prevent something. To some, the cost of childcare is prohibitive.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Prohibitive equals forbid. Remember the word forbid. Forbid prevents something or someone.
Prohibitive অর্থ কিছু ক্রয় বা ব্যবহার প্রতিরোধ করার প্রবণতা, প্রতিরোধ বা নিষেধ করতে আগ্রহী. Tending to prevent the purchase or use of something, inclined to prevent or forbid.
Proliferate অর্থ দ্রুত বৃদ্ধি ছড়িয়ে পড়া grow rapidly spread multiply
When something proliferates, it's growing, spreading, or multiplying really quickly. Bunny rabbits have a habit of proliferating, as do dandelions in untended gardens and funny YouTube videos on the internet.
Proliferate was originally a biological term used to describe the growth of cells and producing offspring. It wasn't until 1961 that we started to use proliferate more generally to talk about everything from the spread of nuclear weapons to the wide growth of Walmart.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Rate increase rapidly and quickly these days. Pro-life rate, in our professional, pro-life, we should work at faster rate to grow rapidly. Proliferate অর্থ দ্রুত বৃদ্ধি ছড়িয়ে পড়া grow rapidly spread multiply
Propensity অর্থ প্রাকৃতিক প্রবণতা natural inclination.
A propensity is a natural tendency to behave in a certain way. We all have propensities, things we tend to do. Dogs have a propensity to bark, and many people have a propensity for getting annoyed by it.
If you have a propensity for something, then it's something that comes naturally to you or something you just do a lot. Some people have a propensity to laugh. Other people have a propensity for making others laugh, or for being generous, or for getting angry.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Propensity can be best remembered in funny way. Break propensity to prop and city. One can use the fact that villagers have an inclination towards the city. This would lead to propensity being associated with an inclination, a sort of natural tendency.
Propensity অর্থ প্রাকৃতিক প্রবণতা natural inclination. Property অর্থ তুষ্ট করা appease.
If you forgot flowers on your grandma's birthday, you can still propitiate her by sending a bouquet the next day. Propitiate means to appease someone or make them happy by doing a particular thing. Handy strategy for lovers, too.
One of the most common uses of propitiate historically was in the sense of appeasing the gods, often with a gift in the form of an animal or human sacrifice. Fortunately, for most people today, flowers and candy will do the trick. But then again, some moms can be tough to appease.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Propitiate, pro plus pitai plus 8. Look at the first two, they sound like pro, 4, pitai, pity. That is for pity. Thus if you are for pity, you are certainly willing to make peace and allow pardon to be granted. You are pro-peace or for peace.
Property অর্থ তুষ্ট করা appease. Propriety অর্থ সঠিক আচরণ fitness correct conduct.
Propriety is following what is socially acceptable in speech and behavior. Your little brother might offend your sense of propriety by burping loudly at the dinner table.
Propriety is like the noun form of proper and appropriate. It comes from the same root as the word property, in the sense of a distinctive character or quality. The opposite of propriety is impropriety, meaning rude or inappropriate.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Divide the word as proper plus iety. Proper sounds like proper. Hence it refers to being proper or correct in conduct. Properly plus rightly equals propriety.
Propriety অর্থ সঠিক আচরণ fitness correct conduct. Proscribe অর্থ বহিষ্কৃত করা নির্বাসিত করা অবৈধ ঘোষণা করা ostracize banish, outlaw.
To prescribe something is to forbid or prohibit it, as a school principal might prescribe the use of cell phones in class.
Prescribe sounds similar to the word prescribe, but be careful, these words are essentially opposite in meaning. While prescribe means forbid, prescribed is used when a doctor recommends a medicine or remedy.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. It can be written like this: pro means before plus scribe means to write. So a writer whose writing are prohibited to be published in that country. Selling drugs without prescription is prescribed.
Proscribe অর্থ বহিষ্কৃত করা, নির্বাসিত করা, অবৈধ ঘোষণা করা. Ostracize, banish, outlaw. Pungent অর্থ স্বাদ বা গন্ধে তীক্ষ্ণ, মর্মপীড়াদায়ক. Stinging, sharp in taste or smell, caustic.
Use pungent to describe a taste or smell that gives a sharp sensation. What is that pungent odor? Is a polite way of suggesting that someone in the room has BO.
The ultimate source of the word pungent is Latin pungere, to prick, sting. Ginger and mustard seed are examples of pungent spices. Limburger cheese has the distinction of being the most pungent of all cheeses.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Pun plus, negligent. As you know, punning means playing with words. So if we pun negligently on others, it may hurt them. Pungent, pun plus gent. Pun rhymes with non, and gent rhymes with gentle. It means not gentle or sharp or strong.
Pungent অর্থ স্বাদ বা গন্ধে তীক্ষ্ণ, মর্মপীড়াদায়ক. Stinging, sharp in taste or smell, caustic. Qualified অর্থ যোগ্য, গুণসম্পন্ন. Meeting the proper standards and requirements for a task.
Qualified means something depends on another action occurring. If your friend receives a qualified offer on her house, that means something else has to happen, like a bank approving the loan, before it's sold.
Qualified is an adjective with multiple meanings. Employers seek the most qualified applicants, meaning those who have the most experience and relevant training. Being qualified might also mean you have paperwork that shows you had certain training or meet certain standards.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Quality is related to standard. So, qualified is meeting that standard.
Qualified অর্থ যোগ্য, গুণসম্পন্ন. Meeting the proper standards and requirements for a task. Quibble অর্থ অপ্রাসঙ্গিক আপত্তি উত্থাপন করে একটি বিষয়ের সত্যতাকে এড়িয়ে যাওয়া. Evade the truth of a point by raising irrelevant objections.
A quibble is a small argument or fight. As a verb, it means to pick a mini-fight over something that doesn't really matter. Let's not quibble over price, people will say, usually when they plan to gouge you.
It's better to watch figure skating with the sound off, rather than listening to the announcers quibble over a not fully rotated knee or the slightly diminished altitude of a jump. Sometimes a quibble between neighbors over 2 feet of property can escalate into a major feud.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Quibble equals ka plus blee, change ko with y and blee y. Think someone is arguing over the bill of restaurant where the tipok is silly.
Quibble অর্থ অপ্রাসঙ্গিক আপত্তি উত্থাপন করে একটি বিষয়ের সত্যতাকে এড়িয়ে যাওয়া. Evade the truth of a point by raising irrelevant objections. Quiescent অর্থ শান্ত, নিশ্চল. At rest, dormant, temporarily inactive.
The adjective quiescent means being quiet and still, like the quiescent moments lying in a hammock on a beautiful summer Sunday.
To be quiescent, pronounced QWHYSSent, is to be quiet, resting, which is exactly follow its Latin origin. Quiescence means quiet. It has a second meaning, causing no symptoms. If a disease is quiescent, you probably won't know you have it.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Quies, quite, plus cent. Leave the second part. So, someone who is quiet for a period of time is quiescent. Quiescent equals quiet plus descent.
Quiescent ortho. Shanto nischol. At rest, dormant, temporarily inactive. Rarefied ortho. Uccio nuitic ba buddhi biktik mulle. Of high moral or intellectual value.
Use the adjective rarefied to describe things that are so stylish, smart, or moral that they seem elevated above the ordinary, like the rarefied conversation of brilliant scholars.
To correctly pronounce rarefied, accent the first syllable, rarefied. In addition to high-minded conversation, the word rarefied can also describe the air in high elevations that has less oxygen, like the rarefied air that can be challenging to mountain climbers.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Rarefied is a past tense of rarefy. And rarefy equals rare plus fy, to make. So, to make something rare or less dense is rarefied.
Rarefied ortho. Uccio nuitic ba buddhi biktik mulle. Of high moral or intellectual value. Recalcitrant ortho. কর্তৃত্ব প্রতিরোধে দৃঢ় প্রতিজ্ঞ, নিয়ম শৃঙ্খলা মানতে চায় না এমন, অবাধ্য. Obstinately stubborn, determined to resist authority, unruly.
If someone is so pig-headed that he won't budge on an issue, call him recalcitrant. Not that it will make a difference.
Recalcitrant is from Latin calcitrare, meaning to kick, so someone who is recalcitrant is kicking back against what's wanted of them. Synonyms are unruly, intractable, and refractory, all referring to what is difficult to manage or control.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Recalcitrant equals recall, plus CIT, cite, plus rent, need recall to please the minister over telephone to get the cite and rent as he is stubborn in any matter wants proper clarification.
Recalcitrant ortho. কর্তৃত্ব প্রতিরোধে দৃঢ় প্রতিজ্ঞ, নিয়ম শৃঙ্খলা মানতে চায় না এমন, অবাধ্য. Obstinately stubborn, determined to resist authority, unruly. Recant ortho. প্রত্যাহার করা, খোলাখুলি ভুল স্বীকার করুন. Disclaim or disavow, retract a previous statement, openly confess error.
If you're someone who speaks before you think, you may need to recant, or take back, that overly honest assessment of your friend's new haircut.
Recant comes from two Latin roots, the prefix re-, meaning back, and the verb cantere, meaning to sing. It has been suggested that recant was first used when someone reversed a charm, curse, or some other type of magical spell that would have been chanted or sung.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. RE, again, plus can't, cannot, equals I have told you this again and again. It cannot be done. It has been rejected.
Recant ortho. প্রত্যাহার করা, খোলাখুলি ভুল স্বীকার করুন. Disclaim or disavow, retract a previous statement, openly confess error. Recluse ortho. যিনি একাকী জীবনযাপন করেন. Hermit, loner, one who lives in solitude.
A recluse lives alone, works alone, eats alone, and generally stays away from other people. Antisocial old hermits are recluses, as are a lot of students during exam time.
In the early 13th century, a recluse was a person who shut out the world to go meditate on religious issues. But nowadays recluses can think about whatever they want while they are sitting in solitude. They are simply people who shy away from social interaction and live secluded lives.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Read plus close equals recluse. Read lose is lose, if you lose in any game you'd like to live alone.
Recluse অর্থ যিনি একাকী জীবনযাপন করেন। Hermit, loner, one who lives in solitude. Recondite অর্থ গূঢ়, গুপ্ত, গভীর, দুর্বোধ্য। Abstruse, difficult to understand.
It's rather difficult to penetrate the meaning of recondite. Fitting, because it's an adjective that basically means hard for the average mind to understand.
In the same family as abstruse, esoteric, and totally deep, man, recondite is a very serious word that you could use to describe obscure philosophy books, high-level mathematical theory, and the series finale of The Sopranos, you know, things that make your brain hurt.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Recondite should remind you of reconduct. When you don't understand something at first attempt, you need to conduct again. That means the thing is complicated to understand or recondite.
Recondite অর্থ গূঢ়, গুপ্ত, গভীর, দুর্বোধ্য। Abstruse, difficult to understand. Refractory অর্থ কর্তৃত্ব বা নিয়ন্ত্রণ প্রতিরোধী, একগুঁয়ে, অবাধ্য। Step 1, unmanageable, resistant to authority or control.
Imagine yourself pulling a dog who doesn't want to walk. The dog is refractory, or stubbornly resisting your authority.
The word refractory comes from a Latin word meaning obstinate and can also be used to mean not responsive to something. If you have a cold you can't shake, you could say you have a refractory cough. The word can also be used to describe a material that maintains its strength at very high heats.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Refractory equals factor, who always factors the law into peace, means don't follow the law. Or, remember refract from refractory. One who doesn't refract or bend at all, meaning stubborn.
Refractory অর্থ কর্তৃত্ব বা নিয়ন্ত্রণ প্রতিরোধী, একগুঁয়ে, অবাধ্য। Step 1, unmanageable, resistant to authority or control. Refute অর্থ যুক্তি বা প্রমাণ দ্বারা উৎখাত করা। Disprove, overthrow by argument, evidence, or proof.
The verb refute is to prove that something is wrong. When the kids you're babysitting swear they brushed their teeth, you can refute their claim by presenting the dry toothbrushes.
Evidence and arguments are used to refute something. So are facts. For example, if children who eat chocolate before going to bed go straight to sleep, that refutes the idea that sugar keeps them up. Refute comes from the Latin refuter for, to check, suppress.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Refute rhymes with refuse, when you disapprove of something, or if something is false or incorrect. You refute it or disapprove. Refute sounds like again fuse, i.e. again false.
Refute অর্থ যুক্তি বা প্রমাণ দ্বারা উৎখাত করা। Disprove, overthrow by argument, evidence, or proof. Relegate অর্থ নির্বাসিত করা, বহিষ্কার করা, ন্যস্ত করা, নিম্ন পদে সরানো। To allow a position, delegate, assign to allow a position.
If the quarterback of the football team stops making decent throws, he might be relegated to the position of bench warmer.
Relegate rhymes with delegate. Both words derive from the Latin legate, descend. Relegate means to send someone down in rank. Delegate means to send someone in your place to complete a task. In the workplace, managers who can't figure out how to delegate may get relegated to a lesser rank.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Relegate equals re plus leg plus gate equals reposition. Re-leg, to lower room. Gate equals to be downgraded.
Relegate অর্থ নির্বাসিত করা, বহিষ্কার করা, ন্যস্ত করা, নিম্ন পদে সরানো. To a lower position, delegate, assign to a lower position. Reproach অর্থ আপত্তি করা বা নিন্দা করা বা মানহানি. Express disapproval or disappointment, express criticism towards.
Reproach means to mildly criticize. If you show poor manners at your grandmother's dinner table, she will reproach you.
The verb reproach means to express disapproval or criticism. As a noun, it means blame or criticism. If you are beyond reproach, that means no one could find anything to criticize you. As a noun, reproach can also be shame. If you are caught lying, it is a reproach that might bother you for a while.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Reproach can be learnt by breaking it up into reapproach. From this we can have an idea that whenever we find a fault with something or someone, our first reaction is to blame that person or situation or thing.
Reproach অর্থ আপত্তি করা বা নিন্দা করা বা মানহানি. Express disapproval or disappointment, express criticism towards. Reprobate অর্থ দুশ্চরিত্র ব্যক্তি, হীন ব্যক্তি, নৈতিক সংশয়হীন ব্যক্তি. Person hardened in sin, devoid of a sense of decency, a person without moral scruples.
There's no way around it. A reprobate is a bad egg. The black sheep of the family, missing a moral compass, a reprobate's been called everything from a deviant to an evildor to a scoundrel.
Reprobates were once considered rejected by God. Throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, a reprobate was a popular literary character, sometimes amusing, as noted in Henry James' Daisy Miller. What a clever little reprobate she was, and how smartly she played an injured innocence.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Reprobate equals rep, repeatedly, plus rob plus 8. A person who again and again robs other people's food and eats it up has no moral values.
Reprobate অর্থ দুশ্চরিত্র ব্যক্তি, হীন ব্যক্তি, নৈতিক সংশয়হীন ব্যক্তি. Person hardened in sin, devoid of a sense of decency, a person without moral scruples. Repudiate অর্থ স্বীকার করতে, অনুমোদন করতে বা বৈধ হিসাবে স্বীকৃতি দিতে অস্বীকার করা. Disavow, disavow, refuse to acknowledge, ratify, or recognize as valid.
To repudiate something is to reject it, or to refuse to accept or support it. If you grow up religious, but repudiate all organized religion as an adult, you might start spending holidays at the movies, or just going to work.
This verb usually refers to rejecting something that has authority, such as a legal contract, doctrine, or claim. In connection with debts or other obligations, repudiate is used in a specialized sense, to refuse to recognize or pay.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Repud, think refused, plus IATE, think I had enough, refuse to take or acknowledge anymore.
Repudiate অর্থ স্বীকার করতে, অনুমোদন করতে বা বৈধ হিসাবে স্বীকৃতি দিতে অস্বীকার করা. Disavow, disavow, refuse to acknowledge, ratify, or recognize as valid. Rescind অর্থ আনুষ্ঠানিকভাবে বাতিল. Cancel officially.
If you get a call saying a company has decided to rescind your job offer, it's back to the classifieds for you. Rescind means to cancel or revoke.
Things that are rescinded: policies, court decisions, regulations, and official statements. What all these examples have in common is that they are on the record. Also, rescind usually refers to promises instead of tangible objects.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Rescind reminds us of resign, where resign is to cancel your appointment and rescind is to cancel an agreement. Rescind sounds like rescind. So you cancel and an official doc and rescind for correction.
Rescind অর্থ আনুষ্ঠানিকভাবে বাতিল, cancel officially. Resolution অর্থ কিছু করার বা নির্দিষ্ট পদ্ধতিতে আচরণ করার সিদ্ধান্ত. Determination, a decision to do something or to behave in a certain manner.
The noun resolution has a few related meanings having to do with being firmly determined about something. If you lack determination, you'll never fulfill your New Year's resolutions. Resolution is the noun form of the verb resolve, derived from the Latin resolvere, to loosen, undo, settle. We can still see this meaning of resolution in the sense of an explanation, or a solution, when a problem, conflict, or mystery reaches its resolution. It has been undone, so to speak.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Resolution equals re plus solution. Find a solution and determine to get back in shape.
Resolution অর্থ কিছু করার বা নির্দিষ্ট পদ্ধতিতে আচরণ করার সিদ্ধান্ত. Determination, a decision to do something or to behave in a certain manner. Resolve অর্থ কোনো সমস্যা বা প্রশ্নের সমাধান খুঁজে বের করা. Find a solution or answer.
To resolve is to settle or make a decision about something, often formal. A college's board of directors might resolve to recruit more minority students. As a noun, resolve refers to a strong determination to do something. If you make a New Year's resolution to exercise every day, you'll need plenty of resolve to stick with your program. The verb descends from Middle English resolven, to dissolve, from Latin resolvere, to untie. In English, the obsolete sense of to dissolve.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Resolve equals re plus solve. Re is again and solve is solution. So, resolve is finding a solution to solve any problem or question.
Resolve অর্থ কোনো সমস্যা বা প্রশ্নের সমাধান খুঁজে বের করা. Find a solution or answer. Reticent অর্থ নিজের প্রতি দৃষ্টি আকর্ষণ করতে অনিচ্ছুক. Reserved, uncommunicative, inclined to silence.
Reticent means either quiet or restrained. If you're reticent about your feelings, you like to keep them to yourself, and you're probably quiet in rowdy groups where everyone is talking over each other. The original meaning of reticent describes someone who doesn't like to talk. Be careful in your context, however. Reticent can refer to someone who is restrained and formal, but it can also refer to someone who doesn't want to draw attention to herself or who prefers seclusion to other people.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Reticent rhymes with silent. Imagine a silent patient in a hospital who is shy about sharing her pain with others. She retains everything silently.
Reticent অর্থ নিজের প্রতি দৃষ্টি আকর্ষণ করতে অনিচ্ছুক. Reserved, uncommunicative, inclined to silence. Reverent অর্থ গভীর শ্রদ্ধা বা শ্রদ্ধা অনুভব করা বা দেখানো. Feeling or showing profound respect or veneration.
When you have great awe and respect for someone or something, and you show it by respectfully worshipping that person, thing, deity, or musical group, you are being reverent. Originally, the word reverent was used only in religious contexts, but now it works when people are just acting like they're in a religious setting. People are occasionally reverent in regard to antique cars, supermodels, spelling bee champions and giant TV screens.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Reverent, divide as river in. We bath in the river in as a part of worship. Or, reverend sounds like reverend, priest. Now think of the feeling most people feel towards reverend.
Reverent অর্থ গভীর শ্রদ্ধা বা শ্রদ্ধা অনুভব করা বা দেখানো, feeling or showing profound respect or veneration.
Sage অর্থ আধ্যাত্মিক এবং দার্শনিক বিষয়ের একজন পরামর্শদাতা. Person celebrated for wisdom, a mentor in spiritual and philosophical topics.
Use the word sage for someone or something wise and judicious. Thanks to the sage advice of your friend, you didn't write your teacher an angry email.
You might think of a wizard when you hear the word sage, but it means a wise man. You see, it used to refer to someone who has insight in a particular field. If someone is a policy sage, he knows just what advice to give politicians to make them understand the issue and respond successfully to it.
Memory aid to help you memorize. Sage equals sensible, a wise person.
Sage অর্থ আধ্যাত্মিক এবং দার্শনিক বিষয়ের একজন পরামর্শদাতা. Person celebrated for wisdom, a mentor in spiritual and philosophical topics. Salubrious অর্থ স্বাস্থ্যকর, healthful.
Salubrious is a fancy way to describe something that's good for you or is generally favorable to mind or body, but it need not be limited to describing healthy foods or liquids.
The two words, salute and salubrious, stem from the same salus, meaning welfare, health. Maybe next time, raise a glass of wheatgrass instead of vino.
Memory aid to help you memorize. We salute each other with a cheer, to your health, as we chug down something that probably isn't that good for us. But if it were salubrious, it would be. Or, salubrious and nutritious are rhyming words which describe something that is healthy or health-giving.
Salubrious অর্থ স্বাস্থ্যকর, healthful. Sanction অর্থ সরকারি অনুমতি বা অনুমোদন, official permission or approval, ratify.
Sanction has two nearly opposite meanings. To sanction can be to approve of something, but it can also mean to punish or speak harshly to. Likewise, a sanction can be a punishment or approval. Very confusing. The person who invented this word should be publicly sanctioned.
Before invading Iraq, the US and its allies first imposed sanctions on the country, refusing to supply the country with much-needed trade items. Guess sanction equals punishment. But by trading with China at the same time, the US quietly sanctioned that nation's known instances of human rights abuses.
Memory aid to help you memorize. You can read it like sanction equals sang song. So, you sing song when you have been approved or accepted. It's like being approved to USA.org, sanction or permission or authorization to get the authority to do something.
Sanction অর্থ সরকারি অনুমতি বা অনুমোদন, official permission or approval, ratify. Satisfy অর্থ সম্পূর্ণরূপে সন্তুষ্ট, satisfy fully.
If you just can't get enough popcorn, even the jumbo tub at the movie theater may not be enough to satiate or satisfy your desire.
Satiate is often used in situations in which a thirst, craving, or need is satisfied. When satiate indicates eating, it can take on a negative, or even disgusted tone. If you say, the diners at the world's largest buffet were satiated, you might not mean that they were merely satisfied.
Memory aid to help you memorize. Sithi 8 closely resembles Sithi SFY. Imagine yourself sitting and eating to your heart's content till the time you are satisfied or satiated. You can also remember satiate by thinking of it as sat plus 8.
Satie অর্থ সম্পূর্ণরূপে সন্তুষ্ট, satisfactorily. Saturate অর্থ পরিপূর্ণ করা, সম্পূর্ণরূপে শুষে নেওয়া, suck thoroughly, infuse or fill completely.
The verb saturate means to cause something to be fully soaked to the point where it can't take on anything else. A heavy rainstorm can saturate the ground, leaving puddles on the lawn because no more water can be absorbed.
Saturate comes from the Latin word saturatus, means to fill full, drench. Saturate is often used to describe the aftermath of a big rainstorm, but other things can be saturated as well. If you're a workaholic, you might saturate all your time with work, leaving no time to spend with your family.
Memory aid to help you memorize. Saturate or integrate, to fill or supply completely. Saturate, think of it as saturated fat. Once we take saturated fat in, it will soak in your body and become fat. Very hard to burn it off.
Saturate অর্থ পরিপূর্ণ করা, সম্পূর্ণরূপে শুষে নেওয়া, suck thoroughly, infuse or fill completely. Savor অর্থ স্বতন্ত্র গন্ধ বা গুণমান আছে এমন, a particular taste or smell, especially an appealing one, have a distinctive flavor, smell, or quality.
Whether it's a feeling of joy or a piece of pecan pie, when you savor something, you enjoy it to the fullest.
When you savor something, you enjoy it so much that you want to make it last forever. With that in mind, savor carries a connotation of doing something slowly. If you savor that flourless chocolate tart, then you eat it slowly, bit by bit, deliberately picking every last crumb off the plate.
Memory aid to help you memorize. You savor, feel the taste, the flavor, taste of the food you eat. Focus on save plus or. If you save your money in young age, you can enjoy later in future life.
Savor অর্থ স্বতন্ত্র গন্ধ বা গুণমান আছে এমন, a particular taste or smell, especially an appealing one, have a distinctive flavor, smell, or quality.
Secret অর্থ কোষ বা শারীরিক তরল থেকে উৎপন্ন, generate and separate from cells or bodily fluids.
It's easy to remember that secrete's all about secrets when you see the word secret inside secrete. Imagine the first person who squeezed a lemon and secreted the juice. Probably felt like he'd discovered a secret stash of citrus goodness.
If he was greedy, maybe he gathered all the lemons he could find and secreted them away in a box so no one else would learn the secret of the juice secretion.
Memory aid to help you memorize. Secrete is all about secrets. It means both to hide and to release. When you squeeze a lemon, it secretes juice. When you stuff your money in a mattress, you secrete it there.
Secret অর্থ কোষ বা শারীরিক তরল থেকে উৎপন্ন, generate and separate from cells or bodily fluids. Shard অর্থ ভঙ্গুর শিল্পকর্মের ভাঙা টুকরা, a broken piece of a brittle artifact.
A shard is simply a broken piece of metal, glass, stone, or pottery with sharp edges.
Don't confuse shard with shred, meaning to cut into strips, or chard, a leafy green vegetable. You could use a shard of metal to shred chard into salad, but be careful that you don't cut your hands to shreds.
Memory aid to help you memorize. If you break a mirror, the thin sharp pieces you want to avoid are shards.
Shard অর্থ ভঙ্গুর শিল্পকর্মের ভাঙা টুকরা, a broken piece of a brittle artifact. Skeptic অর্থ যে অভ্যাসগতভাবে গৃহীত বিশ্বাসে সন্দেহ করে, someone who habitually doubts accepted beliefs.
A skeptic is a person who doesn't believe something is true unless they see evidence. As a skeptic, you refuse to believe your sister saw a ghost. After all, she can't prove it.
Skeptics are doubters, they need to see proof before they will believe. If you're a skeptic, you're probably dubious about things like astrology and magic. Coming from the Greek word skeptikos, which means thoughtful or inquiring.
Memory aid to help you memorize. Skeptic, remove K. So, it becomes septic. When a person is wounded or injured, he always have doubt whether it is going to get septic or not. So he is doubtful.
Skeptic অর্থ যে অভ্যাসগতভাবে গৃহীত বিশ্বাসে সন্দেহ করে, someone who habitually doubts accepted beliefs. Solicitous অর্থ একান্তভাবে কামনাকারী, full of desire, worried, concerned.
If you're solicitous about learning the connections between words, you'll surely want to know about the relationship between solicitous and another word you've probably heard before, solicit.
Solicitous doesn't come from solicit, but the two words are related. They both have their roots in the Latin word solicitus, meaning anxious. Solicitous itself came directly from this Latin word, whereas solicit made its way to English with a few more steps.
Memory aid to help you memorize. Solicit means to request earnestly for something, but if you have to wait for it to happen, then you are liable to become solicitous.
Solicitous অর্থ একান্তভাবে কামনাকারী, full of desire, worried, concerned.
Soporific অর্থ ঘুম প্ররোচিত করে, inducing sleep, marked by sleepiness.
Something that is soporific is sleep-inducing. Certain medicines, but also extreme coziness, can have a soporific effect.
In the 1680s, soporific, which doubles as both adjective and noun, was formed from the French soporifique. That word, in turn, came from the Latin sopor, deep sleep.
Memory aid to help you memorize. Soporific sounds like so far risky, so this soporific is so far risky. I'm too scared to take it.
Soporific অর্থ ঘুম প্ররোচিত করে, inducing sleep, marked by sleepiness. Specious অর্থ বিশ্বাসযোগ্য কিন্তু মিথ্যা, seemingly reasonable but incorrect, plausible but false.
Use specious to describe an argument that seems to be good, correct, or logical, but is not so. We live on the Earth, therefore the Earth must be the center of the universe has been proven to be a specious theory of the solar system.
Something that is specious is attractive in a deceptive way, and if you follow the word's etymology. In Middle English, this adjective meant attractive, from Latin speciesus, showy, beautiful, from species appearance, kind, sort. Latin species is also the source of English species.
Memory aid to help you memorize. Specious equals speech is means it is true only in speech or words, but not in reality.
Specious অর্থ বিশ্বাসযোগ্য কিন্তু মিথ্যা, seemingly reasonable but incorrect, plausible but false. Spectrum অর্থ বস্তু, মান বা গুণাবলীর একটি বিস্তৃত পরিসর, a broad range of related objects, values, or qualities.
A spectrum is a broad range of similar things or qualities, like the wide spectrum of political beliefs in this country, ranging anywhere from super conservative to uber liberal and everything in between.
Our modern definition of spectrum started out in the 1600s, when scientists used it to refer to the band of colors formed by a beam of light, like a rainbow. In physics, it's a word that describes the distribution of something, like energy or atomic particles.
Memory aid to help you memorize. The colors in the rainbow, the optical spectrum, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet are remembered in the classic mnemonic Roigbiv. The electromagnetic spectrum, gamma ray, X-ray, ultraviolet, infrared, radio spectrum.
Spectrum অর্থ বস্তু, মান বা গুণাবলীর একটি বিস্তৃত পরিসর, a broad range of related objects, values, or qualities. Sporadic অর্থ বিক্ষিপ্ত বা অপ্রত্যাশিত পরিস্থিতির পুনরাবৃত্তি, recurring in scattered or unpredictable instances.
Sporadic is an adjective that you can use to refer to something that happens or appears often, but not constantly or regularly. The mail carrier comes every day, but the plumber's visits are sporadic. He comes as needed.
A specialized use of sporadic is to describe a disease that appears occasionally in random cases. Mostly, you'll hear this word used to describe anything that happens occasionally, like your family's sporadic trips to visit your distant cousins or the sporadic bake sales your science club sponsors.
Memory aid to help you memorize the word. Sporadic equals opposite of periodic. We know periodic things occur regularly. Take the first half of the word, spore, which sounds like pores. Pimples which occur irregularly create pores in the skin, sporadic.
Sporadic অর্থ বিক্ষিপ্ত বা অপ্রত্যাশিত পরিস্থিতির পুনরাবৃত্তি, recurring in scattered or unpredictable instances. Stigma অর্থ অপমান বা কুখ্যাতির প্রতীক, token of disgrace, a symbol of disgrace or infamy.
If something has a negative association attached to it, call this a stigma. Bedwetting can lead to a social stigma for a 6-year-old, while chewing tobacco might have the same effect for a 60-year-old.
Stigma, from the Greek word of the same spelling meaning mark, puncture, came into English through Latin to mean a mark burned into the skin to signify disgrace. Stigma soon started to be used figuratively for the negative stereotype or reputation attached to something.
Memory aid to help you memorize the word. Stigma equals stick plus ma. Imagine someone hitting his mother, with a stick. How disgraceful it will be. Or, stigma equals sounds like enigma is always disgraceful.
Stigma অর্থ অপমান বা কুখ্যাতির প্রতীক, token of disgrace, a symbol of disgrace or infamy. Stint অর্থ অল্প পরিমাণে এবং সীমিত পরিমাণে সরবরাহ করা, supply sparingly and with restricted quantities.
The noun stint means a set amount of time in which you do something, often work of some sort. She served a stint in the army, followed by a stint in an office setting, before settling on a career as a lounge singer.
Unlike a project or vocation, a stint can refer to the stretch of time spent doing a particular job. You apply for a job, but you refer to your past stint in the Peace Corps. As a verb, stint means to be sparing or frugal, or restrict in a stingy manner, to skimp.
Memory aid to help you memorize the word. S plus 10 plus T, survive on 10 meager things. Stint equals S plus 10, someone expends 10 amount of money is stingy.
স্টেন্ট অর্থ অল্প পরিমাণে এবং সীমিত পরিমাণে সরবরাহ করা। Supply sparingly and with restricted quantities. Stipulate অর্থ চুক্তিতে একটি স্পষ্ট দাবি বা বিধান করা। Make an express demand or provision in an agreement.
To stipulate something means to demand that it be part of an agreement. So when you make a contract or deal, you can stipulate that a certain condition must be met.
Anytime you draw up a legal agreement, you can stipulate a requirement that has to be met for that agreement to be complete. This stipulation might put some sort of limit on the agreement. For example, if you run a fencing company and offer a sale, you can stipulate that to get the sale price.
Memory aid. Stipulate equals steep plus late. Imagine that you were going for a meeting with the party, but because of the steep slope of the route you couldn't reach in time, reached late at the desired place. We sometimes need to complete work in the stipulated time that is set on the contract.
Stipulate অর্থ চুক্তিতে একটি স্পষ্ট দাবি বা বিধান করা। Make an express demand or provision in an agreement. Stolid অর্থ সামান্য আবেগ বা সংবেদনশীলতা থাকা বা প্রকাশ করা, অবিচলিত, ভাবলেশহীন। Having or revealing little emotion or sensibility, calm, dependable.
A stolid person can't be moved to smile or show much sign of life, in much the same way as something solid, like a giant boulder, is immovable. Both are expressionless.
It's hard to get excited about the word stolid. It refers to emotionless people or things, and it even sounds pretty dull. Your face may be stolid, as you plod through the unemotional history of the word born in the 17th century of little more than Latin words for foolish.
Memory aid. Stolid is solid as a rock. Stolid keeps a lid on their emotions.
Stolid অর্থ সামান্য আবেগ বা সংবেদনশীলতা থাকা বা প্রকাশ করা, অবিচলিত, ভাবলেশহীন। Having or revealing little emotion or sensibility, calm, dependable. Striated অর্থ সমান্তরাল ব্যান্ড দিয়ে চিহ্নিত, খাঁজকাটা। Marked with parallel bands, grooved.
If a field is plowed into furrows, it's striated, or, technically, it's marked with striae, which are stripes or grooves.
When you see striate, think of stripes. When a child uses a fork to make a row of stripes in her Play-Doh, she's striating it. A striated rock surface might show evidence of the movement of glacier thousands of years ago. Striated muscle has a striped appearance.
Memory aid. Striate equals strip of different color.
Striated অর্থ সমান্তরাল ব্যান্ড দিয়ে চিহ্নিত, খাঁজকাটা। Marked with parallel bands, grooved. Strut অর্থ গর্বিত ও আত্মবিশ্বাসের সাথে হাঁটা। Pompous walk, walk in a proud, confident way.
When you strut, you walk with a proud swagger that has a little arrogance thrown in, like the prance of a running back who has just flown past the 250-pound linebackers and planted the ball in the end zone.
You can't strut and be shy about it when you strut. You know people are watching you. The big boss in a gangster film, a model on the runway, and the rap artist whose album has just gone platinum all know how to strut.
Memory aid. Models strut around the stage in precarious heels.
স্ট্রাট অর্থ গর্বিত ও আত্মবিশ্বাসের সাথে হাঁটা। Pompous walk in a proud, confident way. সাবকুইনা অর্থ একজন সাক্ষীর উপস্থিতি বাধ্যতামূলক করার জন্য জারি করা রিট। Summoning a witness to appear.
A subpoena is a document that requires its recipient to appear in court as a witness. If you receive a subpoena, it doesn't mean you've done anything wrong, it just means you may have information that's needed by the court.
If you receive a subpoena but fail to carry out, you're in big trouble. This fact is suggested by the Latin roots of this word. The prefix sub means under, and poena means penalty. One nice thing about a subpoena is that it's not a summons. If you get one of those, then you're being sued.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Subpoena equals sub plus pena. Sub means under and pena means penalty. Remember subpoena when you are under penalty to attend to court.
সাবকুইনা অর্থ একজন সাক্ষীর উপস্থিতি বাধ্যতামূলক করার জন্য জারি করা রিট। Summoning a witness to appear. Subside অর্থ শান্ত হত্যরা, প্রশমিত হত্যরা। We're off or D down.
To subside is to die down or become less violent, like rough ocean waves after a storm has passed, or your seasickness, if you happen to be sailing on that ocean.
Subside comes from the Latin prefix sub, meaning down, and the Latin verb sidere, meaning to settle. Subside is often used when a negative situation has improved significantly. For example, violence, disease, and unemployment can all subside. Here's hoping that they do.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Subside equals sink to a lower level or form a depression.
Subside অর্থ শান্ত হত্যরা, প্রশমিত হত্যরা। We're off or D down. Substantiate অর্থ নতুন প্রমাণ বা তথ্যের ভিত্তিতে প্রতিষ্ঠিত করা। Establish or strengthen as with new evidence or facts.
To substantiate is to give support to a claim. We'd really like to believe in the tooth fairy, however, more evidence is needed to substantiate her existence, besides that quarter in your pocket.
Substantiate is related to the word substantial, which means a solid. So, to substantiate a claim is to make it solid or believable. If the evidence given in support of an argument is weak and unconvincing, that evidence can be described as insubstantial.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. A part of substantiate sounds like the word substance, and this is the best way to remember the meaning of substantiate as it becomes easy to relate to, that is adding substance to something.
Substantiate অর্থ নতুন প্রমাণ বা তথ্যের ভিত্তিতে প্রতিষ্ঠিত করা। Establish or strengthen as with new evidence or facts. Supersede অর্থ প্রতিস্থাপন cause to be set aside, replace, make obsolete.
When something supersedes, it takes the place of something else. The 5th edition of your history textbook supersedes the 4th edition.
Most words that include super have something good going on. Supersede is from the 16th century Latin for sit on top, and it often means to replace with something better. A version 10 of a computer game will supersede version 9, making it more exciting.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Super, Latin, equals over sedere, Latin, equals sit, as in sedentary, sediment, etc. So, something that sits over another makes the latter obsolete. Or, a seed is eventually replaced with a super seed, because that's better.
Supersede অর্থ প্রতিস্থাপন, cause to be set aside, replace, make obsolete. Supposition অর্থ অনুমান করার জ্ঞানীয় প্রক্রিয়া. Hypothesis, surmise, the cognitive process of conjecturing.
A supposition is a guess or a hypothesis. Your supposition that your kids will automatically wash their hands before dinner is probably false. You'd best remind them to do it or risk dirty hands at dinner.
What's the difference between an assumption and a supposition? An assumption is an idea or theory that is usually made without proof. A supposition, on the other hand, has the connotation that the idea or theory is testable and provable.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Supposition equals suppose plus position. Think you age guessing your position by following some scientific rule. So, suppose you are in standing position is supposition.
Supposition অর্থ অনুমান করার জ্ঞানীয় প্রক্রিয়া. Hypothesis, surmise, the cognitive process of conjecturing. Tacit, ক্রিয়া বা বিবৃতি দ্বারা অনুমান করা, implied by or inferred from actions or statements.
Something tacit is implied or understood without question. Holding hands might be a tacit acknowledgement that a boy and girl are dating.
The adjective tacit refers to information that is understood without needing to acknowledge it. For example, since we know that the sky is blue, that kind of assumption is tacit.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Tacit equals take plus it or you will have to take something which is not expressed. Tacit, change the word to you tactfully, with perfection, handled the situation even without expressing it in words, tacit.
Synonyms: implicit, implied, indirect, unspoken.
Antonyms: stated, explicit, express.
Tacit, ক্রিয়া বা বিবৃতি দ্বারা অনুমান করা, implied by or inferred from actions or statements. Tangential, স্পর্শক, উপরিভাগে আলতোভাবে সংযুক্ত, peripheral, only slightly connected, digressing, of superficial relevance if any.
Tangential describes something that's not part of the whole. If you make a comment that is tangential to the story you're telling, it's a digression. The story could still be understood without it.
In geometry, a tangent is a line that touches a curve in one spot but doesn't intersect it anywhere else. Tangential means something that goes off in one direction that way and doesn't return.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Take it as tangent, which is divergent, meaning, scattered or dispersed.
Synonyms: extraneous, unrelated, digressive, divergent.
Antonyms: relevant,
Tangential, স্পর্শক, উপরিভাগে আলতোভাবে সংযুক্ত, peripheral, only slightly connected, digressing, of superficial relevance if any. Tenuous, ক্ষীণ তাৎপর্যহীন, lacking substance or significance.
If something is tenuous, it's thin, either literally or metaphorically. If you try to learn a complicated mathematical concept by cramming for 45 minutes, you will have a tenuous grasp of that concept, at best.
Tenuous comes from the Latin word tenuis, for thin, and is related to our word tender. Something can be physically tenuous, like a spider web or ice on a pond. We more often use it in a metaphorical sense to talk about weak ideas. Tenuous arguments won't win any debate tournaments.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Tenuous can be split as 10 plus us, so 10 of us is going to use internet together. So, the chances are very slim and it'll be a rare to get better service.
Synonyms: delicate, dubious, flimsy, insubstantial, nebulous, questionable, shaky, sketchy.
Antonyms: certain, definite, firm.
Tenuous, হীন তাৎপর্যহীন, lacking substance or significance. Tirade, প্রচণ্ড তিরস্কার, extended scolding, denunciation, harangue, a speech of violent denunciation.
A tirade is a speech, usually consisting of a long string of violent, emotionally charged words. Borrow and lose your roommate's clothes one too many times, and you can bet you'll be treated to a heated tirade.
The noun tirade is related to the Italian word tinta, which means volley. So imagine a very angry person lobbing harsh words and strings of profanity in your direction when you want to remember what tirade means.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Sounds like tired. Your mom gets tired after a tirade. Long, angry, denunciatory speech. Tirade is when you bombard somebody with angry words.
Synonyms: denunciation, diatribe, harangue, invective, ranting, screed, sermon.
Antonyms: compliment, praise, calm, harmony.
Tirade, প্রচণ্ড তিরস্কার, extended scolding, denunciation, harangue, a speech of violent denunciation. Torpor, অলসতা, সুপ্ত অবস্থা, মানসিকভাবে নিষ্ক্রিয় অবস্থা. Lethargy, sluggishness, dormancy, a state of motor and mental inactivity.
Torpor is a state of mental and physical inactivity. After a huge Thanksgiving meal, my family members fall into a torpor. No one can even pick up the TV remote.
Torpor can be used in everyday speech, but it's also a scientific term for a state of deep sleep that allows animals to conserve energy. Certain species of bats, birds, and frogs rely on torpor for survival during tough times.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Tortoise, which means slow. But be careful about torpedo, which means the exact opposite.
Synonyms: apathy, disinterest, dormancy, drowsiness, dullness, idleness, impassivity, inaction.
Antonyms: action, consciousness, diligence, industry.
Torpor, অলসতা, সুপ্ত অবস্থা, মানসিকভাবে নিষ্ক্রিয় অবস্থা. Lethargy, sluggishness, dormancy, a state of motor and mental inactivity. Tortuous, বক্ররেখায় পূর্ণ, বারবার বাঁক এবং বাঁক দ্বারা চিহ্নিত. Winding, full of curves, marked by repeated turns and bends.
Tortuous means twisting or complicated. James Bond drove up a mountain road that was tortuous in its twists and turns. He had to stop the evil madman's plan for world domination, a plan so tortuous that even 007 himself could not understand it.
From Latin torque to twist, tortuous means something with twists and turns, a path, an argument, a story. It is important not to confuse it with torturous, which means characterized by great pain.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Remember the word tortuous road, a tortuous road up the mountain.
Synonyms: circuitous, convoluted, indirect, labyrinthine, meandering, serpentine, twisting.
Antonyms: direct, simple, straight, straightforward.
Tortuous, বক্ররেখায় পূর্ণ, বারবার বাঁক এবং বাঁক দ্বারা চিহ্নিত. Winding, full of curves, marked by repeated turns and bends. Tractable, বিনয়ী সহজে পরিচালিত. Docile, easily managed.
If your little brother quietly obeys your instructions and waits for you at the food court while you and your friends wander around the mall, he's probably a tractable child, meaning he's obedient, flexible, and responds well to directions.
Note the similarity between tractable and tractor. Both come from the Latin word tractere, which originally meant to drag about. You can think of a tractable person as someone who can be dragged about easily, like a plow being dragged by a tractor.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Tractable sounds like tractor, which makes it easy to manage a field. It is easy to trace the table in a house, so it is easily manageable. Tractable and flexible are rhyming words with a similar meaning.
Synonyms: acquiescent, amenable, biddable, complacent, compliant, controllable, docile.
Antonyms: intractable, obstinate, stubborn, uncontrollable.
Tractable, বিনয়ী সহজে পরিচালিত. Docile, easily managed. Transgression, সীমালঙ্ঘন, the violation of a law or a duty or moral principle.
A transgression is something that is against a command or law. Whether you are cheating on a test or cheating on a spouse, you are committing transgressions that are not easily forgiven.
A transgression can be a failure to do your duty. A sin is a transgression against God. The noun transgression is from Middle English, from Middle French, from Latin act of crossing, passing over, from transgredi, to step or pass over.
Memory aid to help you memorize. Take it this way, train aggression. So aggression and train is against the law. Transgression and violation are similar sounding words which mean to break a rule or law.
Synonyms: breach, crime, error, fault, infraction, infringement, lapse, misdeed.
Antonyms: good deed, perfection, goodness, kindness.
Transgression, সীমালঙ্ঘন, the violation of a law or a duty or moral principle. Truculence, হিংস্র, একগুঁড়ে, আগ্রাসী. Ferocity, stubborn and defiant aggressiveness.
If you get into fights all of the time, you might be accused of truculence and sent for anger management classes. Truculence is showing a fierce kind of aggression.
If your basketball team wins a game by sheer truculence, it means that they win not by skill or talent, but by playing with ferocious aggression. It would be a dirty win, one with lots of fouls and thrown elbows. Truculence comes from the Latin word for trux, meaning fierce or wild.
Memory aid to help you memorize. Truculence equals truck, sound like truck, plus cull, means to kill animals, plus ants, hence. The truck driver culled some of the animal while driving, Hence the villagers are angry with him and are aggressively barring him from entering the village.
Synonyms: aggression, aggressiveness, attack, backbone, bellicoseness, bellicosity, belligerence.
Antonyms: cowardice, submission, weakness.
Truculence, হিংস্র, এগুরে, aggressive. Ferocity, stubborn and defiant aggressiveness.
Vacillate, কোনো বিষয়ে সিদ্ধান্তহীন হওয়া, waver, fluctuate, be undecided about something.
Vacillate means to waver back and forth, unable to decide. You might vacillate between ordering waffles and pancakes at your favorite diner. It's hard to pick just one when both are so tasty.
Something that vacillates, sways or fluctuates, often quite unsteadily. So use this verb to describe the staggering motions of a person who has had too much to drink, as well as the opinions of someone who can't make up her mind.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Vacillate sounds like agitate. Vacillate means to be undecided and agitate is to worry. In both, you are in a sense of confusion. Or, vacillate equals fluctuate, so when your decision fluctuates it's vacillate.
Vacillate, কোনো বিষয়ে সিদ্ধান্তহীন হওয়া, waver, fluctuate, be undecided about something.
Synonym:
dither, fluctuate, oscillate, seesaw, waffle, waver.
Antonym:
Remain, stay, continue, hold, persist.
Vacillate, কোনো বিষয়ে সিদ্ধান্তহীন হওয়া, waver, fluctuate, be undecided about something.
Venerate, শ্রদ্ধা এবং শ্রদ্ধার অনুভূতির সাথে সম্পর্কিত. Regard with feelings of respect and reverence.
To venerate is to worship, adore, be in awe of. You probably don't venerate your teacher or boss, however, you may act like you do.
The word hasn't come far from its Latin roots in venerare, to worship. Although you can certainly venerate a deity, a person can deserve it, too. We don't usually venerate our friends. Instead, we usually save this feeling for deities or remarkable people who inspires.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Venerate equals ven plus rate. Instead of ven, consider it when. So, ven and rate, when you rate someone higher and treat them with respect is venerate.
Venerate, শ্রদ্ধা এবং শ্রদ্ধার অনুভূতির সাথে সম্পর্কিত. Regard with feelings of respect and reverence.
Synonym:
cherish, esteem, exalt, hallow, idolize.
Venerate, শ্রদ্ধা এবং শ্রদ্ধার অনুভূতির সাথে সম্পর্কিত. Regard with feelings of respect and reverence. Veracious, অভ্যাসগতভাবে সত্য কথা বলা. Truthful, habitually speaking the truth.
Someone who is veracious speaks the truth, like your brutally honest friend who always lets you know what she thinks about your outfits, your hairstyle, your lasagna recipe, and your taste in movies.
Think of a veracious person as someone who is like a witness under oath in a court of law, someone who speaks the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Don't ask a question of a veracious friend unless you really want to know the answer.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Remember, veracious equals verify. If you can verify something, then it is veracious, truthful.
Veracious, অভ্যাসগতভাবে সত্য কথা বলা. Truthful, habitually speaking the truth.
Synonym:
accurate, credible, dependable, direct, ethical.
False, untrue.
Veracious, অভ্যাসগতভাবে সত্য কথা বলা, truthful, habitually speaking the truth. Verbose, অনেক শব্দ ব্যবহার করা বা ধারণ করা, বাচালতাপূর্ণ. Wordy, using or containing too many words.
If you're verbose, you use far more words than you need to. A verbose book report goes on and is packed with long, complicated words that aren't at all necessary.
If a friend asks, "Did you have fun at the party?" you can simply answer, "No." Or you can provide a verbose reply that describes just how much you hated the party, who was and wasn't there, the fact that you got lost on the way, the terrible food that was served, and the awful music that was played.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Verbose equals ver plus bose. Remember, ver is verbal and bose for boss, so you may say that your boss is excessively verbal.
Verbose, অনেক শব্দ ব্যবহার করা বা ধারণ করা, বাচালতাপূর্ণ. Wordy, using or containing too many words.
Synonym:
bombastic, garrulous, grandiloquent, loquacious, magniloquent, rhetorical.
Antonym:
concise, succinct.
Verbose, অনেক শব্দ ব্যবহার করা বা ধারণ করা, বাচালতাপূর্ণ. Wordy, using or containing too many words. Viable, জীবন বা স্বাভাবিক বৃদ্ধি এবং বিকাশে সক্ষম. Practical or workable, capable of life or normal growth and development.
When something is viable, it has the ability to grow or function properly. A viable seed can develop into a plant, while a viable company has the resources to succeed.
The adjective viable refers to something able to function properly and even grow. It is made up of the Latin root vita, which means life, and the ending able, which means to be possible.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Viable equals via plus able equals adopt the way. Via the root means way, that is able, that is possible. Or viable equals survivable equals able to be survived. Viable equals with plus able equals that is something for which life can be breathed into, that is it can be made to happen.
Viable, জীবন বা স্বাভাবিক বৃদ্ধি এবং বিকাশে সক্ষম. Practical or workable, capable of life or normal growth and development.
Synonym:
Applicable, feasible, possible, usable, workable.
Viable, জীবন বা স্বাভাবিক বৃদ্ধি এবং বিকাশে সক্ষম. Practical or workable, capable of life or normal growth and development.
Viscous, সান্দ্রতা, আঠালো, চটচটে. Sticky, gluey, having a relatively high resistance to flow.
Viscous means sticky, gluey, and syrupy. So if something is viscous, you usually don't want to stick your fingers in it. That goes for boogers and maple syrup alike.
Think of making a batch of Rice Krispie treats. 1 minute the marshmallows are solid little rounds. The next minute they're melted into a web of sticky white goo that somehow attached itself to the Rice Krispies, the spoon, the countertops, your nose, the front door, and the dog.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Viscous is like mucus, both mean something sticky or gooey.
Viscous, সান্দ্রতা, আঠালো, চটচটে. Sticky, gluey, having a relatively high resistance to flow.
Synonym:
Gooey, slimy, syrupy, adhesive, clammy.
Antonym:
Dry, unsticky, watery.
Viscous, সান্দ্রতা, আঠালো, চটচটে. Sticky, gluey, having a relatively high resistance to flow. Vituperative, কঠোর অপমানজনক সমালোচনা, abusive, scolding.
Use the adjective vituperative to describe criticism that's so sharp it hurts. A vituperative review of a movie would make the director bitter for months.
Vituperative criticism is harsh, scathing, even abusive. If a review or assessment is vituperative, it doesn't say try harder next time. Instead, it gives the sense of go away and never come back.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Vituperative, vit. You is a man who operates the machine in a negative way, making you verbally abusive and scolding.
Vituperative, কঠোর অপমানজনক সমালোচনা, abusive, scolding.
Synonym: calumniating, castigating, censorious, contumelious, defamatory, derisive.
Vituperative, কঠোর অপমানজনক সমালোচনা, abusive, scolding. Volatile, উদ্দায়ী, পরিবর্তনশীল. Changeable, liable to lead to sudden change or violence, evaporation rapidly.
Watch out when a situation becomes volatile. It is likely to change for the worse suddenly. If you and your best friend have a volatile relationship, you frequently fight and make up.
Volatile from Latin volatilis, fleeting, transitory, always gives the sense of sudden, radical change. Think of it as the opposite of stable. A person who is volatile loses his or her temper suddenly and violently.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Remember computer's volatile memory, which gets erased when power is turned off.
Volatile, উদ্দায়ী, পরিবর্তনশীল. Changeable, liable to lead to sudden change or violence, evaporation rapidly.
Synonym: buoyant, capricious, elusive, erratic, fickle, resilient.
Antonym:
certain, constant, definite, dependable, reliable.
Volatile, উদ্দায়ী, পরিবর্তনশীল. Changeable, liable to lead to sudden change or violence, evaporation rapidly. Warranted, অনুমোদনের জন্য প্রমাণ. Justified, authorized, evidence for a token of authorization.
If something is warranted, there is a good reason for it and it can be accepted.
It comes from the noun warrant, which means a legal authorization. If you watch cop shows, you know that a warrant is something police need to get into your house, a permission slip from a judge.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. If you watch crime shows, you know that a warrant is something police need to get into your house, a permission slip from judge.
Warranted, অনুমোদনের জন্য প্রমাণ. Justified, authorized, evidence for a token of authorization.
Synonym: certified, guaranteed, justified, sanctioned.
Antonym:
unjustified, unwarranted.
Warranted, অনুমোদনের জন্য প্রমাণ. Justified, authorized, evidence for a token of authorization. Worry, গভীর সতর্কতা এবং বিচক্ষণতার সাথে. Very cautious, marked by keen caution and watchful prudence.
Describe yourself as wary if you don't quite trust someone or something and want to proceed with caution. Be wary of risky things like wild mushrooms and internet deals.
You can trace wary through Old English back to Old High German gewar, aware, attentive. If you keep a wary eye on something, you are attentive for signs that it is becoming dangerous.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Wary equals war plus army. War army has to be on alert. Or, you can remember this through the sentence, don't worry too much, just be a little wary when you go into the street.
Worry. গভীর সতর্কতা এবং বিচক্ষণতার সাথে. Very cautious, marked by keen caution and watchful prudence.
Synonym.
Attentive, circumspect, considerate, distrustful, frugal, leery, prudent.
Antonym.
Careless, certain, inattentive, incautious.
Worry. গভীর সতর্কতা এবং বিচক্ষণতার সাথে. Very cautious, marked by keen caution and watchful prudence. Welter. হযবরল অবস্থা. Turmoil, bewildering jumble, a confused multitude of things.
The noun welter to describe an enormous, messy pile, like the jumble of papers, coffee mugs, pens, and food wrappers on the desk of the messiest person in the office.
Welter can also be a verb. The items in the pile on the messy desk welter every time someone tries to pull something out. This means they roll and get tossed around. Maybe the person isn't as messy as you think.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Welter is like helter-skelter. Welter means a state of turmoil, while helter-skelter means in a disorderly haste, thereby showing a confusion.
Welter. হযবরল অবস্থা. Turmoil, bewildering jumble, a confused multitude of things.
Synonym.
Jumble, confusion, grovel.
Antonym.
Calm, order, peace.
Welter. হযবরল অবস্থা. Turmoil, bewildering jumble, a confused multitude of things.
Whimsical. প্রয়োজনের পরিবর্তে সুযোগ বা আবেগ দ্বারা নির্ধারিত করা. Capricious, fanciful, determined by chance or impulse rather than by necessity.
Whimsical means full of or characterized by whims, which are odd ideas that usually occur to you very suddenly. If you decide at the last minute to fly to Europe, you could say you went there on a whim.
Whimsical can also mean tending toward odd or unpredictable behavior. Both whimsical and whim are derived from an earlier English word whimwam, which is of unknown origin.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Whimsical sounds similar to comical. When something is impulsive, playful, and comical without any logic is whimsical.
Whimsical. প্রয়োজনের পরিবর্তে সুযোগ বা আবেগ দ্বারা নির্ধারিত করা. Capricious, fanciful, determined by chance or impulse rather than by necessity.
Synonym.
Amusing, comical, droll, eccentric, mischievous.
Antonym.
Boring, common, dramatic, normal.
Whimsical. প্রয়োজনের পরিবর্তে সুযোগ বা আবেগ দ্বারা নির্ধারিত করা. Capricious, fanciful, determined by chance or impulse rather than by necessity. Zealot. অতি গোঁড়া লোক, অন্ধ অনুকরণ, ধর্মান্ধ. Fanatic, person who shows excessive zeal.
The original Zealots were a group of 1st century Jews who were absolutely determined to overthrow Roman rule in Palestine.
Today, anyone who goes overboard in their zeal or enthusiasm for a particular cause or religion, sports team, or a charitable organization can be called a zealot.
Memory aid to help you memorize this. Zealot can be thought of zeal plus lot. Imagine someone showing a lot of zeal, means enthusiasm, so much so that he does not let others say or do anything. He just has his own way.
Zealot. অতি গোঁড়া লোক, অন্ধ অনুকরণ, ধর্মান্ধ. Fanatic, person who shows excessive zeal.
Synonym.
Die hard, extremist, fanatic, militant, radical.
Antonym.
Conservative, moderate.
Zealot. অতি গোঁড়া লোক, অন্ধ অনুকরণ, ধর্মান্ধ. Fanatic, ascetic, person who shows excessive zeal.